Here we go. Welcome to the International Icon Photography Awards. Still said it wrong. Guys, it's the Icon International Photography Awards.
You got it.
Welcome, everyone. We're so thrilled to have you. So happy to have you guys here in the room with us. We're so thrilled for everyone who's watching from around the world, thanks to our live broadcast. This has been many months happening. We've been waiting for many, many months and working very hard to make this happen. For many of you, this has been quite a long journey because this all started back in August with our online competition. That started on August 1st, and here we are in March watching the conclusion of everything. So it's all very exciting. We started with about over 1,700 images during the online competition. And what we're going to see for the next 2 days is the result of that online competition. A big part of that, when you submitted images online, is the critique aspect of it. And so we want to say a big thank you to Critique because they built our judging platform, which made it possible for our judges to provide scores for every image. But they also built an incredible feedback platform. And so if you have purchased a Critique and you made that as an option on one of your images, you know just how cool it is because it's very different. This platform that we have allows our judges to provide video feedback, personalized video feedback to every single entrant that requests it. They did over 400 critiques this year. And a really cool feature is that all of those critiques are going to be available very soon online. So this is an incredible educational platform that you guys can go back anytime and learn from all of the amazing feedback that our judges have given. Everything up until this point has been focused on growth and how to improve an image and provide that feedback. But over the next 2 days, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to focus on celebrating the finalists that we're going to see here. All of the images that you'll see today and tomorrow are the top 10 and equal 10th scoring images in each category. And they've been brought back so that the judges can decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in each category. So for the next 2 days, we're going to be celebrating the finalists. We're going to be celebrating the prints because now we're seeing everything in person, printed. We're going to be celebrating that aspect of it. Jerry will talk a little bit more about what that process will entail, but let me tell you logistically what will happen over the next 2 days. The judges are going to have an open discussion about each of the images that are put before them. And it will all be led by a chairperson, in this case, Jerry, and then they will have a chat about every single image, and then at the very end, all of the images will be displayed on a print gallery, a mini print gallery that we have here, and then the judges will decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place. From a personal perspective, this has been quite a year. And I say this often, but I can't stress it enough, the privilege of being able to see all of your digital files come in during the online competition. Talking with you guys, I've had so many conversations with everyone about your entries. Can we change it? Can I tweak it? I decided I wanted to crop it. That's okay. Is that a better choice? I feel your agony. Every time you guys struggle with a decision, a creative decision, I feel it with you guys. All the way through now, having the finalists come in and seeing their prints come in and just having it be a full circle moment and being able to look at this amazing artwork in person. It's just so inspiring to be able to look at images that literally just blow my mind. I just can't comprehend the imagination and the creativity that made this image come to life. And it is truly such a privilege to be able to look at them and spend so much time the way I do with them. And so it's out of my hands now. And so when I'm here listening to the judges and I'm watching them select who they feel they would like to win first, second, and third, my heart's pounding with you guys too, because I have been there with you through the whole process. So I just want to say thank you for trusting us with your work, trusting us to allow you to be seen, because I know as creatives that is extremely difficult to put your work out there in front of your peers and to be seen. And I know that that can be really scary, and I appreciate the trust that you've put in us in making that happen. And I want to say thank you to all of our entrants for allowing us to be able to do that with you. Also, none of this would have been possible without any of our sponsors. So you're going to hear me speak a lot about them over the next 2 days. And I'll say it as plainly as I can. We could not do this here at WPPI without them. It just would not be possible, feasible financially in any way. So they are why we are able to make this happen every single year. And if you want to ever wonder how you can help the Icon Awards and support it in any way, pay attention to who the sponsors are, and then as you see them throughout the week when you're at the trade show, just go up to them and say thank you. Thank you for supporting the Icon Awards, because they don't have to. They're here, many of them are here, some of them are not, but they see this as the incredible educational platform that it is. They believe in our industry, they believe in you guys, and they wanted to be a part of it, and we cannot thank them enough. We're especially grateful to Graphistudio. You guys probably, those of you that are in the room, walked in and saw those beautiful displays in the back of the room. They're our in-room sponsor. So they actually set all of that up for you guys to take a look through all the albums and the wall art, even before the trade show begins. We're super grateful for Graphistudio. We also want to thank Nikon, because there are many photographers from around the world who couldn't make the trip to Las Vegas, and everyone is watching us live through several different camera angles, thanks to Nikon. Nikon has supported the Icon Awards from the very beginning. They were one of the very first people to come on board when it was nothing more than just an idea. And Nikon said, this is a great opportunity to bring this to the entire world. How do we do that, and how do we do it for free? How do we make this available online for free so everyone can learn from the incredible feedback that the judges are giving? And they are the exclusive sponsors of our live broadcast, and it's because of them that we can have photographers from around the world tuning in as if they were right in the room with us. So a huge thank you to Nikon. We're super grateful. Okay, that's enough for me. I'm going to let you guys jump right into the images. We're going to now start with our very first category, which is in the portrait division. The portrait division is proudly sponsored by Westcott. If you don't know who Westcott is, they are one of the leading manufacturers in photography and video lighting equipment. They're based here in the US. Their equipment is absolutely wonderful, and many portrait photographers use them every single day. They are very reliable, and they're what everyone relies on. Our first category in the portrait division is the maternity division, and this category celebrates pregnant people, whether they are photographed individually or as a group. Because this is in the portrait division, I'll remind you of this every once in a while, there are some limitations when it comes to post-production. So the photographers were allowed to finesse and slightly correct and beautify the images, but they couldn't go too far in post-production. For example, no composites are allowed in this category. So there's a more limited amount of post-production that can be done. This category is sponsored by the Professional Photography Business Network that's led by Mark Rossetto, who's here in the room. Thank you so much to Mark for sponsoring this category. If you have not heard of the PPBN, you need to write it down and you have to go check it out. It is an online learning platform that has a heavy emphasis on being successful in business. And that is where it stands apart. There's tons of creative inspiration on there as well, but one thing that many other online platforms fall short, but Mark succeeds with the PBBN, is that it is such a strong focus on being successful in business so that we can all keep doing this for a long time. From master classes and live training to podcasts and templates that you can download and use, it is such a huge wealth of information and knowledge that you can take advantage of. So thank you so much to Mark and the PBBN for sponsoring this category. All right, now I'm going to turn this over to our chairperson and to our judges. This year, we're very lucky that we have two chairpersons that are going to lead the discussion with our panels. Our very first one is none other than Jerry Ghionis. From a professional standpoint, Jerry is, I learned everything I know about photography from Jerry. I was his student long before I fell in love with him, and he taught me everything that I know about photography and about business. He is the only Icon double grandmaster. Sadly, he obviously cannot enter the competition, but he still remains WPPI's most awarded photographer. So he has worked very hard. He knows more than anyone what everyone is going through as an entrant because he has done it for so long and for so many times. Beyond that, though, beyond all of his titles and his accolades, Jerry is the visionary behind the Icon Awards. This was his idea. This was his baby. He had this idea long before this ever came to fruition. He had this idea and he was just waiting for the right time to make it all come together. And what you're seeing here and what you'll see tomorrow and at the awards night is that vision come to life, exactly as how he imagined it. It's been so exciting from my end to be able to work behind the scenes to make that vision come to life because he's so passionate about it and he was so specific about what he wanted, and it was just so beautiful to be able to watch it all come together brick by brick, and that's why we're here today. So Jerry will be guiding the conversations with our panel of judges, and we will now get started with our very first image in the maternity category. Over to you, Jerry.
It's funny when you call me Jerry, normally it's a baby, so I feel like you're getting mad at me or something like that. We all know that Melissa's the backbone of these awards, and I too, every day I respect and admire what she does. I see how she's nurturing all the photographers, and I even know when she's giving someone bad news or good news because all her empathy's on the keyboard, she's doing this, or if she's really happy and excited, you're a finalist, she'll be doing this. So you all know how brilliant she is. So this week, my name is not Jerry Ghionis, it is Melissa's husband, okay? Thank you. We also welcome, if you just tuned in, we are here at the International Awards Icon Photography. Now, why did I say it like that? I just wanted to make Melissa feel better about flubbing that first line of this whole broadcast. But we are at the Icon International Photography Awards. Thank you so much for being here. If you're watching online, people in the room. Now, if you haven't really experienced this process, I just want to go through it a little bit with you. Because sometimes if you've been exposed to judging, it's all about looking at the image, you score it, it could be challenged, it could be rebutted, we can rescore it, and this whole process has been happening. At WPPI, we did that for the 40-year history. And in the 10 years that we were managing that process, we insisted that there would be at least one comment on every single image. In other words, we want something valuable for the audience to take away. So it could be something about lighting or posing, composition, whatever it may be. But that comment sometimes would come and go and be maybe 20, 30 seconds. So we wanted to build a robust approach to being able to critique images. And as Melissa said, right now, at this very moment, there's over 1,000 images free to the world to go on there that you can actually watch an in-depth 2 to 4 minute critique, many of which the judges sitting right in front of me have actually done. So if you want to know what could be improved on an image, there's a platform right there. Very soon, maybe in about a week, there'll be 1,400 images. To have that in 3 years, I think is probably the least sexy thing that we do, probably my most proudest though. So it's pretty incredible. Now, if you want to actually hear how to improve an image, thanks to Dario and Sarah of Love Edits, they have a booth. It is 1114, and it's right behind the print gallery in the trade show. So they'll be actually celebrating images and also critiquing them all through the 3 days of the trade show. So what this process now is about celebrating these images as finalists. Why do they get here? How do they come to be? So if you think about it, it's the top 10 of each category or equal 10th that scored an 80 and above. Are we saying these images are perfect? No, but we're saying out of all the entries that were sent in, these are the finalists. So we're here to celebrate them and be specific as to why they got there. In first impression, in concept, execution, technique, print quality, and every image will be talked about 2 minutes long. So we're very proud of this particular process. I want to introduce our judges. All of them are very good friends. I'm really excited about having them here. Michelle Solentano, Icon Associate, thank you so much for being here. Gary Hughes, Icon Associate, you are the Ryan Reynolds to my Hugh Jackman. We know this, so thank you very much. Kelly Brown, Icon Grandmaster, you reverse age, you're Benjamin Button. I don't know what is going on, but I mean, my wife is the same, but I think you should both share creams that you use and all that kind of stuff, so make sure we're all good. Kate Scaglione, you're always amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Icon Master. There you go. All right, and Andrew Heworth, the best dimples in the industry. Thank you so much for being here. You are an Icon Master. You and your whole team come every year from Canada. We appreciate you being here. You've been generous for many, many years, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We love you guys so much. So, without further ado, we're going to get into that first image of the maternity category. Thank you so much. Okay, Gary, first impression, mate.
I owe Kelly $5. She said I'd get picked first. I'm ready to celebrate this image. It's exciting. So first impression, I love how this image is communicating emotion with this beautiful color palette. So you have a nearly monochromatic image with just this splash of that complementary pink on the other side. So right away it's telling you where to look and how to feel without having to do a whole lot more heavy lifting than just that beautiful, beautiful sense of color. So I'm really sucked in and drawn in by this artist's use of color to convey emotion and to tell you where to look. Really, really beautiful.
Thank you so much. Great comment. Kelly, please. You were looking at it closest. That's why I picked you second.
I was, and I'll get that $5 later. Thanks, Gary. Wow, the composition for me is just incredible. It's got so many beautiful flowing lines that replicate that beautiful pose of the subject. Everything has been, balanced and placed so purposefully. And the lighting here for me is spot on. We've got light coming in from, both sides of the image, and it's been balanced very delicately to really, as Gary said, make that subject stand out, and the photographer has done a brilliant job.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, Kate, please.
What struck me about this immediately was the print quality, because I'm looking at the image, it has a lot of texture and there's a lot of shimmer in the texture, and the fact that the artist chose to use this choice of metallic paper that also has a texture, it's really making all of the wardrobe pop, the shine and the shimmer in the hair, just absolutely gorgeous.
Wonderful, great comments. Who knew just bubblegum would elevate maternity portrait? There you go. I'm packing some Hubba Bubba. Do they have that here in the US? I don't know. There you go. Thank you. Wonderful image. Great comments. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, Kate, first impression, please.
Just the level of originality of this image, it somewhat crosses between maternity and almost a burlesque or boudoir, but done in a very refined way with such elegance, with the use of the flowers, the use of these rich colors, and the shape of the posing here. It's just incredibly unique.
Awesome, thank you so much. Great comment. Yeah, Andrew, please, unpack it a little bit further. Be specific on what brought it here, even more.
I think the originality is something that kind of the pop of color and the balance in the image that's coming through between the flowers on the left and the right, and then just drawing us into the middle with I think that the maker has given us a lot of intention on where our eyes are going in this image, and I think that's a really striking and compelling technique to apply, and that's why it's here.
Wonderful, thank you. Michelle, can you talk to us about the choice of black matte and double matte? What does that do to elevate this print?
I was just thinking about the print, the way that it's been presented, and the black matte, how it matches the black panels of the flowers. It just, the symmetry is so beautiful, and the matte adds to that. But the body breaking that symmetry is really what draws you into it. It's really, really well done. The concept, the idea, the execution is all there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Brilliant comments, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. This is titled In Black, She Carries White. Andrew, your first impression, mate. I saw you admiring this.
Yeah, I really appreciate how we can have a category of maternity, but when I see this, it's like, this is so fashion. This is so Vogue. This is just elicits that kind of feeling for me when I see that magazine kind of quality look in such a beautiful category. The impact in itself is just, that's where it is for me right there.
Wonderful, great comment. Kelly, can you unpack that a little bit further? Talk about the pose, the lighting, the choice of fashion, and go a bit deeper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to start with the pose because that for me has got so much impact here. You know, a mum to be, she's so strong, but yet she's posed so elegantly, and she just looks like, you know, it's all of this femininity coming out of her in such a strong, beautiful way. And the way that the image has been lit so that the direction of light coming in from the right-hand side has lit the face beautifully, and it's just carried down to light the belly, and the control of that lighting has been handled so well there. So to have that, you know, that really strong pose and that beautiful soft light come together like that, it's really made the subject here stand out for me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your comment. Kate, please tell us about the print quality. What do you feel? Because you looked at it a bit closer just now.
Yes, I think that the use of the double matte was just the beveled matte was very intentional because it's drawing you in right to the subject. It's 2 shades of white, and that forces your eye to go right to the subject. It's also a very minimalist image, and I think that just the way that it's presented and this very like smooth and clean print choice was the perfect choice for this fashion image.
Wonderful. Apparently, 2 Shades of White is the prequel to 50 Shades of Grey, coming out on Netflix in 6 months. So, thank you so much. Beautiful image, great comments. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Legacy of Women. Kate, I'm going to come back to you because you had this sigh of wow. So unpack that first impression for us, please.
It's just such an unexpected image for maternity. What you're seeing here, she's presented as like a queen, as a goddess. You're seeing the stretch marks on her stomach, which was an intentional choice. A lot of photographers would have retouched that right out. The holding of the hand, it's showing some kind of warmth or relationship, and yet there's all these other women's hands, it appears they're all women's hands supporting her. It just sends a message about femininity, about motherhood and maternity, and it's a very emotionally impactful image.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. You should have a podcast. Do you have a podcast?
People say that.
You should have one. I could. Yeah, I was about to say I could go to sleep with you every night. I could listen to your voice to go to sleep on that app. Andrew, you were desperate to make that second comment. Go for it, mate.
There's just so much storytelling and emotion that I'm getting through this. I mean, arguably, one of the hardest jobs in the world is being a mom. And they say it takes a village to raise a child, but the amount of support that women need, and that's just what I see in this image, is just how much, you know, she's so revered and cared for, and has many hands of help, and just it really hits me inside, you know, to know that humanity is still there, and it's so beautiful.
Thank you. Great comment. Gary or Kelly, I don't know. I mean, I think you were leaning forward the most, mate. So, talk to us about the overall presentation, please, as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the presentation has got that classic oval matte, almost that cameo style presentation, and there's a beautiful balance in the image. It's almost like looking through a porthole window. But what I'm really left with here is this detail of each of the hands are kind of a different age. Don't you say you can tell someone's age by their hands more than anything else? And so the ages of the hands give them different jobs. You've got the older hands that's holding her up in the arm, supporting her. And you've got maybe the slightly older hand that's maybe, mom, keep your chin up, you know? And then you've got the same age hands that's brushing her hair, like helping with practical things. You've got the young hands, it's maybe another kid that's putting the crown on her, like, mom, you're the queen kind of a thing. And so there's a lot of really intentional placement to that gives us a lot of depth, and you can just look at it and enjoy it for a long time.
That, my friend, was an incredible comment. I saw all the judges like, what? Like, it was literally an epiphany. But do you see, audience watching at home and audience in room, how celebrating an image, rather than just talking about what could be better, really unpacks, and sometimes you can gather so much more information. Also, maybe that oval represents an egg, you know? Like, I don't know, bit of a metaphor.
I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling it. Wonderful, thank you. Next print, please.
Sure, I love that for you. Thank you.
Michelle, first impression, what are you feeling when you see that image?
Well, it's like the new baby's taking over the fur baby, like first in line. Like, you know, we see maternity with, you know, using younger children, but just to have the dog there, it really gives it an impact, and it just makes me feel for the dog. Like, this is going to be a new adventure for the dog as well as for the mom. So it's celebrating both relationships, and that she's just a strong, powerful figure.
Thank you so much. Kelly, talk a bit more about even more about the concept execution technique here.
Yeah, I love that comment. I totally see that. This has got such a bold sort of statement to it. I love the styling of this and the way that both have been posed, you know, very specifically. I love the attention to detail with the posing of mum and the delicate, you know, heel raise there up onto the toe with the leg, and how that sort of leads you through, and the hand placement on the sort of waist there, which brings you into the belly, and then that kind of flick of the hair. It all adds this beautiful sort of soft emotion that leads you down to that dog. And the texture of the fur on that dog goes really well with the sort of the texture of that fishnet sort of bodysuit. So the styling of this has been handled really well. The posing has been handled really well. And the light placement for me here, how it comes down and it lights both subjects just so beautifully here. It's been very strategically put together, but it's such a very strong, simple image, but so well refined.
Great comments. Kate, can you tell us about the print quality and the choice of black matte to go with this image, and also the fact that it's black and white?
Yeah, I mean, I think the choice of black and white was to make that bold statement about the character. I think it adds a sort of fashion aspect or editorial aspect to it. But having that contrast of black and white, the white framing her really draws your eye in to focus on her specifically. And the second thing it draws your eye to is the texture and the wardrobe choice. This black and white juxtaposition just really makes it pop.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great comments, guys. You guys are on fire, really. Thank you so much. Next print, please. In Bloom. Michelle, grab a microphone on your way back, because I want to listen to what you're feeling right now.
I always start with, this is done in camera, right? Like, so you've got the vines coming from above her head, you know, coming out of her arm, like the posing and how it all flows together is so perfect. From the top to the bottom, the light on her body really highlights the shape of her belly, and I just love seeing this creativeness done in camera, where you know that those vines were not added in later. There's, you know, some kind of wiring in there that makes them stand out, and it can be manipulated. So it's just a lot of thought and detail-oriented elements to this that really make it.
Thank you so much. Andrew, Let's get your comments here. Concept, execution, technique. Go even deeper, please. Be specific.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of thought in the aspect of the storytelling and how they've used the vines to create that flow. And to me, it almost seems like she's coming up through, which is represented in the title as well. But I think the way that the pose is executed really helps us lead our eye through the whole image as a whole, and then the technique of the presentation in itself to use a matte that complements the tonality range of the image really helps us kind of draw us in instead of having like a stark white type of border. And I think that's what softens our eyes to really bring us into the center of impact.
Yeah. Maybe can you lead us, Kate? Thank you so much for the comment. Can you lead us into a bit more of the color palette, because we discussed the matte, but talk to me about all that harmony of color right there.
What struck me about this, and I have such a passion about like beautiful prints and beautiful mattes, and because this is such an organic image and it has this flowers and the plants and this use of color, they chose to use a linen matte, which seems like the perfect choice because again, it's an organic type material and it just sets the image so well, and the color harmony is beautiful.
Yeah. Wonderful comments. It's interesting that many of us would, who are entering these awards in the print awards, we might just be safe and just go for a white matte and be done. But take some risks, have some fun. To be honest, once you've entered digitally and you've made the top 10, if you've also had a critique, you can listen to those critiques and apply what you've learned into what you're doing here. So think of it that we're already celebrating it. Take a risk, have some fun. No guts, no glory. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The golden vessel. Okay, Gary, first impression while you're staring at that. Go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. The two things that strike me first, I mean, there's a lot to love right off the bat, but I love when a photographer takes a two-dimensional medium, which is the one we work in, and does a really good job giving it depth. And I think that the layers of the backgrounds here do a brilliant job of that. And then the color harmony of it all, that beautiful, warm, golden tones like ties everything in, while still, with all that texture and detail and layers, you still get to the parts of the subject you need. So it's just so strong and beautiful because of those things.
Great comment. Kelly, please, go deeper.
Yeah, I loved how you talked about the layering of this and bringing it back to the title of this, Golden Vessel. We've got these beautiful gold, rich burnt orange tones throughout here that create so much impact. And the way that the background has been placed and the way that the subject's been so strategically positioned in the center of that just kind of leads you in, and it creates a frame within a frame. And the way that the light has been positioned there to kind of bring you down and draw your eye to exactly where the photographer wants your eye to go, it's just been very, very well handled and just put together. There's so much intention in this image, and the color palette throughout this is just sublime.
I love that comment. Many of us, when we think of portraits and photography, it's all just about being pretty and aesthetically pleasing. But I think as we get older and more mature as artists, we just want more purpose and more meaning, and that's what it's all about. Last comment, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about light, location, pose, technique, but expression, that's what really just brings it all in, and the maker's use or direction of that expression and just showing us that tenderness, that care, that, it's I think that's what puts it right, like just right on the icing on the cake.
Awesome, mate. I want you in my sleep stories as well. I think between you and Kate, man, like, it's amazing. Your voices are terrible. I don't know what it is. Wonderful, wonderful comments. Beautiful celebration of this image. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Andrew, I see those dimples getting deeper. So tell me about the meaning behind those dimples. First impression.
I mean, the dimples are probably from, the print. So I really appreciate the tonality of the black and white. And that's the impact in this for me is everything is just so clean, these beautiful clean edges and lines, but the tonality and the range in the black and white from the highlights, the shadows, the midtones, really impressive.
Thank you so much. Kate, you seem visibly moved by this image. Tell us about that. Talk to us more about that, please.
For me, this whole image is, the composition is really drawing me in. This is all about lines and shapes. There's these beautiful wave shapes of the body, the choice of wardrobe, the pose. It's just a series of lines and curves that are just so eye-catching. And even in her face, the lines in her face, the way her lips are curled, her eyebrows, her hairstyle, it's just a series of lines and curves. Beautiful.
Thank you so much for your comment. Gary, talk to us about the print quality and that choice of matting, please.
Yeah, I was noticing a couple of things about the actual, the production for the paper.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like this is a high contrast image, you can tell by the fall off from light to shadow, but the way that this was produced in the paper choice just gives it a real softness that I think just really hammers it home. You got to see this thing in print. I don't think digital does this justice. But the way that it's basically two tones, right? If there's a picture in the dictionary next to zone system, I don't know if zone system's in the dictionary, like this should be the picture there, but all the different tones, and then you also get to enjoy that in from the matte because you have the key line around the matte, and then the edge of the paper, and then the gray, and then the black, and then the gray, and then the white. It's almost like just a target leading you right to that face, which is the perfect amount of tonality. It's just all beautifully drawn together with that final bit of paper choice and presentation to make you look exactly where you're supposed to.
What's the zone system?
Oh, good question. Look it up in the dictionary and just say, get a book on photography, Jerry. It'll help.
I should program. All right. Go. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Okay, Andrew is nodding, looking gleefully at this image. First impression, mate?
I mean, just the use of light is just giving this such an ethereal and just almost biblical kind of statement for me. I just really appreciate the lighting and how that's controlled, and the chiaroscuro of the shadow light. Beautifully executed.
Wonderful. What's chiaroscuro? Kelly, I know, I've got to read more. ChatGPT it. Talk to us about this image, Kelly, please.
Oh, I love how you talked about those directions, the directional lighting here coming down towards that beautiful, beautiful pregnant woman here. And placing her on that box, it's so statuesque. And it's really putting her in her prime. And I feel the expression on her face, the way that it's posed so beautifully up towards that light, and she's just drawing it all in. So it's got so much emotion to it. And the way that it's layered again here, we're seeing so much depth within that, and that beautiful control of that light is what's giving us that depth.
Wonderful. Thank you. Gary, you were eager to give us that
Just
final comment.
A quick comment on the absolute perfection of this monochromatic color palette and a slightly warm matte to hammer it home, like making that matte match the image. All of that warmth adds to the emotional impact of the image, and just a little technical tweak at the end. If this had the wrong color matte, I think you just lose that warmth and connection in the end. So this is just that warm, creamy color to match the warmth. It's just a great choice.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great comments. Next print, please. Michelle, you're visibly moved by this. Tell us, what's your first impression?
I'm obsessed with the color palette. I mean, to see a color palette like this for a maternity image is taking a real risk. That yellow, burnt yellow, orange, matched with her skin tone, the perfect highlight on her cheekbone, that perfect profile of her face. I'm obsessed with this image. It's so beautiful. So well done.
Great comment. Thank you. I'm sure the maker appreciates that comment. Kate, you're gleefully looking at this. You've got this big smile on your face.
It strikes me with this idea conceptually of Mother Nature. just her hair has turned into this bouquet of flowers, and her gaze looks so regal. From a technical standpoint, the light on her face is just magnificent, and it's just, you know, highlighting her gaze. And then, of course, the use of lines and the way she's posed. There's a million ways you could have posed this, and it's just posed with such power and such a regal nature. And I just see this Mother Nature, but turned on its side with use of color.
Thank you, great comment. Kelly, what do you feel about the print quality? We've sort of touched upon it, but go a bit deeper than that with
Oh yeah, the paper choice here for me, and Michelle used, you know, so many amazing words to describe the color palette here, but the paper choice for me is what's really brought out the tonality throughout all of those colors. They're bold, they're vibrant, and the depth within the print quality here, only a paper like this, and I'm not exactly sure what paper it is, but it's got this beautiful sort of fine art texture to it, which is allowing us to see all of that beautiful tonality from those darker skin tones right through to those really vibrant reds, which can be really hard to print here. And I love that it's just that little bit bigger within the matte, this print. I didn't, you know, sometimes we go a little bit too small, but here, big and bold, it stands out.
It's wonderful. All right, that's the last print. We'll take that off. How about a round of applause for our photographers and our judges for doing such an amazing job? You guys are in sync straight away. It's incredible. I'm appreciating you guys as a fellow artist. I think this is incredible. I hope you guys are enjoying it, watching at home as well. What we are going to do now, we've been mentors now for the past 45 minutes. Now we're going to be a little bit judgy. So what's going to happen is, after a short break, the judges will basically reset. They'll stand in front of all the prints, and they'll rank them from what they want to win all the way down. So we're celebrating them, but now they're going to basically say what's going to be the standout and where we're going to go. So we'll be back right after a short break, and we'll see you soon.
For over 100 years, Nikon has pursued the art of imaging. Since 2005, Red redefined what is possible in digital cinema. Now, two icons unite to break boundaries in motion, empowering creators, chasing their cinematic vision. With Red's color science in a compact body, Nikon expands what's possible for filmmakers everywhere. Introducing the Nikon ZR. For the love of cinema, let's bring stories to life. With the Nikon ZR, born cinematic.
We're just logging in the judges for our console, but in the meantime, just so you know, you can actually celebrate these images yourself by looking at the trade show. So the trade show, we have every single print that's being judged and looked at right now. You'll be able to absorb them and have fun with them. We actually have our own app. Now, what does this app do? Basically, when you see these banners, these two banners, and a few posters in and around the actual gallery, I want you, if you haven't already, download this app. It's the I Am Iconic app. And what will happen is that if you see a print with a teal dot, it will actually give you more content. So you scan the image, it comes up, and then you'll be able to see how the image was made, some BTS video, some people show the layers in Photoshop. It's an incredible learning experience. I think we have about 70 plus images of the 240 odd images with that extra content. So make sure you get in there, have some fun, and yeah, it's incredible. Also, awards night, in case you don't know, make sure you dress to impress. Doors will open at 7 p.m. The show will start promptly at 7:30. This is Tuesday, March the 3rd. Tuesday, March the 3rd. So make sure you eat before then. You're going to have an early dinner, otherwise it's going to be a bit of an issue. Or get a power bar or something like that. So 7 o'clock doors open, 7:30 it'll start, and then we'll finish at about 9:30, and there's an after party at the Voodoo Lounge. You ready, baby?
All right, guys, sorry about that delay. The judges are now, we're just waiting to go back live, I forgot. I don't need it, I don't need it. All right, everyone. Sorry for that delay. The judges are already in the process of looking at all the prints in the gallery, and they are selecting their choices for first, second, and third place. So during this time, we're going to ask everyone to just hang tight, stay seated. That allows the judges to have the space that they need to look at the images, and it also allows everyone who's watching us online to be able to also view the process as if they were in the room without any cameras being blocked and that kind of thing. So we will just let them take their time, and we'll let you know when we're ready. Okay, we are ready. The judges have made their decision, and so that now officially concludes the maternity category. Huge thank you, yes, congratulations to all of our finalists. We will announce those winners Tuesday night at our awards ceremony, so please make sure that you join us there. And don't forget, you can see all of these images up close on the trade show floor starting on Tuesday when the trade show opens, and so you get to see those beautiful prints up close as well. Huge thank you to Mark Rosetto and the Professional Photography Business Network for sponsoring the maternity category. Also, just so you know, remember I told you if you've never heard about it, you gotta go check it out. They're also having a special at the moment where you can get a 3-month membership completely free. So there's absolutely no risk. You can go check it out. There's so many resources available. You probably need more than 3 months to get through them all. Just use the code WPPI26, WPPI26 at pbbnonline.com, and you can take advantage of that. That concludes this category. We're now going to transition to our next category, which is the newborn and babies category. We need just a minute just to get our judges all set up, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or special financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Time saved, space reclaimed, simplified workflow, designed by photographers, engineered for precision. Innovation should feel effortless. When your setup disappears, your vision remains. Modular by design, built to adapt. When your environment works seamlessly, your attention shifts from setup to story. Behind every powerful image is a studio that disappears.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll get this right by the third category. Big welcome to everyone joining us online again. Thanks to Nikon's generous support, we are able to share this with everyone around the world. We're now ready to begin our next category. We're still in the portrait division, sponsored by Westcott. The next category in this division is the newborn and babies category. So all of the subjects that you're about to see are under the age of 1 year old. They can be photographed individually or in a group. And just as with the rest of the portrait division, photographers were allowed to beautify, correct, finesse their image, but they weren't allowed to use any compositing or any really extensive post-production in their images. This category is sponsored by Baby Dream Backdrops. This is a wonderful, we met them last year. They're a wonderful family-owned company, truly some of the kindest people I have ever met in my life. They've been designing backdrops since 2009, and they have some absolutely incredible creations that they've made, patterns and scenes. They have everything from X drops to floor drops, but really what has amazed me is they have something called a Dream Easy Studio system, and that's what you guys have to definitely go check out. We heard about it last year, and then we filled our studio with them. They're just this amazing interlocking system that they've created, and every detail has been thought of. They're so easy to set up in your studio, and even the fabric has silicone edges, so you can just pop them in and out of the frames. It makes it so easy. We got one, and then we went back and had to fill the rest of our studio with them. It's just a great design that they have, and that's from Baby Dream Backdrops. So thank you to them for sponsoring the newborn and baby category. Now I'm going to turn everything over to our next chairperson, who is the amazing Tony Hewitt. Tony is an Icon Grandmaster. Yay, Tony, welcome.
Thank you.
He's an Icon Grandmaster. He's an incredible creative. He's based in Perth, Australia, so he came from a very long way to be here with us. And he started his career, believe it or not, photographing weddings. Tony's photographed over 1,000 weddings. That is quite a career. He now focuses mainly on commercial and landscape photography, which is just absolutely mind-boggling. His work is beautiful, but beyond that, he's also part of the core team here at Icon Awards, and we have many long conversations just talking about the entire process, and Tony is such a good ear and has so many wise words as we try to navigate everything. So we truly appreciate Tony's work behind the scenes as well. So now, Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you and our panel of judges.
Thank you very much, Melissa, and I'm just proud to be called Melissa's friend. And it's an absolute privilege to follow in the footsteps of Melissa's husband in this chair. Otherwise, we shall remain nameless. I really missed not being here last year. Although it was a hard toss-up because I was standing on icebergs looking at penguins, and that's why I couldn't be here. But I did have a moment, I said to Melissa and her husband, that I had a moment there, I was sort of looking at this penguin and I'm thinking, yeah, if you had to be somewhere else, this isn't a bad swap, but I am missing everybody. So I'm really pleased to be back, and particularly because I have a real passion for this part of the process. The idea that we get to respect the work and the decision-making that's gone into seeing the final print. And I don't know if you've ever stopped to think about it, but you know, the print that comes around here is the culmination and the end point of a multitude of infinite decisions made. Lens choices, exposure choices, locations, times of day, editing choices. There's so many decisions, micro decisions that go into producing the final print. And that's why we make sure we get the best judges that we can to come forward to explain to the audience, to open up as to what it was that allowed this particular print that's sitting in front of them to make the finals. And to be part of that process, to have the opportunity to sit and listen to the wise words of our esteemed panel is truly a privilege. To be here, to share with everybody else who comes along, the people in the room and those of you at home, Scott Johnson, I hope you're watching, I didn't forget. Again, it's just a privilege to be part of it, and I hope you all get something out of it. Whether it's your print or somebody else's, if you've ever been a part of this process in any way, you'll realise that every print that comes up and every comment made will teach you something. You may not always agree with the judges, but I think it's important as a creative and in terms of your growth as a creative to listen to all perspectives and understand that not everybody's going to see a print or an image the exact same way. So we're in for a treat. We've already had a great start to today. Thank you to the judges and Melissa's husband in that opening. And now as Melissa's friend, I hope I do justice to the process as well. We are now looking at the newborn baby or newborn and baby in the portrait division. And I just quickly introduce the judges. We have a couple of judges from the previous panel, but joining that panel are Natalie Lassini. Thank you, Natalie, for joining us. And Natalie, you are an associate of Icon. Gary, sorry? Triple associate. I'm looking at my notes and it's not there right. But anyway, I think you should be a quadruple associate. I think I'm going to promote you. As Melissa's friend, I'm allowed to do that. Gary Hughes. And Gary, you are an associate as well, but you're probably a double or a triple or something, are you?
I have
No idea.
No idea. Michelle, you're just a lovely, beautiful, creative, wonderful, talented woman who's also an associate. Michelle Salentano. Kate Scaglione, I believe you're also a associate. We're all good friends. We're associated to each other. And of course, Mark Rosetto. Mark, I believe you're a master with Icon as well. Thanks for joining us. And he's also from Australia. That's why he sounds funny as well. And Mark's just spent a bit of time with his lovely wife having a look at your beautiful national park. Sister, was it? My apologies. Nearly got you in trouble. I could have said something else, couldn't I? But yeah, you've just been looking at Zion and Bryce and exploring this beautiful country that is America, or USA. So with that, let's move on to the Portrait Division Newborn Baby, and we'll have the first print, please. And as our judges have a look, what you'll find, as you notice with Melissa's husband, which I'll start to call Jerry, just so you know who he is, we're going to invite the judges to explain to us what was the first impression? What was the very first thing that impacted them as a judge when the print came around? And then we'll ask another judge perhaps to break that down into the strengths of the image, the concept, how it was executed, what were some of the stronger characteristics of the print, and then maybe a third judge might just add on to that anything that was missed. But now that they've had a bit of a look, Kate's looking at me with longing eyes saying, I think I have something to say. Kate, what was the first impression that hit you when this came around?
Thank you. The very first thing that struck me are the leading lines of the fabric that just leads you right into the two infant subjects. I also think it was an amazing choice of color because opposite tones on the color wheel, it's almost like this green with this orange or warm hue of their skin, just magnificent. And of course there's the pose, which is just so unique and adds such warmth to the whole impression of the image.
Thanks, Kate. Gary, you're leaning right in there, obviously dissecting the image. And
That's what you get for leaning in. You get called on.
Break it down for us, mate.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to talk about the emotional impact of the image, and maybe because everybody sees images differently. I've got so many kids, and so from the perspective of a parent, you know, when all you really want for your kids is, God, if they just love each other and are nice to each other, you can die feeling like you did a good job. And so this emotional connection between the two, I'm assuming twins, is just incredibly powerful. And the photographer has crafted a pose, and we know that they're probably asleep and that this wasn't a real tender moment between them, but it's so beautifully posed, it's believable as this has actually happened. And even to the little tiny smirk on left twins, you know, little face, and the crafting of that with, you know, as Kate said, there's a beautiful composition to it. But ultimately what it does is it just tells you exactly where to look at once you get past the feeling of this moment. And so I think it's just emotionally impactful is why this stands out so much. But the technical craft of the pose behind it is what really sells it. Because you could smush a baby's face onto another baby's face pretty easily. You know, they're sleeping, they can't fight you. And even if they're awake, you could probably beat them up. But like the way that it's all put together sells the whole thing so that it just suspends that disbelief completely. And then all those other choices, the color, the composition, just support it. Ultimately, the incredible technical aspect of it doesn't take away from the emotional aspect of it. You just see it and fall in love immediately.
Yeah, and this one had a title. I should have read it first, but I was interested to see how you picked that up. But You and Me, Little Brother, which just supports everything you said, really, quite nicely.
Love it.
Mark, anything to add to that?
Yeah, Gary kind of said it all in the one sentence. But the technical side, we see the emotion first, and you'd like drawn into like, oh, that's so nice. But then you looked at the control of the lighting, the textures, the colors. Like, it's such a shallow depth of field that the photographer got it absolutely spot on to just draw your eye into the image. And like we said with the blanket going around, all eyes go straight to that little smushy hiss.
Thank you, Mark. Let's have the next print, please. Thanks, judges. Okay, Miss Lassini, Natalie, could you please tell us what hit you first? What was the impression?
It was just the graphic nature of the center composed image. It looks like art. And when you think of a newborn, this is not a classic, representation. I think it was really brilliantly done.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, maybe break that down as to what makes this work so well.
Let's talk about the bevel edge on that inside mat that brings that white edge that brings you right into the image. There's a lot that brings your eye into the image, the brightness of the baby, but there's a double mat here, and the top mat is a black bevel and the lower mat is a white bevel. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, and I really think that was, as you mentioned, all the little decisions. That was one of the best little decisions for this image, because that white line around just really brings you in. I mean, it's circular in nature, but that bevel is what brings you all the way in.
Kate, yeah.
I think what struck me immediately was, the baby is the mandala, which is this symbolic fabric here. And from a cultural standpoint, that's like peace and harmony and all of these other things. And I think that it was just such a creative way to create a concept of the baby as coming into this world in peace and in harmony, and just the cultural significance of that with the baby. It's just a very unusual newborn concept, and so beautifully done. The color choice too, I think I would say, is just so harmonious.
Okay, thanks judges, that's great. We'll have the next print, please. This print has a title. Say cheese. Okay, Mark, what was just the first impression, the first thing that hits you?
The first impression is it just makes you smile and hungry at the same time.
Why? What made you smile?
What made you smile? Just the expression is just captured so well in the placement of the image, the bead ears, the bead eyes, the bead smile. And actually, initially, I thought, we just looked, it's like, is the paper got a bend in it? But the photographers controlled the lighting so well in this that it looks like it's 3D, but it's obviously not. And it's just created that first initial impact. And the big bold print. So many people can print something so small, but they've gone, you know what, stuff it, I'm going all the way, I'm just going to throw it all out there, you're going to be impacted straight away, and we've got this. It's brilliant.
Kate, would you like to break that down a bit further for us? Thanks.
I just think that the concept is so original with the composition. It's just very graphic. It's more of a graphic design, I think. And it was just such a unique choice to make in terms of the colors. I think it's the yellow that just makes you smile. I had the same initial reaction where I just couldn't stop smiling looking at this image between the color, the expression, and then this composition. Almost the circles are leading you towards the baby, so I go right to the top. In sort of a line, so it's just so well done.
Thanks, Kate. Anybody else, or are we good? We'll move on to the next print. Thank you. This print has a title, Thread of Life. Michelle, your first impression of this image as it came around?
My first impression is I just want to keep looking at it, getting closer to it, and seeing more of it. The title really does add a lot to this print in terms of the hands almost knitting sort of that DNA strip for that little baby, the oval mat mimicking the shape of DNA strand that I'm looking at, the leaves that are coming off of it. The execution and the originality here are outstanding, and that's why it's here.
Gary, perhaps open this up a little more and just tell us a bit more about what it takes to create an image like this, what's gone into it.
Yeah, I think that I'm always impressed when a newborn image has such strong storytelling to it. And one of the marks of great art is that sometimes you're left with more questions than answers. And in this one, I like the non-traditional, there's a lot of moms in maternity stuff. So I love the strong masculine hairy arms and the hands up there, which begs a question like, what more is the story here? Because we've obviously got some kind of double helix nod to DNA mixed with this beautiful organic structure of leaves and life growing out of it and a baby at the bottom. And so all of this is just really solid on many technical levels. It's just the thought that goes into the layers and layers of storytelling. And the longer you look at this, the more you want to know what it's about. And so I think that it's next level portrait work. And I know that's exactly why that it's here, because you can just live in this for a while. And I really want to know what's going on. I almost said crochet, but they have a hook, don't they? It's a knitting needle. Okay, good. All right, I want to make sure I know the difference. But it takes a really interesting color palette here is I think also what's selling it, because everything is white and gray and monochromatic, except for the two things that counterbalance the top and bottom of the image, which is you've got the baby at the bottom and the hands at the top, the arms at the top. And so that really tells you exactly what they're looking, creates a really beautiful balance physically in the image as well. So just really strong, really well done.
Anybody have something to add? Kate, yeah?
I mean, just conceptually, this just gives this theme of ancestry. I didn't see hairy arms. I saw age spots on the arms. And to me, it seems like an ancient grandmother in past generations, just kind of weaving. It's a beautiful concept. And I don't even know how the maker thought of this, but it's really unique.
Thanks, Kate. All right, we'll have the next print, please. This print also has a title, Brave New World. Kate, you look perplexed. So I'm going to ask you, what was the first impression as this came around?
I'm very moved by it emotionally, and I can't figure out what the right emotion is, but I think that a great image really does move you emotionally, and I keep looking at it to determine not just the story, but my interpretation of the story. So I think that's the look of perplex you see on my face. To me, this kind of conceptually gives a nod to science and infertility and things like that, preservation, I don't know. It was a really unique choice by the artist to do this, and it's not what you would expect for a newborn portrait. I think that's what makes this art, truly, because there's so many things that you could discuss about this image.
Okay, Natalie, let's discuss so many things about this image.
The originality is just, I've never seen anything like this, and I've been here over a decade. I think it was a brilliant concept. To agree with what Kate said, it was a nod to infertility, robotics, possibly IVF, but the light and the quality of the light, the direction of the light, it was so well done. You can see the highlight on the nose, the hand placement. It almost looks like it's the baby's in the womb, and you sort of have this secondary view. You know, as mothers, we go through so much to have children, and you know, you're so sometimes desperate to have a baby. I know that's how I felt with my second especially. And so I think the monochromatic color palette, you know, the choice of the matte, there were so many decisions that really created, it looks like a work of art, because our children are our art, and it's just beautifully done, well done.
Gary, maybe just a quick comment on the choice of a black matte, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that this is a great example with this matte choice of almost creating a target to tell people where to look, dark and dark and light again, and it matches the tones in the image. And I think that when you pick a low-key image, your eye goes to the area of highest contrast typically. And so it is a really bold choice to do that thick white border around the image, but I think it's really congruent with how the rest of the image is designed, and it almost mimics like the kind of lighting that you're getting from the thing itself. I don't even think we even covered how great and well managed the lighting is, but I think it's perfectly appropriate. A white matte, I don't think you'd have gotten to the baby as quickly. And the black matte makes the baby the hero of the image. And I think that's a really great choice for this.
Just quickly maybe expand on the lighting. You referenced it. A couple of people have referenced it, but just a bit more.
Yeah, well, you've got a reflective surface, and you've got a subject that's lit from both behind and from in front through a reflective surface. And you're also lighting, you know, the reflective surfaces of the robotic arms and hands all the way around. There's just a technical aspect to this. It's just a perfect marriage of incredible technical ability and then high concept art at the same time. And so the concept is so strong, you miss how clever the lighting is on this image.
Thank you. Well said. Next print, please. This print has a title, Joy and Sorrow Side by Side. Kate, I'm going to go to you again for that first impression because I can see that it impacted you straight away.
I think the artist chose a beautiful title because at first glance, when they first put it up, I didn't understand the significance of the concept. And once I heard the title of the image, it is such an emotional image because it's talking about infant loss. And just the way this was done with such sensitivity and beauty and just simplicity. It's a very, very powerful image conceptually and emotionally.
Mark, can you maybe break down the construct of this image and how it was put together?
Yeah, putting this together is just masterfully done. Obviously the story's there, but going from dark to light with the lighting is just done absolutely exceptionally well, which then enhances that emotional feeling, and it just really kind of gets you in the heart. Also the technical part of the paper choice, they could have chosen anything, but there's so much texture in the baby's the clothing and then the blankets. Anything else would have been too kind of messy, and and because of that, it's so super clear. It's photographed really well. The lighting's just coming across all in the right directions, and that little hand that touches the pillow is kind of like gone but not forgotten kind of scenario. And the photographer's done an exceptional job.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie.
So no one's yet mentioned the little heart in the left corner. You know, it's a heartbeat. It also reflects the loss of the twin, and it brings great symmetry. It brings your eye from the top right corner through to the baby, and it creates incredible balance. And it just, you know, it's sad. You know, so many people go through loss in pregnancy, and unfortunately, he lost his twin. But I think that the heart placement was really well done.
Also, I just was going to make a point about the black core, black matte, which we rarely see. And in this sort of listening to the narrative and the emotional, impact of the image, I think that's quite supportive of that as well. It's not often you see that matte. Okay, next print, please. This image has a title, Live and Let Live. All right, Gary, I heard a little chuckle come from you, from someone who has how many children? 14?
17.
First impression.
First impression, and there's a whimsy to it, and there are many layers to it. And without breaking down the details, I'll leave that for somebody else. It just gives you a lot to look at, and the longer you look at it, the better it gets. And so it draws you in immediately. Like, it took me a full 15 seconds to get to the cookie, and that, which is like the point of the whole thing, you know. Like, so I just absolutely love it. It's very, very interesting, and has very a lot of whimsy and warm feelings right away. But the technical get broken down by somebody else. But makes me smile. Really beautiful.
I can see Michelle nodding there, so she's going to break it down for you.
I really enjoy the idea of this underground world happening under, this baby's crib, and, the fact that that little mouse came up for a bite of that cookie, but there's this, it's this dreamlike world underneath the floor. But is it really a dream? Because that mouse is there getting a piece of that cookie. Like, there's a reality in a dreamlike state. So the creativity and the artistry that went into this is really beautiful. And when you get up close and see this in the gallery, and you should, every single mouse in the bottom part of that image is really beautifully lit. So it's not just lighting that baby, but it's lighting all of those other aspects within the image that makes it so brilliant.
Thanks, Michelle. Mark, you had something to add? No?
Yeah, just a really quick one. Like, the photographer could have absolutely just done the top half and stopped, and there's still a great story there. But, this is the part of the reason why these images are in these awards, is because of going, well, I'm not going to stop there. Like, what else can we put into it that's not going to overtake, but it's going to complement the image, but then give it that little bit of extra kick? And all those little characters at the bottom, they do that. And then the narrative of the story even gets expanded even more, and you appreciate it more. And this is definitely one in the gallery that you should see.
I don't know if it's obvious to everyone, but this is based on a children's story, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. So there's a bigger story in this, and I think it was just brilliant that they played off a literature like that.
Thanks, Kate. Next print, please. Title, Through Thick and Thin. Natalie, first impressions of this one?
I mean, this resonates personally. My middle was a NICU baby, and she had the tape strips, and she was on oxygen. She was in there for 2 weeks. So for me, it tugged at my heartstrings. It brought me back to a really vivid, difficult 2 weeks when my daughter was, 5 pounds. And when we finally got her out of the hospital, I mean, we were so relieved that she was okay. And so to me, this one is very emotional.
All right, let's go to Kate. Can you break this down a little bit for us?
I think that the color choice here in black and white makes it very poignant. There's a lot of storytelling here. This one hit me emotionally very hard when I first looked at it, like Natalie was just saying. And I think it would be a totally different image. If it was in color, you would get almost a different story. There's a level of reverence and poignancy and just something sacred about what's going on here. The way it's lit so softly is very gentle, but at the same time it's very bold, so you get the significance of the story, but the lighting actually makes it hopeful and soft.
Thanks, Kate. Michelle, particularly on, posing hands is a really big challenge for a lot of people.
It is a challenge.
How's this been handled here?
This baby is being uplifted by, in my mind, parental hands. I think not only is the posing of the hands really well done, the fall off of that light is really well done, because those arms could be easily overlit and take over away from the baby's face, and they're not. Just the way that, dad's thumbs, I'm assuming their dad, is holding up the baby from that, from this leg and his arm, and mom wraps around it. It's really beautifully done, but I really hats off in my mind, to the lighting, and the lighting not being overdone or taking away from that baby.
Thanks, Michelle. We'll go to the next print, please. No title. Mark, first impression.
First impression, so much control of lighting. Like you're working with so much highlights and shadows, dark skin and bright white flowers, yet you can still see all that texture through it. Then you've got the different shapes that are rolling through the image. Really just, your eyes just continuously flow from light to dark and light to dark, but they do land on the faces. And I think the color that the faces and how they're lit are just, you go around, you come on back, you go around, you come on back. And this is why these images work so well, is that they don't lead you off the page, they don't take you astray. It's everything's purposely placed and purposely put, and the expression and the love and the tenderness is just done exceptionally well.
Gary, can you maybe break this down a little more as to how this image was constructed and the strengths?
Yeah, I think I was just sitting here thinking about why does this work so well? And there's some practical and artistic choices that kind of come together to make this really, really cleverly and beautifully handled. So I'm looking at the posing of the mom's legs. Like you're choosing where every body part goes in a portrait, right? And look at how those legs are just designed perfectly to give you that leading line up into the two. And then I'm sitting here, why is that material? That is such a strong choice to put that bright material there, but it's balanced so perfectly. It also leads up from the other side. So the whole image has this kind of like beautiful support triangles leading all the way up. And from a practical sense, if you're going to do a nude of a woman who just recently gave birth, this is a great way to flatter their body as well while creating something artistic. So there's some really practical and artistic uses. And all of that being really just tasty and delicious, you end up on the bullseye center of the image is this incredible expression of a strong mother, a survivor, proud of what she made, and how she's so beautifully lit. I mean, that expression dead to camera, that like eye contact just says like, this is mine, this is what I got. So there's a lot of strength in it, done with a lot of softness wrapped around it. And I think that's a really cool juxtaposition of just a simple, strong portrait.
Thank you. And Michelle, a finishing comment?
I don't think we can pass this print by without talking about the paper choice, because it is a print competition and the paper choice is exquisite and really helps to allow for every single detail in the highlight and the shadows. So hats off to the maker for this incredible paper choice.
Thank you, Michelle. And that brings us to the end of the newborn and baby category in the portrait division. I want to thank the judges, Natalie, Gary, Michelle, Kate and Mark, for their wonderful comments. And as we pointed out earlier, both Melissa's husband and myself, our job here today is to unravel the mystery of what makes an image reach the finals. And that's what we're asking our judges to do, because often we get to see the final result, but we don't understand what goes on in their mind. You might notice that the person known as Jerry also, may ask at the beginning, like I have, what is the first impression? And what we're trying to do is almost reverse engineer the judging process. That when an image comes in front of a judge, what is the very first thing going through their mind? So if you're creating a print or creating an image for competition, you need to be able to think to yourself, well, what is the first thing the judges are going to notice? Because that's what gets a judge interested. And once a judge is interested in starting to want to know more about the print, they look in and they start to break it down into its strengths and weaknesses. So that's why our second judge generally is sort of looking at it going, well, here are the things that are making this such a great image. And of course, if there's anything missed, our third judge will sort of expand on that. But thank you, judges. We're now going to take a commercial break and we'll be back a little bit later with Melissa. Thank you.
we're at the Graphistudio factory. We're an hour north of Venice. We service over 20,000 photographers around the world in 164 countries, and this facility is known as a state-of-the-art facility. We have gone through some renovation the last 2 years to be able to create a very efficient workflow to help our customers receive our fine art products very efficiently in a very short amount of time. Most of our fine art products take 10 business days in production, which is phenomenal when you consider the fact that most of these products are handcrafted by artisans. They have worked in the factory for generations. They take so much pride in what they do and the product that they are providing our customers around the world. We're preserving memories for you to be able to cherish for many generations, and that makes us extremely proud and privileged to be able to provide that to the industry. Graphistudio is always evolving and innovating product that will change lives. The fact of the matter is that we're never still. We're moving forward. We have 80 new products that we're going to be launching by the end of the year. From wall art to albums, we are innovators for this industry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that the judges have all discussed the images that we saw in this category, they're just going to take a few minutes to look at them overall and then decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. So there'll be no discussions during this time. They'll quietly select who they personally would like to see win the category, and we'll stay seated as well because it'll only take a few minutes, and that way we can keep all the cameras clear so everyone who's watching from home can also see the view, and we'll let you know when we're ready. Okay, everyone, the judges have chosen their winners for this category, so that officially concludes the newborn and baby category. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you again so much to Baby Dream Backdrops, who sponsored this category, and of course to Westcott, who is sponsoring the entire portrait division. With that, we're now going to transition to our next category, which is the children category. We need just a couple minutes to get our panel of judges seated, so sit tight. We'll be back with you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to all of you guys here in our judging room and to everyone joining us online, thanks to Nikon. Just before we begin, I want to tell you guys about a really cool feature that we are going to have in our print gallery that is on the trade show floor that will begin on Tuesday. If you haven't walked through the print gallery before, you absolutely have to. I know you guys in the room and online are seeing the images on the screen, but it doesn't look at all like what the judges are seeing. They're getting to see the real life print, and a screen just doesn't render it the same way, it never will. So the judges don't look at the screen, that's why their backs are to the screen. They're only looking at the print, so you guys have to go through the gallery and just see what they were talking about with the colors and the tones, and it really just makes it all come to life. But this really cool feature that we have is that a lot of the artists that are finalists sent us a video in related to their images. It could be some behind the scenes footage of how they created that image. It could be the photographer explaining what the story is behind it. There's so many in there. So when you go to the gallery, there's a big banner with the QR code. It just takes you directly to the Apple Store or the Google Play Store where you can download the free Icon Awards app. You open that app and you scan any image in the gallery that has a teal dot on the gallery card. So every image has a card attached to it. If there's a teal dot, it means that there's a video associated with that. You open up the app, you scan it with your phone, and a video will automatically start playing from the photographer. It is so cool. There's so many great stories. There's so many great making of videos. It's just really awesome. So you gotta go check it out. As a reminder, we are looking at images in the portrait division, which is sponsored by Westcott. And our next category in this division is the children category. So all of the subjects that you're gonna see here are between the ages of 1 and 12 years old. Just like with the other categories in the portrait division, photographers were allowed to finesse and beautify and correct their image, but no composites are allowed in this category. And this category is sponsored by Tog Drop Solutions, which I think is really appropriate. Tog Drop Solutions offers all kinds of solutions to have your paper rolls and your backdrops hanging mounted to your floor or onto your walls or onto light stands to keep everything nice and clear in your studio, which if you've ever photographed kids before, you know how chaotic that can get. So the more organized all your paper rolls are, the better it is. And they offer some really awesome solutions to do that. Also super exciting, all of our third place winners are gonna receive a paper core insert from Tog Drop Solutions. This is the coolest thing. If you've ever worked with a seamless paper roll, you know how annoying it is when you're unrolling or trying to roll it up and it just keeps going and it's unfurling, and then you've got like 2 massive clamps on each side and you're just trying to keep it in place, or you're rolling it up and it rolls up crooked. So these inserts go inside your seamless and it keeps them all nice and neat and even, and it makes them stop so they don't keep unfurling. It's really awesome. So all of our third place winners are gonna receive that on Tuesday night. So we're really excited about that. Our chairperson for this category is Jerry Ghionis, so I am going to turn you over into the very capable hands of Jerry and our new panel of judges.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I believe I need a round of applause, and I'll tell you why. No, I'm going to tell you why. Let me just hear me out for a moment. If I didn't seduce her, if I didn't marry her 15 years ago, we all wouldn't be here right now. So round of applause for me being amazing. All right. Okay, thank you so much for being here, guys. Michelle Solentano, welcome back. Thank you so much. Mark Rosetto. Little known fact, we worked together back in Australia at the same studio, so thank you so much for being here. Love your friendship and your support at the Icon Awards. Heidi Margosi, great hair day. Thank you so much. And let's continue with the great hair day. Chloe Ramirez, thank you so much. The bangs are awesome. In Australia, we call it a fringe. And it doesn't make sense. Who bang? It's like she bangs. Like, what is this? A Ricky Martin song? I don't know. I'm going to call it a fringe. Okay. Michael Novo. You got a good hair day too. Relatively speaking. Between your beard and mine, you're the soft side of Velcro. I'm the hard side of Velcro. So if we attach, got to be careful. Got to rip each other off. All right, guys, can't wait to get into it. You got to have fun. You got to experience joy. This is what it's all about. We're celebrating images. We're bringing attention to what's been done well with the images. Why are they in the finals in the first place? I can't wait to see our first print, please. Thank you so much. Bright future. Mark, grab the mic. First impression. Well, Mike, why not? Okay, we'll switch since you've got the better hair day.
Yeah, the image almost speaks for itself, really, even without a title. It's, as a parent myself, you put your. Is your child doing it because they really want to, or are they doing it and accomplishing because you really want to? And so the story just immediately pops right in your face.
Thank you so much. And let me see. Heidi, break down the technical aspects of this, like the concept it was touched upon, execution and technique, please.
Yeah. First of all, I think the lighting has been handled so exquisitely. It's soft, but it really draws you in. Obviously, the center of focus here is on this beautiful little child who is a little bit disgruntled, even though she's won all these fabulous awards. But technically speaking, I encourage you to sort of lean in, even to the texture on the back of the wall that's been so beautifully handled. And tonally, it's so pleasing. Everything just feels kind of dreamy, but technically speaking, they've handled this really well.
Great comment. It's interesting because we have a minimum, longest length would be 10 inches of a print. This is actually larger. Michelle, talk to us about that choice. And sometimes I think in past competitions we often hide behind the minimum size, but this is unadulterated, large, ready to rock. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the size of the image in comparison to the mat is purposeful. It's not shrunken. It's made to be, as large as it is. And I think because she's having big feelings, you know, this little girl is not thrilled that she's being pushed to this level of excellence, and it's like she's weighed down by it. Like the overall aspect of her life is larger than she can handle, and I think that makes the spatial awareness of the image important as well. Like everything is just too big, too much, and I think that speaks to the placement of the image on the mat.
It's interesting too, because there's so many stories you can read in. Obviously, there's an obvious one there, but obviously, is it against her will? Perhaps that's what we're sort of looking at. Or maybe it's just so easy for her, and she's like, all right, I'll do it because my parents, I'll wait till I'm 18, then I'll do something that I want. But you never know. Great storytelling, great comments. Thank you so much. Next print, please. See in color. Chloe, I know you appreciate a really beautiful color palette. Talk to us about that.
I do. What strikes me about this image is the age of the girl. I have kids ranging from 10 and up, so maybe 12 it seems, and I know firsthand how hard it is to photograph this age, and she is telling so much with her eyes, and to get your subject this comfortable in front of the camera, it's just really, really well done. Beautiful.
Thank you, great comment. Michael, tell us about how you would achieve this in camera, because as we know with this particular category in this division that we're in, yes, post-production is allowed, but we can't go too far. How would you achieve this and maybe go a bit deeper in the image?
Yeah, you know, you start sort of counting your light sources, and the most difficult one that probably folks would question is how did that happen is on the face, and so using sort of the, what's it, like a gobo or like the...
Like an optical spot perhaps, something like that?
Yeah, and so really targeting that and then putting a multicolored gel in there is one great way to do that. And that separation, that being a direct hard light that's then softened by an additional blue light that's coming around, and then the pink light. And then furthermore, the take there in terms of taking the image and making it very, very kind of soft and dreamy on the bottom and moving to this hard contrast up top, I think that takes it up to that additional level. The maker could have simply stopped and had the same sort of contrast and texture going from top to bottom, but that extra little bit is really what kicks it up an additional notch.
Excellent. Heidi, tell us a bit more about the color palette in terms of the physical print. Michael touched upon it, but also how it could be risky, but why did it pay off?
Yeah, I think, the overall impact when you first see this image is just, it's so dreamy. You've got this beautiful tonal gradient that's going from the purple hue to the pink hue, and as you mentioned, it sort of softens in the sort of bottom of the print. It's unique and it's eye-catching, but you can't help but sort of wonder at how this was created and how masterfully it was lit, because as you said, quite a few lights are going into the making of this, and it just looks easy, which I think is really beautiful. It's just giving this easy on the eyes appeal.
I like the way you sort of summed that up. It's interesting because once something is done, usually something done well, it goes unnoticed, as in it's sort of effortless. Certainly when you break it down, as we did, fantastic. But wonderful celebration of this category. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Heidi, you had the biggest smile and the quickest smile.
It's joyful. How can you not smile when you look at this? It's just delightful. That initial impact, I dare you not to smile when you stand in front of this image. The first thing I also want to point out is a beautiful selection on the paper choice and on the matting here. It's just so effective.
Thank you so much. And Michelle, you've photographed 2 or 3 kids in your career?
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Just a couple.
Million.
This is so smartly done and executed. The idea of planes, boats, automobiles. Somebody had to take the time to craft each individual vessel that this baby is in, and create the image. And the high key is done so well, which is not easy to do. So the expression and the exuberance of the child just makes you happy, and it's really well executed.
Great comment. Mark, can you talk to us about the choice of having 3 images rather than just one, and the fact that it's stacked vertically?
Yeah, so when it comes to little boys, they love all things, planes, trains, cars, boats, and this little boy, he'll be in his element playing with these big elements. And being vertical and not horizontal really just keeps that eye just in the right positions, opposed to having to read left to right and come back left to right, left to right, left to right. You just you sit, and it sits well, and it's evenly balanced. And it'd be really interesting as a photographer to move the elements into different spots to see how it would feel, because then the leading lines would take you different places. But choosing the airplane on top just brings you down, and having that flat car at the bottom holds you so you don't fall off the page. So that's why it's really constructed with 3 images, because it tells more story, because it's all about storytelling.
Great comment. Isn't it interesting how many of us think we have to produce a fantastical image that's so groundbreaking, so many elements in there that makes it a wow, but something done so elegantly and so simple can make such an impact. So remember that. Just read the room of your creativity and execute. Have some fun. Great, thank you. Next print, please. Lost sheets in an ocean of paper. Chloe, you're admiring this. What's your first impression of this?
My first impression is the tones of this image are so almost muted, and there's a lot going on in it. So I think the tone is perfect because I'm able to focus on the subject matter here. I'm also really enjoying this muted color palette. We have, some rust colors from the accordion. There's a little green in there, a little bit of light tan and light blue, and the styling as well. It comes up into her makeup as well. I just think it's really well thought out image.
Thank you. A great comment. Michael, you're leaning forward with intrigue. Tell me.
Yeah, because I was kept asking myself, why do I like this image? And I think what I love about this is that this is where the maker begins to take all the rules, bend them and break them, and truly distort them, and adds an element of discomfort. The cropping feels a little bit tight. The hands now are sort of further forward than the face, and they start to appear a little bit larger. You've got almost the tilt that's happening. The accordion feels like it's causing that. The expression has this, saddish feel. The eyes feel just like they're staring right through you, and all of this discomfort is actually putting the entire story together, and I think that's the beauty of it. It's an image that if you just take that extra 3 seconds to pause, it really takes you to a different place. And then of course the color harmony finally kind of pulls it all together. You have the teal in the background and then the orange in the front, which is exactly what's guiding your eye to where it should go. Very well done.
Great comment. Heidi, tell us about the harmony and the chaos, because this could have gone horribly wrong with so many elements, but why does it work with so many of those pieces put together?
Yeah, I think we're often told less is more, but I think in this case more is more, and it works. There's been such detail and such intention put into the styling of this, and it could have been too much, but it actually really works. It gives us sort of this feast of the eyes, because we get to look at the image in every single corner and take in, the great detail and the great intention that's been put in. So I actually love looking at it, and I could stare at it for quite a while. I even love the composition that's just a little akimbo. It's just sort of, just slightly off, and I think that sort of helps tell the story as well, because, we've got this sort of carnival clown-like figure. I really enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Wonderful discussion. Thank you. Next print, please. Dream Destroyer. Okay, Mark, you lean forward, you lean back, you're digesting. Think out loud, please.
It's rad. That's my first thought. Rad. Like, it's just like, oh, you just want to dive in there and have a look at all the story and all the elements and all the placements and all the, like you just want to engulf in it and just see it. So that first initial impact is the expression. That expression of power, authority, of just that strong stance. And then from there, you dart around to everything else to really encapture what's happening. But the photographer's done exceptionally well in terms of capturing your attention first and going, wow. And then going, ooh, look at all the other really cool things that create the story.
Thank you. Great comment. Yeah, Michelle.
I think overall the balance between the highlights and the shadows are just spot on. Those blacks have so much detail in them, as well as the highlight. The sculpting of the face with the light is really beautiful. Got that highlight, that shadow under the cheek, and then that little bit of a highlight under. I really also appreciate the low camera angle of this image, that this person's like almost coming at you from above, but the eyes are not at the lens. The eyes are above. So I just think the maker handled the blacks and the highlights in this so beautifully.
And also, yeah, great comment, thank you. Think about it, this was also achieved in camera. Just so you know, like, we've accepted raw files along with the finished images for years, especially in the days of like now with AI and things like that. We verified the image. Melissa is there, like, literally clicking back and forth, back and forth. And even if we're still suspect that, you know what, how could this be achieved? Sometimes we'll ask for images, 3 images before, 3 images afterwards, just so that we know that this is what you're seeing is legit. Michael, can you talk to us a bit about the styling and the depth of this image?
Yeah, it's a very interesting aesthetic where the subject pops out, and you have this very muted backdrop. It's a very distinct kind of look and feel that I enjoyed very much, and the props don't look too proppy at all. I think that's beautifully done, and then it's tied together finally with a black mat that's going around the edge, and you know, white mats are wonderful, and I think that they absolutely have their place, but it's okay to go outside the box, and I think the maker did an amazing job with that.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. "10 years later." Okay, Michelle, you giggled. Give us, tell us what's in your mind right now.
This is just so fun. It's Brady Bunch, superhero, totally fun, done in camera. So, you know, all of the placement of all of the accessories, the words and the shapes are done in camera. So this took a lot of time, a lot of work. It has great impact when it just turns around. I want to be that little teenage girl, like, popping out.
Mm-hmm. Great comment. Chloe, maybe break it down a little bit further. Perhaps how could it have achieved in camera? And tell us, there's a story here, but it'd be nice to unpack it from your perspective.
Yeah, I think a lot of time as artists, we think we have to be so serious to enter a print competition. So this is just really lovely to see. I love seeing artists play and actually have fun. And I know this little girl's having fun. Like, look at her attitude. She's got that little switch in her hip. It looks like maybe the backdrop was handmade. You can see some texture in the paint if you look close, and it's just really, really beautiful.
Thank you, great comment. Mark, what are you seeing as you go closer to the print?
I'm just seeing such purpose and deliberate and power by this little girl. Like, it is a miracle girl. It's just such a, like, I've got a daughter pretty much the same age with the same amount of sass and the same amount of power, and this has been captured exceptionally well. And you do, this is one of those shots. It's like, how did they do that? Like, how is, like, it's like I'm trying to work it out, and sometimes you just can't. And that's the fun of this. That's the beauty of it. That you look at it and go, this is in camera, and it's like sometimes you don't need to know the answer. You can just enjoy it and be like, you know what? Photographer, you rock. That's awesome. Well played.
It's so interesting because whatever you see visually and stuff like that, I sort of create. Melissa has a sort of a different part of the job, and I'm like, is this in the children category? Is it? Do you know it's not composite allowed, whatever? And then she's like, no. You know, and then she'll basically just talk to us about every single image, about how it was created. So great discussion. Thank you so much. Well done to the maker. Next print, please. Here in color. Heidi, your first impression. I see you were enjoying that image.
Yeah, what a delicious color palette. The maker has handled this so beautifully. You know, there's quite a few areas where it could have been hot or bright, and they're so muted and so perfectly edited. I just really also love that we're sort of drawn into this story, and it makes you want to go dancing and listen to music. It's sort of like being invited to a rave in a print.
I love that. That's fantastic. Great comment. Michael, you know, Michael, yes. Break this down from a technical perspective, execution and technique.
Yeah, so often it's, you know, and I know that this has been said previously, but we're told less is more. You know, let's pick one or two colors and go with those as the theme. Or the maker of this one just said, you know what, let's just go with every color, and that'll also work. You know, this is here just because of like great originality and the boldness to play outside of the box that we think that we're supposed to play in. And the subject, genuinely, I feel the expression, that it feels genuine, and that can be one of the most difficult things, especially in children, is to make it feel. If you told me that they just walked by and caught this expression, that's a very believable expression, and I think that puts the icing on top.
Great comment. I know you put your hand up, but Mark did first. So Mark, quick comment. Make it quick so we can get two of them.
Really quick, the control that the photographer has with the lighting is exceptional. If you were photographing kids, which you do all the time, and the kid comes up and go, I brought this, you go, oh, is there anything else in that bag? But the control of the lighting, that all the elements put together, is brilliantly done.
Great comment.
Yeah, execution's amazing, lighting, color palette, all of that. But what I'm really interested in here is the storytelling. I grew up just loving music. I wanted to be a rock star. So when I see this like maybe young DJ, and my mind goes, oh, what kind of music does she listen to? And she just looks so blissful and happy, and I love seeing that represented here.
Well, Chloe, you are a rock star. All right. And also, some people do hear in color, like literally. They will hear things and a color will come to mind. So there could be that element too. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The light that doesn't dim. I always love a big smile when people putting their hand up. So, Mark, unpack the first impression.
This will not define me, is what comes to mind. It's like, this is super strong of going, do you know what? The girl looks like she's, you know, that 12, 13 mark, and she's gone through obviously a lot with what in life, and it's like, do you know what? This is not going to define me. From a storytelling point of view, it's amazingly just placed together, and the crown on the top of the head just sums it all up really well. And I think that this is just a really powerful image to, yeah, it really, I don't know, I get emotional kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Heidi, a drip in an image somehow looks good. How?
Yeah, that's just really good styling. You know, the maker has been really intentional about everything that we see in this image. I don't think there's anything in there that isn't supposed to be there. Right down to picking the perfect pajamas that would display where the drip is going. So, I mean, that in and of itself, we have to give kudos to the amount of thought that's gone into this. But I think, you know, we often think of medical devices as something scary or sad, but the way the maker has sort of put this out to us is that it's empowering and there's strength in her story, and I think it's really beautiful.
Thank you so much. Michael, you were eager to make that last comment here?
Yeah, this feels like an image where the subject actually owns it, and I can almost hear the subject's voice saying, you know what, let's slide this over here. That doesn't look so good. Let's put a little bit of flowers on here. And this monitor, it's not the right color. Let's make it a little bit more on the purple side there. I think that that's going to match a little bit better. Okay, here's my knee. How do I look here? And I can almost hear the subject directing this shot, and I absolutely love it.
Love the enthusiasm. Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. At knit's end. At knit's end. Chloe, first impression, please.
Well, first impression is expression. I love it. It's amazing. But also, it's, you know, as you said, it's all done in camera. She's popping through what looks like maybe a cardboard cut at something. It's amazingly done, and it really, with the, what are those called? Crochet needles? Thank you, thank you. Pushing forward in all the craziness of the yarn. It's just a very visually interesting image to look at.
Thank you. Michelle, yes, break this down a little bit further.
Yeah, this is just on the level of creativity way up there. I've never seen, you know, a young girl with, you know, knit balls in her hair. Like, I mean, this is just, you know, if it's a hobby of hers and they're playing on that, that's a wonderful way to go. Like, knitting was always like an old grandma thing to do, and now it's a cool hip thing to do when you're a teenager, is to knit. But let's talk about how that lighting is just so perfect on her face. You know, you have this kind of flat lighting all the way around on the hair and the needles and her body, but she's got that beautiful dimensional beauty lighting on her face, and that expression just completely sells it. So well done on the lighting and the color palette and handling the overall image.
Great comment. Mark, you wanted to make the final comment?
Yes, it's so symmetrical and it just sings, and you can't see it as close, that you have to see this print up close. Her eye color is the same color as the blue and the orange, and that part for me really draws me in, along with all the symmetrical awesomeness that this has and expression. But it's the eyes that, it's almost like that was the original thought, to see the eyes and then create around that.
Wonderful comment. Thank you so much. Let's take this print off just for a moment before we get the next print. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is the children category. So we just want to reconfirm, okay, just to make sure it's the children category, okay? Teenager is obviously what you'd imagine, 13 to 19, okay. Wonderful. Next print, please. Soccer is my religion. For the Americans, soccer is my religion. Mark, first impression. Eager beaver.
Yes. I got the first top. The cross of the print, black and white, monochrome, is deliberate. It's a silhouette. It's the religion. The cross is there. The placement of the boy is absolutely perfect. That first impression just smacks you in the face. And this is where a really awesome title complements the print and amplifies it.
Wonderful. That was brief for you. Wow.
Oh, I've been told to be quiet.
That was, I'm proud of you. Chloe.
So first impression, the composition is amazing. I love him in the lower right-hand side. There's a little tension with the ball coming towards his face or chest, and the way his body is leaning. And at first, in the upper left-hand corner, I was like, oh, I wish that wasn't there. I wish it was completely straight. But no, it balances the image so well with his body language.
I love that you mentioned that. It's fantastic. Michael, tell us about the print quality and the choice of dark matte there.
Yeah, everything is pushing you in sort of like very tunnel vision, like right into the subject. And so you've got the dark matte that's coming from the outside, and then almost a secondary matte that's happening by the actual image itself within the frame. So this constant frames within a frames, and then eventually leads you in right to that bottom right corner. And then kudos, because I'll speak for myself, but this would have been a shot I would have been happy with just as a silhouette. But clearly this is also filled a little bit to give the subject just a little bit more. So you think it's just natural light, but it's not. So the lighting is also beautifully handled.
Great comments. Wonderful to celebrate really beautiful photography. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Skywriter. Michelle, you did a bit of a fun gasp as soon as that came out, so can you make our first comment, please?
I mean, like it's in camera, like it's so beautiful. It's soft, and the palette and the sky and the love you clouds and the expression on his face is just, the impact when this first comes up is just, I'll leave it there.
Wonderful. Heidi, you're nodding. Tell us what you're feeling and give us a bit even
same.
more understanding of execution.
The fact that, of course, this is done, in camera. This is just one of those images where you lean in and go, wow, I wish I had have made that. And I highly encourage everyone to go into the print gallery and see these in person. I'm actually really vibing with the paper choice and this sort of subtle desaturation, which gives us this little vintage nod, but I'm also really enjoying the movement and really just echoing everything Michelle said. I love it.
Thank you so much for your comment. Michael, tell us a bit about the cloud and the movement of the material, the scarf, and the placement of the plane and what that does for the image.
Yeah, it takes it from feeling static to one of those supermodel shoots where the fan's blowing and we've got to get it just right, and it's like it looks like it was just drawn with smoke and you've got to shoot it real quick, and getting all of that, the very simple details but not easy to execute, but when you get them, that's what really makes that image. And also props to the little propeller staying orange. I love that teeny bit of color there.
Thank you so much. That is the last print of the category, the children category. Round of applause for the photographers and our judges. Thank you so much, everyone. What we're going to do now is we are going to cut to a commercial break, come back, and our mentors are going to choose their favorite images. Thank you so much. We'll be back right in a moment. Thank you.
My business would not have the reputation that it does without 17 Hats. I photograph very high-end luxury weddings. They don't typically love being condensed into a package. I am sending them a quote with various options, but giving them the good, better, best. Almost every single time they choose a top package. Setting up workflows so you get to fully plan your client experience from start to finish. I use questionnaires to help trigger certain thoughts out of my clients so I know how to photograph them the way they want to be photographed. There isn't anywhere else I need to go to manage my business. Everything's in 17 Hats. It just has everything you need to run your business like a real business. If you think you can run a business without having the tools to run a business, you're going to be one of those businesses that start and stop within 1 to 5 years.
right, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone that is in our live judging room, if I could please ask a huge favor and just have everyone take a quick seat. And the only reason why I say that is because we have a lot of people also watching online, and that camera angle goes straight to where the judges are seeing. So we just want to give everyone the chance to just see the process. Everything is very transparent. We do everything in front of everyone. So we just want to make sure that everyone can see it properly. But what's happening right now is that the judges are selecting who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category, the children category. There's no discussion at this point because they've had a conversation about it already. So we're going to give them a few minutes to just privately choose who they would like to see win first, second, and third place, and then we'll let you know when we're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections, so that officially concludes the children category. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Big thank you to Westcott for sponsoring the portrait division, and also to Tog Drop Solutions for sponsoring the children category. As a reminder, all of our third place winners are going to get a really cool invention by Tog Drop Solutions that keep all of your seamless paper rolls all organized and neat and even, and they don't unfurl. It's really the coolest thing. So we're very excited and very appreciative for their support. We're now going to transition over into the teenager category. Makes sense? We just had the children category. We're going to go to teen next. We need just a couple seconds to get everyone set up. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
to you, capturing the world. I'm always with you, right there in your hands. In that perfect moment of light, I come to life. Distant memories, your loved ones, moments of joy and passion, unknown worlds, the dreams of humanity. We've been on this journey together. For all we've seen and the light still waiting for us, I'm excited to continue this journey with you. Our adventure is just beginning. Thank you. And here's to what's next.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and to everyone watching us online, thanks to Nikon. Before we jump into the next category, I need to just pause for a moment and say thank you first to our wonderful panels of judges. Not just this panel that's seated right now, but to all of our panels of judges. They're going to be rotating throughout all of today and all of tomorrow. These are incredible leaders in our industry. They spend so much time helping our industry, making it a better place. They traveled here early to the WPPI convention at their own expense to be here to offer this feedback to all of our finalists. They don't have to do it. They're doing it because they love the industry. We're super appreciative of them. And I just want to say a great big thank you to all of our judges for sharing all of their knowledge and wisdom with us. So please thank all of our judges. You'll see quite a few of them over the next 2 days, and if you see them during the week, just show their appreciation to you because they take up a significant amount of their time every year, both with the online judging earlier in the year, hours and hours of going through thousands of images and scoring them, and then being here at WPPI much earlier than they need to just for these 2 days. So we're super grateful. I also want to say thank you to our production team because they're all in the back. You see all of those people at all of those tables back there. They're making sure everything sounds good, everything looks good. They're making sure everyone who's online can see everything, can see the images. There's multiple different camera angles and they're making sure it all works smoothly. So I want to say a huge thank you to Adam and Kellen and the whole team back there for just making it all be so smooth for us. And last but not least, I always save it last because it's when I get emotional, but I need to say thank you to our volunteers. What you guys don't know is that we have a massive team of volunteers, over 30 people this year, who are doing everything that I can't be doing. I'm here, I have to do this. There's an entire team that are working their butts off right now to prepare everything so you guys can enjoy the prints. We have a massive team on the trade show floor right now building the print gallery so that when you go on Tuesday, you can walk through that gallery and enjoy every single print. They're not getting to see the live judging. They're doing that for you guys. We have our print handling team who is just on their feet for 2 days straight, making sure that everything is done properly, in order, it's all organized. Leading up to this, we had such a big team helping us with all the logistics. There's so much involved, and everyone just comes together out of the goodness of their heart, and it's a lot of work, and I cannot ever thank them enough, and I'm so grateful for them. We've become such good friends. Many of us have been working together year after year, and it truly takes an army to make all of this happen. So please, please thank all of our volunteers in this room and around the hotel today for being there for us. Thank you, guys. All right, we are, excuse me, reminding you that we are in the portrait division, which is sponsored by Westcott, makers of beautiful photo and video lighting. And our next category in this division is the teen category, teenagers. These are all the subjects in this category are going to be between the ages of 13 years old and 19 years old. And because it is the portrait category, photographers were allowed to finesse and tweak and correct their images, but no composites are allowed in this category either. This category is sponsored by Cheetah Stand. Cheetah Stand's a cult favorite among photographers. If you've ever used a Cheetah Stand, then you know exactly why. They're probably most famous for their auto stands, which makes it so easy to move on location with your light stands. You probably saw the commercial if you were here and you just saw it. You literally pick it up and the legs just collapse and you can walk around to your next location. You drop it and the legs immediately plant. It's the best thing. Cheetah Stands are the best. Love them. They're so helpful when you're on location, when you don't have millions of assistants like we don't. We all don't. So they're just fantastic. So we're very appreciative that they are sponsoring the teenager category. Our chairperson for this category is Tony Hewitt. So I'm now going to leave you in Tony's hands along with our new panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa, and welcome everybody into the room again. Now, as we move further into the portrait division, once again, we have an elite panel of mentors who will have to do a little bit of judging later, but before that, they get the chance to look at the images that made the finals. And I suppose for you in the audience, it's like going to a marathon or a triathlon, and you know, you might have been there at the beginning and entered a print yourself, but here we are right at the end as we come to the finishing line and we're watching those first few people come in to break the ribbon. And we don't know who that will be till Tuesday night. Joining us today, or joining us for this particular category, we have Kat Ford-Coates. Thank you, Kat, for joining us, who's an associate, I believe, of the Icon. Kelly Brown, Grandmaster from Icon, all the way from the UK, although still an Aussie, we'll call you an Aussie. And Gary Hughes, an associate with Icon. Alison Carlino, first time today on the panel, is it? I think it is, yes, also an associate, I believe. And of course, last but certainly not least, the amazing Chloe Ramirez. Thank you for joining us. As I said, we're now doing the portrait division. Yes, let's give the judges a round of applause because they, as said, yeah. And it truly is a privilege to be up here to guide the mentors as they give us an understanding of what it takes to make the finals. You know, as a teacher and a mentor myself and a coach of photographers around the world, one of the most common questions I get asked is, what makes that image reach the finals? What makes it an award-winning image? Why is it so good? And this is an opportunity to sit down and find out what made the top 10. What is it about those images? And these mentors will allow us to get a bit of an insight into what goes on in the mind of a judge. What are some of the first things they feel? And you'll hear us, Jerry and myself, ask maybe the first mentor. We might say, what's your first impression? Because as a judge sitting at a competition, or even if you're sitting at home doing an online competition, an image comes up, there's something hits you first, and that's what drags your attention in or doesn't. And we want to know, what was it that grabbed your attention? If you're creating your own images or your own prints for competition, it's good to know, what is it that grabs the attention of the judges? And then the next thing we want to know is, well, what makes a great image? What is the construct? What is it about the lighting that makes it good? What is it about composition and presentation, etc.? So that's enough of me. Let's hear what it takes to make the finals. Let's have the first print, please. This image, or this print, has a title, Born This Way. Unapologetically, him and her. And one of the things I love is seeing all the judges just lean right in. They get dragged into the image. So let's find out what it was that hit them first. I'm going to start with, Kat. What grabbed your attention first?
Well, really, I truly appreciate how the texture between the matte that they chose with the texture of the fabrics in the image sort of mirror one another. And then the texture on the background as well. It's just layered really beautifully, really beautifully.
Thanks, Kat. Gary, do you want to break this image down as to just what makes it so strong and why it made the finals?
Yeah, I think some of the obvious things to enjoy about it are the styling and the lighting. You know, this is just a really beautifully handled portrait. But if you start to kind of dig underneath the surface of it, there's a lot of really great storytelling, which elevates portraits, in my opinion. You know, you really want to be here in the top 10 with a portrait, it's got to say something, and this really does. There's some incredible makeup, and based on sort of the script on the shirt, which I'm going to come back to in a second, you know, the pose, the facial features, the lighting, and the makeup, is that we've got this sort of androgynous sort of person that's displaying that they are potentially, you know, a nonconformist in gender in the way that they, whether it's lifestyle or entertainment or however they do it, it's just that they're atypical. And that gives them their power. And I really love that storytelling. And in fact, one of these little flourishes that I really like, and I don't know if this is on purpose, but the lyrics of the song, which I think is Born This Way by Lady Gaga, which is sort of throughout the title, it's actually written in the same font and script and layout as Scripture. If you ever open a Bible, I think that's a really strong choice. And that, to me, that is almost like a big old middle finger to the establishment, which this whole image kind of is. And so you could look at it on the surface and see something, hey, that's a nice portrait, but this has a lot of love and thought and care put into it. And I really appreciate all those things about it.
Thanks, Gary. Does anyone have anything to add? Alison, can I just ask you to make a comment about the actual pose itself?
That's where I was going, absolutely. Yeah, the what we know about the dynamic area of the posing with the way that the hands and the feet and the shoulders are on different levels and planes is that when it's feminine, you might bend the knee that's forward in the camera and you wouldn't have the shoulders so squared up. And so I think that's what Gary was saying, how it blurs the lines between gender here, is we've broken those rules and put the shoulders straight onto the camera and bent the back leg instead. And I think that goes along with what the maker's trying to convey to us.
Thank you, mentors. That was fantastic. Next print, please. This image has no title. Chloe, first impressions.
So I know my first impression should be the color. It's beautiful, but it's actually the expression on her face. She has this faraway look in her eyes, and it just, as the viewer, I just want to know what she's thinking. What could she possibly be thinking? And it's just such a beautiful, beautiful expression.
Ellie, perhaps explain to us how this image has been put together and what makes it so powerful.
Yeah, there's so much intention here. There's so much play with all of those different elements that have been brought together to create something that's very age appropriate, I think, here. The colors just pop. The composition, while it's disjointed as it crops through the top of the hair and through the bottom of the wrist there, it's tight, it's constraining, but yet it gives us just enough room to move around all of those different storytelling elements here. And, you know, as I said, intention. Everything has been put into this image, you know, specifically in terms of how we draw our eye around the image. And for me, the light brings me into that expression that you mentioned, which is just, it's just sublime. It's soft, it's gentle, but yet it's got that little bit of allure to it. So I think it's been really well crafted and put together.
Thanks, Kelly. Gary, can I get a brief comment from you? Sometimes people think there's a lot of detail, there's a lot of things going on in this image when you look at all those little props. How does that add, how can it, as a mentor, when you look at this, how did that work?
Yeah, I think that, as Kelly said, there's a lot of intention here, and you do have a lot of brightly colored, you know, elements of all different shapes and sizes, but they're balanced beautifully throughout the image. Everything is sort of like the right distance, and there's this kind of lovely weight to it. In terms of designing how an image looks, I think it's important to note that everything you put into an image has a sort of mental weight to it. And as long as the image feels balanced, it doesn't matter where it is, you should be able to look at it and feel balanced. And even despite all of the busyness in here, there's just a slight bit of lighter tonality and contrast in the face, so you still end up on the subject. This is still a portrait. The hero of the subject is still the face of the subject, and then you get to move around. It's our job to tell people what to look at and in what order, and this does that really beautifully.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. This print has a title, The Red Queen. Kelly, first impression, please.
Yeah, this has definitely got impact. The choice of makeup with the styling of the dress and how all of those beautiful colors just tie together from the crown to the dress to the makeup. It's bold. It's, you know, that front on posing. It really just does draw you in. It makes you want to jump up and get out of your seat and look at it.
Kat, could you maybe explain a bit more about the construction of this image and why it's so strong?
Well, I think the posing is just bringing in that like portrait but fashion elements to be really striking, lengthen the neck, and then the lighting comes in, you know, that top down to really strengthen her expression that is actually quite soft given how all the styling. This is a beautiful example of an award-winning image, right? Like, we're striving for storytelling here, and that's done through styling, through makeup, through expression, through composition. It's just beautifully done.
Thanks, Kat. Alison, maybe a comment on the shape of the matte cut? And
Oh, you're reading my mind today. Okay, so that's exactly where I'm going with the maker took great care to make sure that this was echoed all the way down from the framing of the matte to the points of the crown to the points of the eye makeup on the red and the top down to the triangle posing of the elbows. And so that was done so well throughout.
Thank you, mentors. Excellent. All right. Let's have the next print, please. I can see all those minds out there putting these little ideas in their heads and making notes. Like on your phone, of course, not old school. This image has a title, Dreamcaster. Although Richard makes notes, don't you? Gary, when this came around, what was your first impression?
There's obviously an incredible style to this, and somebody is going to spend a lot of time, one of these incredible judges is going to spend a lot of time breaking down the details of this. But I am really, really impressed with how it makes you feel initially. And I think it communicates emotionally very strongly with not the style elements, but the color and the composition, the presentation. And again, this is just an incredible, just suck you in kind of an image with everything that's going on, but you still go right to the person. And so there's a lot of just the physicality of the matte, the colors of the matte, and the color palette communicating emotionally that pulls you right into the person. And so right off the bat, it's very intriguing, and I'm excited to hear what everybody else has to say about it.
Let's go to Chloe. Thanks, Chloe. You can break this down a little more for us.
Yeah, there's a beautiful duality here. He has such a unapologetic look on his face, and the eye makeup, it's just that stare is so incredible. But the image is soft. There's feathers. Feathers are soft. It looks almost like cloud-like material at the top, and at the bottom there's almost this like spider web-like material. And having that balance is just so lovely between the softness and choices of the styling with the expression on the face.
Kat, maybe a quick comment about the use of a double matte, including a slightly different colour on that insert?
Well, with the double matte, that's really where we're bringing in that color palette and just widening it so it's not quite so constrained. And it just takes you in a little bit deeper to even that expression like Chloe mentioned. And now it's balanced with that matte, and then the white matte above gives it the framing.
Thank you. Next print, please. This print has a title, A Queen in the Making. Just walked in, this is the portrait category, the portrait division, the teenager category, and you are watching the International Awards Icon Photography. It's a Wordle. Some of you will spend some time on it. First impressions. Alison, you're reaching for the microphone. Hit you first.
I believe this to be a quinceañera portrait. And in my area, when the ladies go through this and they take the time to do the gown and the makeup and the hair, and then the photographer has the grand location to do this in, the effort that goes into these sessions to style these kids was captured beautifully by this photographer, from tones to pose, all of it. Congratulations.
Chloe, maybe break this down a little further for us.
So I'm a big lighting nerd, and I love that I believe this image. I believe the lighting placement. It really does look, the choice to include that light at the top, it really does make the viewer believe that that light is lighting her, and I love a believable image. The background, you can still, it's dark and muted, but you can still see all the detail in the black. It's just incredible.
Gary, you look like you had something to add to that.
Always. Yeah, you just don't make me sing. I think just one quick note is there's a really beautiful blending of practicality for the purposes of selling this to a client and artistic vision. The lens choice here is magnificent. And what it really does is it gives you a sense of what I'm guessing is a much narrower space than it appears to us here. So the photographer used perspective beautifully to create this grand feeling. And the commercial part of it is, you paid a lot of money for this dress, and this shot, the hero of this shot is that dress. If you're, you know what I mean? I absolutely love that. This is Belle coming down the staircase in Beauty and the Beast, and this girl's mom bought a 60-inch print of this, I guarantee it. So it's just vision on the part of the maker was great.
Was that a reference to the four beautiful ladies on the panel with you? Or no?
Beauty and the Beast.
Okay, next print, please. Untitled. First impressions, Kat?
The impact of this is really terrific, simply because it almost looks like a drawing, right? Like, and the positioning of the subject, right? I've got both hands and the strength in her leg and even the shadow under her foot. Like, it's just really, hey, but her expression, right? And her expression is like, yeah. How, like, I can't stop looking at it. I love it to pieces.
Thanks, Kat. Kelly, how do you do something like this?
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that pencil drawing effect here, because to be able to achieve that, it's got to be lit brilliantly, and the photographer's done an incredible job of light placement and direction here to be able to capture all of that detail, to be able to bring it out in that print. And I love the beautiful tonality from the highlights to the shadows here. You know, we're seeing so much beautiful texture, and the paper choice is what's really helped bring that texture out here. The movement in the image is really great. The positioning, as in, I don't want to say pose, because this is a dance move. This has got action and flow to it. So the photographer's captured it right at the perfect second to be able to balance out the tilt of the head with the kick of the leg and that beautiful straight leg coming straight down to the ground here. So timing is impeccable here. Exposure has been, as I said, has been captured so well to be able to bring out all of that texture, and that's just what I'm loving about it.
Awesome. Anybody have anything to add? All good? All right, let's go to the next print, please. And this print has a title, Is This Where I Finally Fit In? Alison's given me googly eyes, so let's ask her, what was it that grabbed her attention first besides me?
Oh, the impact of how the maker echoes the forest with her being up on point in first position and using, lighting with a grid to control the spill of the light. You just have the echoing of the tall trees in that area with her pose. It's done so beautifully.
Chloe, would you like to dissect this a little bit further for us?
I just want to talk about the composition. I love that she's in the left-hand side and that the mat was chosen so specifically. I love anything that's a little off, and this is such a beautifully, technically perfect image, but the mat choice for this print competition was such a good, it makes me want to come lean in closer.
I might go a bit further, Gary, if you will, just on that composition within the frame, but also the composition of the frame within the mat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was sitting here thinking about. Is I think that the creator of this has done a really good job matching the title to the concept to the execution and the presentation. She's in the same rough vertical third as the images in the actual mat, and all of it feels just a little off, which is kind of where the title is. So there's a really nice kind of coherent message all the way through to maybe sell the story of a young woman who maybe just feels just like a little bit of a square peg, in a round hole, and just really subtle, beyond all the normal beautiful stuff about the actual image itself. But the storytelling really works.
And there's, one of the things I've looked at when I see this image is so much muted colour palette, and yet those shoes make it very clear as this is the love. This is what she loves to do, the dance. So that's brought out to us really well. Next print, please. This has a title, Want a Balloon, ? Internal note from the book and movie It. Let's have a first impression from Kelly.
Where do you start? Really great reference to the movie. And that little cutout hole, like this is in camera. And that's what we have to remember with this category. The bold choice to print this full 16 by 20, but then to have that little cutout kind of brings you in, and it pays almost homage to our print comp and the way that we print and mat our images for presentation. So really well done there in terms of the impact for that. But what's really standing out here for me is that the round red balloon and that round red dot on the nose, the balance that creates there just draws me down into that image and gives me so many different vibes. Like it's creepy in an incredible way. It really draws you in.
Gary, there's obviously, we've talked about little decisions, and there's a lot of them gone into putting this together. Can you explain a bit more?
Yeah, I just want to say it again for anybody who missed it. Single image capture, not a composite. So this is a lot of clever in a deceptively simple thing. And you could have probably done this digitally, but that's kind of blowing my mind. First, I think from a technical standpoint, the composition is superb. And the weight of everything. We talked a little bit earlier about the weight of things, and you have a bright red balloon and a really dark contrasty subject in the bottom, but somehow they balance out beautifully in the image. I'm also sitting here thinking a little bit about this is the teenager category. I'm thinking about this kid who's like into creepy stuff. And probably this might even be their favorite book, which is very strange for different, but I also think it's incredible. So I bet you this kid loved this. There's like a dark joy in the expression, because you could get lost in the technical aspects of it, But that is a brilliant expression on that kid. This kid is like showing this to their friends. They come over, hopefully it's hanging on their wall. I love the idea of this hanging on the wall. So like there's a lot of like, funny enough, as dark and creepy as this is, there's a lot of joy in it as well, because I feel like this says a lot about who the subject might be. But just to manage the very dark, contrasty aspects with it, and there's just that juxtaposition of moods between the creepy and the symbolism of like a bright red balloon, which is like the universal symbol for like a happy kid, and yet we have child murdering clowns. So it's like all really, really just beautifully put together, mixed in with just an incredible amount of technical excellence in its execution and display. Just some strong choice. I had to get up next to it 3 times. I lean in just to make sure that that bevel wasn't actually there on the mat. So it's just the printing, everything about this just sings. I'm a big fan.
Can just expand a little bit on the lighting. Like this, you know, you've alluded to the fact that it's technically quite strong.
Oh yeah. Well, if you ever try to take a picture of a balloon, just look at the catch light of the balloon, the catch light in the subject, you know. And so you're basically, this is a white mat photographed in a bright red balloon, and yet you have a face in shadow in the back, and it's all managed really well. You can't. There's a certain amount of this dynamic range that you can't capture unless you're doing this intentionally on purpose when you make the image. There's some of this you wouldn't be able to bring back. So, I mean, this is a challenge. This is like photographing something that's totally chrome, you know, and to pull it off this beautifully is really, really impressive. And you can tell even in some of the reflections of the balloon how strong this image in camera capture is. This photographer is an artist and has a technical mastery that you don't see a lot. So that's really cool.
Thanks, Gary. Next print, please. This image has a title, Unwavering. Chloe, first impressions.
This is a gorgeous image. I love the choice of his wetsuit being blue and being able to see the blue in the sky. I think it really just brings everything together. And the tones of this image, it's just so striking. I feel like I'm just zeroed in on his expression, even though there's so much going on. We have the waves coming in, making these beautiful designs all around him, but he looks like he has such a bright future. And as a parent, I would love to see my kids in this powerful, you know, what's next stage.
Thank you, Chloe. Alison, maybe expand a bit more on what went into making this image.
Yeah, the maker took care to make sure they had a low camera angle, which really gave this teenager, high school senior, young man that big and bad and bold. I love that they were able to hold the skies in the back. Technically, they've got a great main light and a side light or rim light to make sure that the setup looks really well, that he doesn't go drop off into shadow on the dark side on the right. And it's intentional that the waves are, you know, the shutter speed is high enough to freeze the drops of water in order to also hold the skies. And that's intentional to keep the big, bad boldness of this shot.
Just on the boldness, Kelly, that matte with the black and then the white, how does that work?
Oh yeah, the matte is really bold, which complements the boldness of this portrait. You know, there's such a strength in him, but yet a really kind of delicate nature to his pose. And I love that the way that this has been framed to kind of bring that out in terms of drawing us into that subject. You know, we've got that sort of, I'm guessing it's like a 10 mil border around the image, and then we've got this incredibly thick matte, which has created this almost gallery effect with that black mount as well. So I think it's been really well printed and presented for the print comp.
Thank you, Kelly. Next print, please. This image has a title, Dancing Through Time. Kat, can we have your first impressions of this one, please?
Sure, the storytelling here is really quite lovely. I mean, we have costumes and dance shoes that are worn and worn for years, all throughout this image. And, you know, corresponding with the name, you know, like dance is dedication, and being able to bring out all of your shoes that you've had since you were 3 years old, and all just to share your love of that craft, especially as an older teen or a senior in high school, to be able to celebrate that is just really beautifully done.
Thanks, Kat. Alison, maybe break this down a little more for us as to what goes into constructing an image like this.
Yeah, well, first of all, the color harmonies, the blue, the peach, and the brown, that's very well thought out on what those tones mean, how complementary and pleasing those are. It's her placement with her head in the upper third and the triangle shape that all of this creates overall echoes the fact that there's a triangle with a knee and then a bent knee in the front and the triangle with the elbows. So the maker is taking time to pose each limb in relation to how overall the whole shape makes of everything.
And maybe just to finish it off, Gary, can you just touch on how do you make something that's got so much going on in it still feel simple to look at?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, again, we all, you know, we aspire to tell a story with our images, but everything you add in is another thing you have to control and be responsible for as the portraitist making the image. And so I think that the real key that kind of unlocks this is an incredible control over tonality. So if you look, the author of the image tells you exactly where to look by letting the area of highest contrast and brightest tonality be the top of that pyramid. And everything else loses a little bit of contrast and brightness as you go down and out towards the edges of the image, and it's almost not noticeable. You have to point it out, and so there's like, it's almost, you don't want to let anybody see that you did it. So it's just right up to the line where if you look, you see it. But unconsciously, for someone who's not a photographer looking at it, you'd look at the face first and then discover everything, and they'd never know why. But the photographer did that intentionally. I think that's incredible.
Fantastic. Thank you, mentors. Again, you've enlightened the room, I think, and all of those of you at home hopefully have picked up a few ideas on how to create these images that can get to that level of being a finalist and hopefully go on to be an award winner.
The clock, praying the light holds up. You need gear that's fast, reliable, and ready for anything. Action shots, portraits, or wild locations. That's where the B20 and B30 come in. Packed with 250 and 500 watt-seconds of power, they're portable yet strong. With 13% faster recycling than the B10X, you'll never miss the shot. With an 11-stop range, you can go from overwhelming power to a kiss of light in seconds. Boost mode adds punch, freeze mode stops action cold, and eco mode keeps your flash going longer. You can even swap the flash tube yourself, ensuring you don't have any downtime. And when it comes to creative control, you've got options. Over 120 Profoto light shaping tools at your fingertips. Whether you're bouncing, focusing, softening, or shaping, you'll have the freedom to light any scene exactly how you imagine it. They're rugged, rubberized, built to take a beating. Perfect for weddings or freelance gigs on the go. Lightweight, tough, and pro level. This is the new on-location standard. The B20 and B30 are ready. Are you?
This is how I and other photographers earn more by creating albums in less time. First, I use the Design for Me auto design feature. Then, I'll make any changes I want. I'll move spreads around, swap photos, and change any layouts I want. And once I'm ready, I'll either hop on a Zoom call with my clients to finalize their designs, or I'll simply upload it to the design proofer in just a few clicks. When my clients can see and visualize the designs they want, it makes the process easier for everyone. If you head over to the Fundy website, they have a free trial that you can download. Be a part of the Fundy family and join all of these other great photographers around the world. You won't regret it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so sorry about the delay. We are now waiting for our judges to select their choice to win first, second, and third place in this category. So what we're seeing now is all the judges are taking one more look at all of the images overall. There's not going to be any discussion during this part because they had a conversation about every image already, and they're going to privately choose who wins first, second, and third place. They don't even know who the ultimate winner is. Everyone will find out together on Tuesday night at the awards ceremony. So they're choosing their selections, and as soon as they've all made that choice, then we'll come right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. So you'll get to find out, along with the judges and everyone else, at the awards ceremony on Tuesday evening. So please remember to join us at 7:30. The doors open at 7, so you want to be there at 7. We have a lot of fun entertainment planned, so you want to be there early. You may wonder, when the judges are making their selections, we sometimes have a big crowd of people up here. One of the things that Jerry and I feel very strongly about the Icon Awards is that we have full transparency with the entire process. Don't really see a need to have any kind of secrecy. We're not curing cancer or anything like that. So everything is very transparent. So we always have multiple people up here as we see the results come in, so that we are all checking each other. We photograph everything, we double check, we're all confirming that we see who the first place winner, second place winner, third place winner is. That is locked in, that's the judges' decisions. No one can make that change afterwards. We don't want just one person in charge of everything. That doesn't feel like full transparency, and so we do it this way. So that's why you see a little crowd here. That's what's happening. Wanted to keep you guys all informed. But that officially concludes our teenager category. So thank you very much to all of our judges for that. We're gonna do a quick turnaround here. Our next category is the individual category. So give us just 2 minutes and we'll be right back.
This is a real B&H customer story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H customers for 30 years, live in remote Alaska. Hey, what's the population there?
About 50 to 52 people and bears.
We're definitely not in New York anymore.
It's just quiet here. It's beautiful. The wildlife photography out here is amazing.
While they could order equipment from any number of sites, they don't.
Anytime we need anything, B&H is our go-to. We can send an email. We have used the chat feature, and of course the phone if our phones are working.
If the phones are working.
Hi, Jack. What can I help you with?
I needed a tripod, and it had to be light, it had to be sturdy, so I talked with somebody at B&H. I think his name is Charles, and he pointed me toward a certain tripod and liked it so much that I bought a second one.
Nice one, Charles.
When it comes to getting gear, things were shipped quickly, packed well, made it through the harrowing journey, going from plane to smaller plane to somebody's hand, thrown to somebody else, put in the back of a truck, and arrives unscathed.
That's quite the schlep. It must be incredible when it gets there.
Oh, it's like Christmas. I mean, honestly, it's better than Christmas.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
B&H has everything that we need. I mean, when have we ever looked for something and it wasn't available?
Well, there was bananas.
Yeah, right.
Bananas indeed. wherever you live. B&H is ready to help. Chat, email, and if your phones are working, give us a call.
Are you still trading nights for editing? Wasting hours switching between 3+ apps? Meet Evoto, the all-in-one workflow. Evoto guarantees batch consistency and professional quality. Let Evoto handle the repetitive work of noise reduction and retouching, freeing you to deliver magazine-quality results. Tether, cull, retouch, deliver. Everything you need is in one place, empowering creation across team, time, and space. Full manual control included. Designated features like color correction and manual tools are free for paid subscribers. Flawless portraits with a single click. Free yourself from heavy repetitive edits with Evoto. Reclaim up to 65% more time and enjoy your personal life. Boost upsell rates by up to 30%. Evoto is your complete intelligent imaging ecosystem. Start on desktop, finish on mobile. Every step connected with Evoto.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to start our next category. As a reminder, we are in the portrait division, sponsored by Westcott. Fun fact about Westcott, by the way, which I'll bet none of you guys knew. Did you know that Westcott started back in 1899, I hope I got that date right, 1899, manufacturing umbrellas, but not like photography umbrellas, like fashion umbrellas. That's how that company got started. All they made was umbrellas. And they did that for years and years. And then in 1944, they invented the golf umbrella. Like, if you look up who invented the golf umbrella, it's Westcott. That's all they did for all those years. So when you're out golfing or when you're shooting a wedding and you need those golf umbrellas for the bridal party, that's thanks to Westcott. They still have the patent on that. They invented it, and that's how they got their start. It wasn't until like 1969, 1970, where they started working in the photographic field and creating modifiers and umbrellas for the photography industry, and that started relatively recently. So kind of cool little history about Westcott. Thank you so much to them for sponsoring this division. We are going to begin the portrait individual category. So this is, as the name suggests, all the subjects will be persons that are over 20 years of age or older, photographed on their own. This category is sponsored by Evoto. Evoto is an AI-powered editing software, and many of us, I'm sure, have already used it. It's designed and built to speed up your post-production work. So everything from skin retouching to fine art retouching to reshaping hair and features, facial features, body features, and it's all designed to do it in seconds. So it just shaves off so much of your post-production time. So instead of spending hours doing it manually, you can set it up and it will do things in seconds. So you're spending more time shooting and not as much time behind your camera. Our chairperson for this category, we're going back to Jerry Ghionis. So I'm gonna send it over to Jerry and to our panel of judges.
Thank you so much. I love saying your name. Cat Ford Coates, like you can't just call her Cat. It's like Danny Crane, Cat Ford Coates. It's just amazing. So welcome, thank you for being here again. Richard Sturdivant, Icon Triple Master now. Fantastic, you're an incredible mentor, you're amazing. So we're looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday night to celebrate you. Susan Stripling, Grand Master, gorgeous hair day.
It's a good hair day.
It's a good hair day, it's a good hair day, okay. Andrew Hughes, my favorite Canadian. You know, perhaps if you played hockey, maybe you guys could have won. Yeah. But that's okay. It's okay. We'll be fine. I mean, McDavid is the best. We understand that. Sarah Edmonds, Icon Double Master, you're amazing. Thank you so much coming all the way from Italy to be here. For those of you who are new to these awards, if you want to see what Italy's like, there's a Venetian down the street, the Colosseum. There's Egypt. Yeah, it's incredible. That's why I live here. So many countries. Paris stole the idea of the Eiffel Tower and they made a bigger one, so who knew? Anyway, we're going to have some fun now. Portrait individual, ready to have some fun. First print, please. The Breakup. Susan, I saw a little wry smile when I said the title, and you're looking at the image a bit more deeper. Give us that first impression, please.
It's just so unflinching. When you think about a title like The Breakup, you think of sadness, turning away, turning inward, you know, getting really down on yourself. But there's such a marrying of sorrow and strength in the facial expression that the photographer has gotten out of their subject. The impact of that is just undeniable.
Great comment, thank you. Sarah, you're staring at this image and admiring it. Tell us, like, think out loud.
Yeah, this is a pose that we've seen many times. What really drew me in is the storytelling that is so subtly done here. I can see a little, it looks like there's some sun has been caught on her shoulders. There's a little tan line, and immediately I'm thinking, were they on vacation? Were they on honeymoon? So when a simple portrait like this, with a simple pose, with such an undeniably powerful gaze and the tear, but then when it makes you ask all of those questions, that's what elevates a portrait up into something really special, when all of a sudden you're wondering about a whole, you know, the day before, the weeks before, the months before, and what's to come as well.
Thank you so much. Sarah doesn't have an English accent. She just puts it on to sound more intelligent.
I certainly do.
Thank you, yes. Richard, I love your intrigued look. You sort of have this leaning back, sort of tilting of the head. Yeah, think out loud as the last comment here of this image. And talk about the print quality as well, please.
The print quality is just really nice. The paper choice is a good image, good choice for this image. You know, I look at that expression, you know, in that tear, and then that one piece of hair that comes in that circle. And, you know, one might think that when you're going to edit, you might take that out, but it actually adds to the image, and it actually creates a composition for you to go to that tear. Then you come down that neck, and you go down that back, and as the ribs are going in, they're creating a, you know, like a B composition, and then the fabric going out. And it's just, you know, it's just really well done. But, you know, you look at that expression, she's sad, but she's done. She is really done. It's over.
Love that. It gave me goosebumps, that comment. I love that, because everyone sort of echoed it very quietly. Love that. Next print, please. Foldable. Andrew, you got a little wry smile on your face. First impression, please.
I'm sitting here being like, I could never do that. You know, that hurt a lot. It's just so mentally stimulating that I'm trying to work out how it's done and what angle I'm seeing that at. And I think that's a really strong impact in itself, because it makes me question and wonder, you know, what I'm looking at for a second, and that is so refreshing.
Susan, break this down a little bit more for me, please. You were very intrigued. I saw lots of emotions on your face.
It makes me uncomfortable to look at it, and I mean that as a high compliment, because the way all of the lines in everything have kind of been broken in a way that feels against nature, but it's not. And then you work your way through these sort of broken angular bones up to the face, and there's great lit bone structure. And then you come right into the center, and that expression is just staring you down like, what? Like, yeah, of course, this is a totally normal thing to do. You can't stop staring at it. And where I get stuck is the face, not just the angularity of the body. So there's like a 1, 2, 3 punch to the way this has been put together.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Sarah, please, tell us about the print quality and how difficult this is to actually maintain, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's been a very nice choice of a matte paper, which really is a good choice when it comes to exploring the levels within the midtones, and there are a lot of midtones here, some shadows, and that matte paper is helping just soften those shadows a little bit. It means that we're not distracted. It's almost like we can't see the paper at all. It's so fine, and there is no texture, so from any angle, there is no reflection, there's no texture, and that means that the paper disappears, and we're just drawn into this incredible gaze, this powerful gaze and expression. So great choice for those reasons.
Quick comment, Rich. We've normally got 3 comments, but yeah, quick comment. Go for it. Microphone.
I just want to make a quick comment on the highlights in the shoulders, arms, and the highlights just lead you back to the face. In any which way you go, it just takes you right back to the face, to those captivating eyes. It's just unbelievable.
So simple, right? So simple. Just one little comment. Something can be so meaningful, done simply, very confronting. I love it. Very, very nice. Next print, please. Mother of Pearl. Andrew, grab the mic while you're there. First impression, what are you thinking and feeling?
Holy. It's, I mean, the beauty of just the tonality of the colors and how they're so complementary to each other, and just the way the leading lines just draw me into the subject. It's so surreal. Like, it's just such a joy to look at.
Thank you so much. Love your passion. Kat, please. And then we'll come to Susan, because I know you wanted to comment.
So whenever I look at a portrait, I try and take myself to the creation process, right? Like, how are we designing this? How are we making the decisions? You know, we've got really high contrast in the reflections, you know, like shooting the light through the water around her into her skin tones. And I want to know more, right? Like, there's nothing in here that is not intentional, nothing at all. Like, and everything is just this beautiful composition of, and I can't even find a face, but it makes me feel something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Susan, final comments, please.
The lighting on this is so extraordinarily well controlled. The way it is just on the body in a very particular spotlight, it falls down through that beautiful shell coil of hair, but then it's treated differently on the background and the surface that the subject is on, with an almost mystical, watery quality that clears when it comes around the subject. This is just thought through on an extraordinarily high level, and then executed with the same high level.
Yeah, so we're emulating, obviously, you know, whether it's underwater, and the way you can achieve this in many different ways, you can literally just get a glass tray, put some water in it, or put some color dye in it, shine a light through, and all of a sudden you get that sort of pool effect where it's deliberately disheveled a little bit. So nicely done, nicely broke down. Thank you so much. Next print, please. The stories he carries. Susan, you're smiling. Think out loud for us, please.
It's just so fun. It's just, there's such whimsy in it for something that it feels so film noir and dark and smoky, but it's a little cheeky, right? Like, and the smoke is strange and fun. Like, it's coming out of the pipe and it's swirling around the hand, but also it's smoking out of his pocket and the newspaper and around his body. And you're like, what is going on? And then you look at this guy's face and he's so unbothered. Like, just so unbothered. The styling of the hair, the facial hair, it's just all thought through to just this kind of fun effect that's also somehow sexy. Well done.
Yeah. Richard, please break it down for me as well from a lighting perspective and technical perspective, please.
Well, first of all, he's having a great hair day as well. The lighting's really great. I mean, it's really focused on the face. the smoke around the image kind of obscures some of the brighter areas leading you up to the face. And his expression on this image is like, I don't take myself too seriously. You know, he's one of these guys, he's good looking, he's got probably this great voice, and he sits down and tells a story with his pipe, and people are just captivated. But he's like, yeah, don't take me too serious, you know. But, and look at the detail in all the blacks and all the, I mean, there's detail all through the image. It's just, it's really nice.
Nice, thank you so much. Sarah, Richard just touched upon it just now. Give us some comments about the way this is matted and the tones in this image.
Yeah, this the matting immediately stood out to me because it's been very thoughtfully done to create not just a dark surround, but to have that white key line as well, and then a black and white image with so we've got the black on the outside, then the white key line, then the dark background, and then the light skin and the white hair and the whiteness of the newspaper. It's just creating this, the matte is part of the image. It's the whole 16 by 20 that has been carefully thought out here. And then the use of this semi-gloss, possibly brighter, is just really giving depth, really, really making those tones pop out. And as a monochrome, the tonal range is extraordinary.
I appreciate all your comments. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Emerging. Susan, I love your face. Tell us what you're feeling.
Shut up. Like, this is just the connection that the photographer has to the subject to bring out that just extraordinary confidence. It's so hard to get a subject to make eye contact with your camera and be wholly and completely who they are. And the connection the photographer has established here, yes, the styling is beautiful. Yes, the lighting is beautiful. We can talk more about that. But you go right in on those eyes and you stay right there, and that's not an easy feat.
Kat, talk to us a bit more about the posing and the lighting in this image and the intentional part of it.
So the light control here is terrific, and I love the light choice of being, and from what I can tell, it's sort of like an overhead and then a fill from behind the photographer, with the key being that overhead piece to capture the detail on those feathers and the vibrance there. And then when you bring it into the pose of just like, yes, right? It all just works in that beautiful S-curve. And like Susan was saying, that connection, his expression there, you're just in it.
Very nice. Richard, talk to us about the print quality and the color palette there.
The color palette is just phenomenal. I mean, the color harmony is great all the way through. The print quality is really good. The paper choice is really good as well. And but look at that. Look how it's presented with that matte. It's just beautifully done. I mean, just so exquisite and great image.
I'm also enjoying the flare that gives it the spotlight effect rather than it being sort of too even. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Shout under the surface. Sarah, while you're there, grab your mic. What are you looking at? What were you noticing?
Just the impact on this, and I just want to once again remind everybody that this is the portrait category, so this is in camera. I'm just grabbed by in the guts and in the heart with the strength of the emotion that is going on here and what looks like somebody underwater. I'm pulled into all those bubbles and to what's going on there. That the incredible detail in the highlights is extraordinary. The impact is strong on this one for me.
Thank you. Andrew, can you break it down even further? Talk to us about maybe how was this done? How do we get that lighting right? And also the choice of flipping it vertically.
Well, the choice of flipping it vertically gives us an intention to look, to kind of question what we're looking at and what side of the line, we have to consider which part of the water they're in or out of, and then the bubbles kind of bring us in. But from a lighting perspective, the technical aspects of this, I would imagine we're looking at some sort of, fish tank kind of scenario, controlling the lights either in or behind to give us that rim lighting and that impact, and then some sort of fill. It's very technically masterful to then capture it at a speed that gives us that sharpness underwater. I think that's really well executed and requires some forethought in its execution. So well done.
Thank you so much for that in-depth comment. Susan, I've been seeing a range of emotions from you. What's your lasting impression? Because it seems like you've gone through this roller coaster in your brain. So tell us about that.
What I keep being drawn to is the left and right side of it. It almost reminds me, it's very kind of like Coraline, where she goes between two worlds, because the right-hand side has a very almost pencil drawing sort of vagueness to it, and then on the left it's just immediately thrust into live action, the extremes of everything, and my brain goes back and forth between the two, and it's both very jarring and soothing at the same time.
Wonderful commentary, thank you. Next print, please. Made of memories. Who wants to be the first impression here? Because I think you all want to, but I'll wait for eye contact and crazy enthusiasm here. Susan, go for it. First impression.
What the Whose brain wakes up in the morning and thinks, this is what I'm going to make today? The fact that this was created, built, put together, styled, lit, and it all came together in this. There is storytelling, there is posing, there is lighting. It makes me weirdly sad. You have this wild choice of a matte that somehow is both understated and perfect. The impact and the creativity of this is just simply astonishing.
Thank you for your comment. Richard, you've been staring at this as well. Go a little bit deeper technically here.
Technically, it's just really, really well done. I mean, for this to be all in camera is pretty exceptional. And you're looking, all those little frames, they got to be like little miniature frames and the little miniature light. And it's just, to be able to create this, it's just crazy. You got to be really demented in your brain to be able to have this come out.
And Richard, you know all about.
Oh, I do. I knew. But then you look at the warm and the cool contrasted each other. Really makes you come to that center, and that warm light right there coming down where the postcard. You're looking at the postcard. It's just exceptional. It's great storytelling. All the way around, good imagery.
Thank you so much. We'll do one final comment. Yep, Sarah, please. Print quality, matting, all that kind of stuff.
My heart is actually beating faster right now. And I'm glad I came last because it took me a minute. Before there's this glorious gold matting happening, which doesn't look real gold, but it looks like a real gold gilded frame. And that's echoing the empty gilded frames that are in the picture. And they're empty for a reason, because all of the memories are not on the walls. They're made up of the person. They're decorated on the person. So I'm actually shaking with this. And also the beautiful complementary color palette, the blues and the gold. It's just glorious.
Thank you so much for enthusiastic comments. We'll take that print off for a moment. I just want to make a comment globally here. For those of you watching at home and those of you watching the audience, you might be looking at that image and saying to yourself, well, how is this in portrait individual? This was just something constructed to look like a child. Well, several years ago, we sort of created a precedent where we had a shadow of a person. It was such a visually dynamic element. And back then, several years ago, this was entered in the bride or groom alone category. But the shadow was such a strong element, we had to include that as a human. So if there is a veil that adds to something on one's person, if there's something resembling a human, and I can't tell you what that means, you'll understand as you see it. That was a perfect example. Just know that there's a lot of thought that went into it, but if you were struggling to think, how is this in portrait individual? That's why. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Amidst. Sarah, grab the mic. First impression.
Oh, God, this is just gorgeous. And blurry pictures are very trendy right now. This is a perfect example of blur used to beautiful aesthetic effect, and also for a reason. The blur of the arms going around the image and then that sharp focus on the face is beautifully done. This looks like a piece of art that should be hanging in a gallery, in a museum, or in somebody's home. I would hang this on my wall. It's glorious.
Thank you so much. Richard, you want it to be the next commenter?
Oh, I mean, I'm shaking right now. This image, I mean, as soon as it popped up, I mean, the first thought that came to my head was Spirit Walker. And the movement, the camera movement of the arms moving, you know, opposite of each other, creating a spiral around the image. The tonality of the image, the editing, the detail in the dark areas, and that one little strand of hair coming over the nose, it just kind of takes you over into that area and leads you back over that elbow, arm down, back up that arm. It's just masterfully done, and what a great mat.
Nice. Andrew, tell us about the choice of making it a bit more muted, because I think many of us who were doing this kind of photo and printing it would be tempted to go really, really strong and contrasty. Can you talk to us a bit about that? And Richard touched upon it, just a little bit about that, the matting.
Yeah, I think the choice to go a little bit more muted in the contrast is what builds on that ethereal kind of flow and that softness. I think if you bring too much contrast in that, then you're going to break that softness. So I think that was really intentional. I love the double beveling, for lack of a better technical explanation of it, but the double beveling that I see in this helps us really kind of put a frame within a frame. And I think that presentation really helps support the frame within a frame that the subject has in the posing. So that I think that was really well thought out throughout in its execution.
Thank you so much. Great comments all around. Thank you. Next print, please. The light at the end of the storm. Susan, first impression. I love it when you're freaking out in a good way.
Man, y'all came to play this year, didn't you? This is wild. What I love about this image is the way the maker has intentionally hidden so much of the face in the shadows that the supplemental parts of the frame help tell the story in a way you don't normally see. The highlights on the knuckles, the light in the lantern, the light in the beard. And then, yes, when you do get up to the face, there's great payoff, but it's already been established with secondary elements that aren't always treated as main characters. It's very cleverly lit.
Thank you. Great comment. Yeah, Richard, I had a feeling you'd want to speak, and we'll go to you to last, Kat.
I mean, what a wonderful image, and what great storytelling. I mean, to me, this image, there's detail where there needs to be detail, and there's no detail where there doesn't need to be detail. The softness of the print, you know, it's not as contrasty in the printing, which actually helps the image quite a bit. But the storytelling is like, you know, he's this lighthouse, keeper, and maybe he's out looking for somebody who just shipwrecked and trying to find somebody. But look at the detail in that beard and that face, and then the brightness of that lantern is just perfect. Just perfect.
Kat Ford Coates.
Dun, dun, dun. No, I think this is a beautiful rendition of not needing so much detail to tell that story. Like, we have the richness of the blacks here, and even the highlights are so beautifully controlled. But the depth of everything makes, like, I had to get up and get like 2 inches away. I was like, is that a ship or are those waves? Like, it doesn't matter. Right? Because it's just like the balance here is bananas, and that paper choice is killer. Because I think if that were on a luster, right, like that would just be lost.
Yeah.
Completely lost.
And it's not bananas, it's bananas. Okay.
So sorry, bananas.
Thank you so much. Incredible conversation. Love the enthusiasm and passion, guys. Next print, please. Trying to fit in two very different worlds. Andrew, think out loud. I love you shaking your head in a good way, I believe.
Yeah, I'm so taken by the story that the maker has put into this. I mean, just the understanding the different cultures, and I don't even need to know about the culture, but I respect the difficulty that some people have in the different parts of the world that they live in, and this just the motion and the capture and the soul of this is just incredible.
Love that. Susan, how would you achieve something like this if you were to guess?
Hell if I know. No, I'm kidding. I sort of maybe would know.
That's a T-shirt right there.
Hell if I know. Susan Stripling. Like, my gut immediately said some kind of multiple exposure, but maybe some kind of shutter drag. It's got to be a shutter drag. But at the end of the day, I kind of don't care. Like, when this first came up, I was like, how did they do that? And then that immediately became a secondary thought as I got lost in it. But the part of that shutter drag, that movement, that blur that just kills me is that it goes right to left, and it almost ends up with a hand that's hooking you back and pulling you around. And that is not easy to do. So 10 out of 10. Gold stars for everyone.
Sarah, please, last comment.
Actually,
Yeah.
could you tell us later?
Inquiring minds want to know. I just wanted to comment again on the story, and aside from the technical wizardry, which is very difficult, I'm just really enthralled by the story of the showman's hat and the show that this person has to put on in order to fit in, and the difference between the expression on the right, which seems very calm, very serene, and then the alarm in the eyes that's in the middle as the person is putting on the showman's hat, and it's just giving me goosebumps. Just hats off.
Beautiful commentary. That was wonderful. That's the last print, so thank you. How about a round of applause for those incredible images? Oh my goodness. That was exceptional. Just so you know, I know that the screen in the room, I don't know online, but the screen in the room is quite contrasty. We sort of lose that depth and detail, which obviously we have here. More reason to go to the trade show gallery and have some fun, look at the images up close. And why not buy an Icelight 3 and illuminate them as you walk around? I think that would be a really good idea. All right, guys, we'll be back in a moment, and we are going to determine the winners of this category. See you soon.
Time saved, space reclaimed, simplified workflow, Designed by photographers. Engineered for precision. Innovation should feel effortless. When your setup disappears, your vision remains. Modular by design, built to adapt.
When I'm working with photographers, it's a really gratifying experience working towards the final print because it's really a collaborative effort bringing their vision to life. I love the fact that I get to work with these photographers and understand what they're looking for and how they want their images to be printed. Working with Hahnemühle papers, I get to really understand how the papers perform and how they react to certain images. That has given me a great opportunity to recommend certain papers to photographers based on what they're looking for or needing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to have the room quiet down for just a moment. Our judges are in the process of choosing who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. So there's no discussion for this part, and the judges are going to privately select who they would like to see, and then we will find out the results of that on Tuesday evening at the award ceremony. So we're just going to let them do that for a few minutes, and as soon as we're ready, we'll let you know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judges have made their selections. That took a long time because that was a very challenging category to try to pick what they would want. So we appreciate the judges doing that, and we will all find out on Tuesday night. A big thank you to Photo for supporting this category, the portrait individual category, and of course to Westcott for their continued support of the portrait division. Just before we jump into our next category, I want to tell you about an award that we're very excited about. If you guys remember from last year, those of you who were paying attention last year, we had the Profoto Luminance Award. Well, we're very excited to announce it has come back this year. So to tell you a little bit about it, one of the images that you're going to see today or tomorrow is going to win the Profoto Luminance Award. A separate panel of judges, this is completely separate from this competition, separate panel of judges has looked at all the finalist images and has selected an image that they feel exemplifies an incredible use of light. And it can be from any light source. Profoto will then award that person a trophy and over $7,000 in Profoto gear. They're going to get the B20 Duo kit, a 3-foot Octa softbox, a beauty dish, a Spot Small, a Click Color Effects kit, all to that person. So as you're looking through the images today and tomorrow, see if you can pick who you would think might win that, and we'll see if you're right on Tuesday night. Now we're just going to switch over to a new category. We're just going to take 2 seconds to do that, so give us just 2 minutes, and we are going to go into the groups and families category.
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Rune Hang.
I'm Malva Soler.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean.
My name is Trish. I am Kelly Beezer, and I'm a kid.
Hello, I'm Loris Romano. And as you may hear from my terrible accent, I'm French.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with Profoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. Profoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
I have never had an easier system for controlling my flash than this beautiful dial.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
When I decided to turn professional, I wanted to get some gear which would follow me for long.
On set, I need to be able to rely on lights that are going to fire at the exact same color, temperature, and power every single time.
And this is where reliability is so important. This is where Profoto doesn't let me down.
So they're lights that work when you need them to work, that trigger when you need them to work.
It's just so fast, so accurate. I just can totally rely on it.
I shoot quickly, I shoot often, I shoot high frame rates, and Profoto always keeps up.
As a light shaper myself, I love having gear available to shape light exactly how I want.
I also work on a lot of commercial sets, so it's really important that the lights that I use have lots of different options when it comes to modifiers.
And even the system as a whole is so well thought out. There's no like weird adapters and clunky things. Like, no, everything fits.
Whether you're on an A series light or a B series light, all the controls are going to be all the same, and they're really easy to use. There's virtually no learning curve whatsoever.
Also, I like the extras to the A10. You have gels, diffuser, and the click softbox. It's magnetic, simple, and awesome.
To be able to work with the speed at which I move, the only light I trust is Profoto.
And it's an equipment that we cannot leave home without.
And they're the only brand that I trust.
I know our clients expect a lot out of us, and in turn, we expect a lot out of the companies that make our jobs possible. That's why we use Profoto.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Just before we kick it off into the next category, one thing I didn't tell you about just before we went to commercial break is we announced one of the specialty awards. We have a second specialty award that I want to tell you about to get you guys excited about it. It is brand new this year, and it's called the Hahnemühle Signature Print Award. And so this award is going to be presented to an image that makes an impact, but also truly demonstrates excellence in print. Because this is a print competition, the printing process takes on a much more important role. The judges are taking that into consideration as they're looking at each image. So the Hahnemühle team is going to personally walk the print gallery on Tuesday morning, and they're going to look for all of the images that were printed on Hahnemühle paper, and they're going to look for an image that takes full advantage of Hahnemühle's depth and texture and tonal range in each of their papers. Their team is going to select who they feel demonstrates true print excellence, and that person will win a trophy on Tuesday night, as well as $750 in Hahnemühle paper. So you'll get to take that and keep on printing because you're doing such a good job. So we are, to remind you, currently in the portrait division, proudly sponsored by Westcott, and we're about to start the groups and families category, which all of the subjects in here, we're celebrating relationships between two or more people. This category is sponsored by Aftershoot. Aftershoot's an AI-powered editing software. They help you speed everything up, from culling to editing and everything in between. And the really cool thing about Aftershoot is that it learns your editing process, so it will learn you. So your images will still look like what you do manually. It'll just be so much faster. So thank you so much to Aftershoot for supporting this category. Our chairperson for this category is going to be Tony Hewitt. So I'll leave you in his capable hands with our new panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks. The room's getting more and more full every time I look at it. And just imagine for a moment if you could go out into the speakers that are going to be coming up over the next 3 or 4 days through the WPPI conference, if you could go out and distill a little pearl of wisdom from each and every one of them. Now, keep that in mind when you think about the quality of judges that we bring in and the mentors that we have in front of us, Jerry and I, over the next few days, and we'll have these mentors in here. Well, the room that you get to take all of those little pearls of wisdom and put it all together into one little nice bundle, that's this room. We get to look at the finalists from the Icon International Photography Awards, because that's how you say it, and you had to be here all day to know that one. And we're going to hear from the mentors just what it takes to make the finals. And after that process, the judges will have the chance to look at all the finalists together on a gallery behind me, and they will make their decision on first, second, third, and so on. So this is the room where you get to hear all of those pearls of wisdom distilled. This is the best seminar you will attend all week. But there's some fantastic seminars to come. All right, groups and families. Our judges are Mark Rosetto, Michelle Celentano, John Michael Cooper, Kelly Brown, and Chloe Ramirez. Let's have the first print, ladies. Thank you. A child holding us together. And let's get the first impressions from Michelle, who's shaking her head, which means something's happened.
Oh my gosh, the storytelling. That's the first impact, is the storytelling. I mean, you can just keep your eye wandering around this image over and over again and get more and more of this story, from the little girl with the basket, the heart, for, if you can't see in the audience, has Band-Aids on it, you know, dad's distracted, there's portraits on the wall. The execution and the concept is so well done here that that's the first impact, is this crazy storytelling.
Thank you, Michelle. Kelly, as somebody who's known for storytelling images, tell us a little bit more about how you put those stories together technically as well.
Yeah, wow. This really does stop you in your tracks, and the emotional impact for me is really quite huge. And to be able to construct that and bring it all together and tell it in such a powerful but yet simple way has been done so well here. I really want to congratulate the photographer, because, you know, when we look at a landscape orientation like this that's been presented to us, and we want to draw the eye of the viewer throughout the image to be able to connect all the dots in terms of the storytelling, we've got to think about composition, we've got to think about subject placement, we've got to think about lighting. So you can see just by looking at this, that initial impact gets you, but then when you dive into it, you see how intentional all of the different elements here and the positioning of them play a really important role in terms of drawing your eye from mum on the top left all the way down through the child with the piece of string to the heart, then through the chair and then up into dad. And then you've got that little subtle shift of colour tone as well, from red all the way through to those blues from one side of the room to the other. But yet it's all just been really very carefully but simply crafted in a way that gives us that emotional impact in terms of the storytelling elements here. It does hit you. It really does. And that I'm a technical person when it comes to, you know, crafting elements like this, but when you sit with an image like this and you pay respect to all of the beautiful elements that have been crafted and so intentionally placed throughout the composition here, then we really get to feel the chest get a little bit tighter, to feel the breath slow down. Yeah, it's hit me big time.
Yeah, and there's a subtlety when you look at this image, the tonality, there's a brightness down the middle, like a bright beam of light, and that's the part that's holding them together, and it sort of greys off, the tones sort of flatten out a little bit as you go out from that sense. Quite a unique little use of a technique. All right, let's have the next print, please. Untitled. Those people at the back, if you are blocking the door, there's plenty of seats in here, or maybe just move so we don't want anyone outside who can't get in, but I'm sure you'll see that and you'll let them in. I'll take that as an acknowledgement. Thank you. First impressions. Chloe.
This is a beautiful image. I am just struck by the composition. I love how his face is just perfectly lined up with hers. Down from the nose to the eyes are on the same level, and then the lips, if you can see, it almost looks like one lip. It's just gorgeous.
Mark, would you like to break down what goes into making this image work so well?
Yeah, just the image is so much opposites attract, and there's so much like the dark skin, the light skin, the flat hair, the curly hair, the girl's big eye, the guy's smaller eyes, and then putting that together to match. Like, this shot is normally cropped really, really tight, but the photographers allowed this to kind of have space to let it breathe a little bit, and all the shapes and all the lines lead up. And it's really just making sure that you need to be absolutely 100% spot on with your composition and the angle and the light, because anything that's out of whack, it just loses its power. So the photographer's taken that little bit, you know, that control and time to make sure that all those elements are working together, and that control of the lighting is just beautifully placed.
All right, thanks, Mark. Anyone something to add? All good? Okay, next print, please. Self-made is a myth. And John Michael Cooper, when that came around, what was the first impression? What hit you first?
My first thing is I do a lot of work with vignetting and toning and burning and dodging to lead everything to the subject. And this maker is actually using the supporting characters to lead the eye to them, because they're all focused on this one person. So they're the leading lines. They're all their attention is into that center. So even if you had other compositional things that are going outside of that, those people would overpower that still and still bring you. You would always, every time you look at this, you'd always go back to that person.
Thanks, John. Michelle, there's a lot going on here, but technically it holds together so well. Explain to us how that works.
Yeah, personally, for me, I love this image. I remember seeing it and scoring it in the online competition and being just stunned when it came around then. It's such a nod to the original sculpture of the gentleman who's self-made man, but using the woman in here with her team of experts and, you know, chiseling her out of there. The symmetry in the windows is beautifully done. I really enjoy how the curtains are not symmetrical to the rest of the symmetry, that her head falls within that square frame. Every single face in that portrait is lit really, really well. So overall, the concept is there, the imagination is there, and the execution is there, which is why we're seeing this image. It's just really well done.
And maybe just a comment I'll add is that the use of the double matte kind of reflecting all of these windows and frames and that particular picture frame behind our central character. The use of those square elements to break up all of that busyness has been done really well. Next print, please. Stronger together. John, you're on a roll. What's the first impression on this one, mate?
You know what? It's like I appreciate always things that are done in series, diptychs, triptychs, and at first I see this as a triptych because they, well, one, beautiful skin, and the treatment and the exposure is great, but still you see this lady in the center, still her highlights are just a little bit more, so you still keep bringing into her, so she's obviously the main character of the story, but I kind of see this. What I first saw is the mounting style where there's like, you know, it's more slant up, and I think a lot of people like, and this is a dark print, a lot of people don't realize that when you have this, the matte controls the perceived exposure, and I think this is great because it makes that inner side more moody, which just looks beautiful.
Chloe, putting something together that looks so simple is not that simple. Can you explain a bit more?
I was actually just thinking that there's, you know, 3 beautiful girls here, all different looking, but styled the same, and their hair is very similar. I love that there's a little ribbon coming down on each side, and then the girl in the middle has it on the other side, which I think is really beautiful. But what I notice most is the highlight on the skin. You just really zero in. They just look so dewy and beautiful. And our eye goes to the brightest part of the image, so that is their skin. But also, if you look in the shadowed areas, there is no texture, no detail lost there, which can be really difficult to do.
Yeah, great editing, and I must admit, when it first came around, the thing that grabbed me first was the eye contact was just bang, all 3 straight at you. You couldn't look away. Next print, please. Haunted loss. Mark, first impression of that. What grabbed your attention first?
The initial attention was on the main subject, the main image on the right, and then obviously then you're looking at what is that, and then the story comes there, then hits you in the face, and you go, oh, that's really clever, but really haunting at the same time. And the way that the photographer's given the print, that vertical look and space and off the cliff, and then got the matte material around it as well, has just pulled it all together nicely. And that the matting even, no, I'll leave that for someone else. But initial, amazing.
Yeah. Kelly, there's a lot of technical work here. It looks simple, but it's not. Can you break that down for us a little? I'm just letting you gather your thoughts. I can see you're ready.
Yeah. This is an image that you need to sit with. I do use the word intentionally a lot. Okay, let me break it down. The overall composition for me and the leading lines from a technical aspect have been balanced so well within this frame, and then they have been lit so delicately, so softly, that draw your eye into these two subjects. So I can see that the bandage plaster that's been used here to create these molds, but what I'm seeing here is, because it's a medium that I work with regularly, is how intricately each and every little piece of that plaster has been placed to create the structure. There's nothing in there, but yet we're left with this sadness, we're left with this hollowness, and that's exactly what the photographer has intentionally given us here. The feeling of loss, the feeling of being so isolated and so alone. Everything that has been constructed here has been done so intricately and so intentionally that it's left us all feeling quite, wow. And then we've got this incredible white frame around the image that just brings our eye in, and then we're left with this rough, this really, really dark texture in the matte that is another expression of feeling. It's so rough, but yet it's almost giving me just that little bit of hope as well. Do you know what I mean? So it's left me, I'm not going to say speechless, but almost breathless in a way that has just stirred so many emotions within me, because how do we do that? How do we move somebody to a point of being breathless when there's no subject there, but yet they've conveyed such an incredible feeling? I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but it's incredible. I'm not often stopped in my tracks, and I am. And I really am. I want to meet the photographer. I want to say, well done. That's it.
You had a comment you wanted to add, John, I saw.
I think this is just one of those beautiful examples of the print, and where the judges are privileged to be looking at this print and inviting people to see this one hang and walk up, because part of this beauty is the atmosphere in the black. That's the subject. The atmosphere is the subject in that blackness.
Thanks, John. And I suppose that's the reason, the passion that Jerry, Melissa, the crew behind them, and the judges, why we are so supportive and so hoping to see print competition continue for as long as it possibly can, because the print just takes everything to a whole new level. And when you get a chance, make sure you check out the gallery later on through the show. You'll see all the finalists and have a look at the incredibly intrinsic work that goes into making a final print. It really does take the message further, and that's what we're about, communicating through imagery, through photography. Next print, please. Kindred. This is the groups and families category in the portrait division. Michelle, first impressions, please.
This is like the lost and forgotten people that never get to be photographed and don't represent societal norms of what is attractive and should be photographed in a way. And I celebrate and appreciate the using women this age and photographing them in such a beautiful way, and without it being retouched or fixed or taking the wrinkles out of the hands. Like, they are who they are in this portrait, and they are exquisite, and that takes courage on the part of the models as well as the photographer to leave this as raw as it is. And that's what my first impact is and how beautiful it is.
Thanks, Michelle. Chloe, can you explain a little bit more about what goes into making an image like this?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here speechless. Oftentimes in our industry, we see every little hair fixed, you know, skin smoothed out completely, wrinkles gone, clothes not wrinkled. And this is celebrating imperfection, which is something for me as an artist that I love. And expression is another thing I love. And the woman in the middle, whether they're sisters, I'm not sure how they're related. I'm just going to assume they're sisters. They're all leaning in towards the middle woman, maybe the matriarch of the family. And the woman on the right expression, I just zeroed in on her. To be able to photograph someone and get them so comfortable in your presence. Being photographed is hard. You know, being a subject is hard. So to get her to that level of expression, as well as the woman on the left, is just absolutely insane.
Thank you, Chloe. We'll have the next print, please. Untitled. Mark, first impressions?
The use of shapes, lines, artistry, placement, and putting 3 images together is, again, something so simple but something so technical, because if you put another image in a different place, it doesn't flow as well. And I think this image, it just flows. It flows up from the left and hits you in the center and then floats to the right. So the first impact for me is just a lot of grace and elegance and control.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, great observations. John Michael, can you maybe share with us what goes into constructing an image here in terms of the lighting and the importance? There's a lot of posing and things like that going on here.
Well, photographing, these are obviously athletes, dancers. Photographing people like this is, you have to have some insight into what they do, so that that's not an easy thing as it is. And from a photographer photographing someone that can do this, everyone has to know what everyone else is capable of doing, and then also where you're at, and then also the lighting. So everything has to apply to the lighting of their particular pose, and especially if you're not changing the lighting, then all 3 poses have to match and fit with that piece, right? And that's like a different level of difficulty, right? We're often just like making one image. This is my image, and when you're doing like a micro body of work, that just brings up the skill set. You have to use like a different set of skills for that because there's more planning involved.
Excellent. Perhaps, Chloe, can you just comment on the palette, the colour palette that's been used here, and the way that the whole image or the set of images has been presented to us?
Yes, I love the 3 series here. The brown tone in the back is gorgeous with their skin tone, but what I like is that we have like this contrast of this gray, almost, I mean, if you look up close, is it velvet? It almost looks velvet. I could be wrong, but you see a lot of texture there where you don't see a ton of texture in the print itself other than their bodies. Was it? Did you touch? It is velvet. Yeah, it's really incredible. And I do like that the tone is different from the matte to the background. I think that's really visually interesting.
Thank you, Chloe. Next print, please. Untitled. Kelly, first impressions. What did you notice first?
Yeah, the connection. For me, the connection here is huge. And how hard is it to capture the connection like that underwater? That's been done really well. There's a gentleness to the hand placement on the chin, and the faces are so perfectly placed sort of together there, where you can see both of those side profiles just so cleanly. But yeah, really well seen and captured.
Thank you, Kelly. Michelle, what goes into this?
Literally thought the same exact thing as Kelly. Like, first of all, I'm thinking the expression and the connection between them, and how do you direct that underwater? Like, you know, as a photographer, it's like, this is outside my scope of capability, so I'm always amazed by something that I probably couldn't do. And the color palette is so beautiful. The highlight on the cheek of the, you know, the female below, it just, yeah, kudos, because I wish I would have done it.
Chloe, what's the value of that matte finish on this print? It's a very, you know, when we look at it, it's quite an interesting finish.
I'm not even sure how to describe it, honestly. It's very matte, which is, yeah, especially when I think of water, right? We want to see like the glossiness, but for this, it almost makes you lean in closer because it is such an interesting choice. I also want to touch on the color choices. It's a really simplified palette. The background is teal, and their skin almost has this warmth. I don't even want to use the word orange, but orange and teal go so well together. So I think it's just a huge, huge choice, and it's lovely.
Yeah, I find the matte finish also kind of creates a level of intimacy, like you're underwater with them, because when we look through water, we tend to get that flare or that glary bit off the top, but this kind of brings you in. Next print, please. Thanks, mentors. Together again. Okay, Michelle, first impression.
It's another moment for sure. And again, this is something I remember every print I ever score, judge, or talk about, and I remember seeing this and sitting with it for a really long time. The intimacy, the sweetness of this couple, the story of the triptych it's perfect. I mean, the lighting, even down to the third image, the detail in those blankets and even in the wrinkles in the pillow are all there. And the 1, 2, 3, just, it shifts you.
It's arresting.
Yeah.
John Michael Cooper, there's a lot of subtlety here. How delicate it's been handled. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't like to look at prints that want to make me cry.
That's why I picked you, mate.
I think the most subtle thing that I looked at is, and I invite people to walk up on this print, is her expression in the top image and her expression in that second image changes very slightly, but you can read it when you look at it, and that's just like, seeing that middle one is difficult, and maybe you see the last one as happy, but it's that one piece of her expression that is like probably the subtlest and the most impactful.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the subtlest detail that makes the most difference to an image. Just for the audience that might be looking at the screen is very bright, so the projector makes it bright, and that's why we urge you to take time over the next few days to go to the gallery and have a look at the prints. You'll see so much more. You'll see so much more about why it's a finalist. You'll see so much more about what the judges are talking about. So this is an indication of what we're looking at. This is what we're looking at, and it's really, truly different. Go and have a look. Next print, please. Untitled. Chloe, first impressions.
I just want to, first of all, applaud this artist for tackling this subject matter. Like, well done. Second, I really noticed initially how he is grabbing her so tight. It's so aggressive. And then you can see, if you look really close, where she's shackled, she's pulling. You see that tension. And I love an image where you can feel multiple levels of tension.
Kelly Brown, technically, can you explain to us the black and the white, but the detail? How do you do
Yeah,
that?
the tonality here is incredible. As we go from the left to the right, and we've got the subject on the left in those lighter tones, and then we've got the darker tones on the right-hand side, equally with the same amount of impact because of the control in the lighting here. That's been done so well, and that's what's bringing out all of that tension that Chloe just mentioned here, and the paper choice as well. When it comes to printing a black and white with so much tonality, so much depth in it, you really do want to choose the right paper that's going to allow you to really create that depth within the print itself, and that's what's been done here so well.
John Michael Cooper, can you just maybe add a comment in regards to the power of symbolism when you tell stories? Because I think this is one that...
Yeah, especially things that are relevant and
contemporary.
And what we're doing, and also it has that ability to timestamp it when you see it in 40 years. It takes you back to that story that we lived through. So there's a lot going on. It's hard to like pull it apart, but for me, it's like the moment and talking about what's happening now becomes that timestamp, which is sometimes really important for some people. Some people want timeless work, and some people need time-stamped work. And I think this is one of those things that needs that timestamp.
Yeah. It takes a talent to take a simple concept and put it in a picture and have no words, and yet say so much. Judges, thank you. That's the end of that category. You've done, again, as mentors. I'm sure as an audience you appreciate that. Some incredible imagery, and it's a real privilege to sit here and just observe it and listen to the pearls of wisdom being shared with the room and those, of course, online. We're going to take a short commercial break, and then we'll be back with Melissa. But in that moment, the judges will be starting to look at the gallery and have a chance to work out who they think should get first, second and third. Of course, the winners are announced on Tuesday night, and if you're not here, you'll have to wait a bit longer to find out, won't you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing here is the judges have started selecting what they would like to see as the first, second, and third place winners in this category. So they've already had their discussions, their conversations, so they will not be having any discussions now. We ask that everyone that's still in the room to please stay seated. That helps everyone who's watching online to be able to have a clear view of everything that is happening as well. And as soon as we're ready, we'll let you know. All right, everyone, the judges have made their selections, so we will all find out on Tuesday night who the first, second, and third place winners out of those images. So get them in your mind. Who would you pick as first, second, and third place? And we'll find out on Tuesday night if the judges agreed with you. We are going to give our judges and our volunteers a quick lunch break. They've been working so hard since very early this morning, so we're gonna now close this room. Before you guys go, we will be back in an hour. At 1:30, we're gonna begin the animals and pets category. We have officially finished the groups and families category, sponsored by Aftershoot. We're gonna come back to the animals and pets, which is an amazing one. So we're gonna ask everyone to please clear the room. We're gonna lock it up, and then we will be back at 1:30. So thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you in an hour. Hi, welcome back, everyone. We are ready to begin our afternoon session here at the Icon Awards. We had an incredible morning with some absolutely breathtaking images. If you were here and you got to enjoy it, you're very lucky. If not, you missed out on a lot, so you're definitely going to want to go through the print gallery and see what categories you missed, because they were pretty amazing, and the conversations were awesome. And so we're going to continue that this afternoon. We're so happy to have you guys here in the room with us, and we're so happy to have everyone online joining us, thanks to Nikon's generous support. Nikon is exclusively sponsoring our live broadcast, which is making it possible for all of our photographers from all over the world who couldn't fly to Vegas so they can be here. We have several different cameras around the room, and so everyone can feel like we're all in the same room together. So we're super grateful that that is possible thanks to Nikon's support. What you're going to see for the rest of today and tomorrow is the culmination of several months of work. We all began back in August with the online competition. So in order to be a finalist here at WPPI, you need to enter the online competition in August. The judges went through and reviewed and scored over 1,700 images, and they provided feedback on so many of those images. Anyone who had requested that option, they went through over 400 personalized video critiques. But what we're going to see here represents the top 10 scoring images in each category. Sometimes you'll see a little bit more than that. Sometimes there'll be more than 10 images. When that happens, it just means that there were several images that scored the same score. So it's 10th and equal scoring 10th. If the lowest score of the highest scores was an 83, but there were 3 images that scored an 83, then all 3 get in. That makes sense? That's why sometimes we have some categories that have a few more images. But what we're doing here is the judges are going to look at each one of those images and have an open conversation about each one. The scores are now irrelevant. The judges don't know what they scored. It doesn't matter anymore. The judges are looking at them with fresh eyes, and now we've added on the extra element of difficulty because they're all printed. And so now they're looking at presentation and paper choice and matting and everything. So it adds an extra layer of difficulty. At the end of each category, when the judges have talked about each one that's in there, you'll see all of the prints lined up on the wall, and the judges will then look at them overall and decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place. They each make that choice privately. No one knows what each other is choosing, and then we all find out together on Tuesday night who those winners are. Tuesday night is our award ceremony. It's going to be held in the Amazon A ballroom, so just down the hall. It's going to be so much fun, you guys. So 7 o'clock, the doors open. You want to make sure you're there at 7 o'clock. We have some incredible entertainment planned. I don't know if you guys heard, but we have a glam bot. So you see the Oscars and you have that glam bot. That is going to be there, so you're going to want to jump in there. Make sure you get there early so you can take advantage of all that fun stuff. Now, as you walked in, you probably saw the beautiful wall art and the albums that are in the back of the room. That's thanks to Graphistudio. Graphistudio is our in-room sponsor, and they set up that entire display for everyone who's here to watch the Icon Awards, so you don't have to wait until Tuesday. It's sort of a mini sneak peek before the trade show even opens. So you can take a look at some of that beautiful wall art, those stunning albums, and you can do it without all of the chaos of the trade show. You can take a look at it in there. So huge thank you to Graphistudio for sponsoring, being our in-room sponsor. But in addition to that, they are also the ones who printed our beautiful Icon Awards book. There it is. So this year's Icon Awards book is already available for purchase. So if you haven't picked it up yet, you definitely want to. It's absolutely inspiring. It's so beautiful. It's a hardcover book, beautiful coffee table book, and the work in there is absolutely amazing. This is not just the finalists that are in here. Anyone who entered the online competition and scored an 80 or above is in this book. It's a massive book. So if you entered the competition and you scored an 80 or above, you are published in here. You are credited, you're published in there, and it's just such a beautiful legacy piece for you as well. It's just nice to have that keepsake, that nice chunk of legacy that you can always look back on and say, I got published in there. There's a poster board at the back of the room where you can purchase, there's a QR code, you can click on that and you can purchase the book and then pick it up at Graphistudio's booth at the trade show. So you can pick it up right here in person. If you're watching us online, you can go to iconphotographers.com. You can purchase it from there. This is not the cover of the book. That's last year's book. We're not revealing the cover until a little bit later. And I want to also just say thank you to Dario Righetto from Love Edits. Dario designed the entire Icon Awards book, and that is a labor of love. He does it because he loves it. He's just absolutely incredible. And he also creates a beautiful, original piece of art every single year. So I don't know if you know, but Dario is an incredible artist, as in a hand painter and drawer. He's amazing. And every year he creates a custom piece just for the Icon Awards, and he includes it in the book. And it always has some sort of theme. This year's theme is so awesome. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, and then you got to go look at it in the book. It's all about how, as an industry, we all grow when we help each other up. So if you've been in the industry for 20 years and there's somebody who's just starting out, by giving them a hand, we raise the entire industry up together. That's the concept, and now I need you to go look at the book and see what Dario did. It's just absolutely amazing. So a huge thank you to Dario for that. All right, let's jump into our first category of the afternoon. We are looking at images in the portrait division. Portrait division is sponsored by Westcott. Westcott is the leading manufacturer of photographic and video lighting. They're based here in the US. Their equipment is reliable. They've been doing it since 1969, so they've been doing it for a very long. When we say they've been doing it forever, they've been doing it forever. And a lot of photographers rely on their work, and we're very grateful to have them sponsoring the portrait division this year. Our first category for this afternoon is the animals and pets category. This category is sponsored by Hahnemühle. Hahnemühle is a globally respected fine art paper manufacturer. They have a legacy that spans more than 400 years, which means they've been providing paper to artists longer than photography has been around. So that's how long they've been doing this. So Hahnemühle is definitely a leader in the fine art paper world, and so we're very thankful that they are sponsoring this category. Also, as an announcement, I announced this earlier today, but just to tell everybody who's just tuning in now and watching here in the room now, we are introducing this year, for the very first time, the Hahnemühle Signature Print Award. And Hahnemühle is going to, on Tuesday morning, walk through the gallery, and they're going to look at all of the images that are in the gallery, and they're going to look for an image that has impact, but also shows excellence in printing. What image makes the best use of color, tonal range, quality, all of it, and they're going to award the Hahnemühle Signature Print Award to that person. We'll announce the winner on Tuesday night. They'll receive a trophy as well as $750 in Hahnemühle paper. So really awesome prize. So we're ready to begin our first category. I want to just also thank Jerry and Tony. We have two chairpersons this year, and they have been doing an incredible job leading the conversation with each one of our judging panels. And we are going to kick it off with Jerry in the animals and pets category, but want to say thank you to both of you for just leading it so well and keeping everything on track. Love you guys both.
Thank you so much. I've been just watching you talk all day, and just right now, the words in my brain is, I'm so in love with you. Damn it, I'm going to cry. All right, Mark Rossetto, thank you for being here. You are an icon master. And Kelly Brown, you are an icon grandmaster. That's no small feat, so thank you so much for being here from Britain. Anyway, I appreciate at least your accents, because everyone else is just ridiculous the way they speak. Notably, Gary Hughes, but thank you very much. Very articulate behind that humour. I don't know how you do it. Alison Carlino, let me see, you're an icon associate. Thank you so much for being here. Always graceful and always articulate. And then Heidi Margosi, you are an icon double master, which is no small feat too. So thank you so much for being here, guys. This is one of my favorite categories, animals and pets. So much fun. All right, first print, please. Catitude. Okay, Alison, you got the biggest smile on your face right now. First impression of this image.
Well, I'm a cat lady, so here we go. Attitude, the title, correct for this. I love the verticalness. This brings me right in. The close crop with the skinny, the way that we are bringing this in with the mat, brings you right in with impact into the face.
Thank you so much. And Kelly, you had the second biggest grin on your face.
This has such a 3D quality to it. I feel like that cat's actually coming out of that crop, that tight sort of mat there on the face. So the vignette here has been done really, really well to enhance that 3D effect. The photographer's captured the detail in this cat beautifully in terms of the exposure. It's been lit beautifully, but the symmetry is what's really standing out here for me. That tight crop's really actually enhancing those beautiful vertical lines in terms of the fur above the eyes, and then the way that tongue just kind of comes down from the bullseye center of this frame. It really does just kind of keep you engaged and keep you wanting more. I want to touch it, but I can't, obviously.
Thank you. Wonderful comment. Gary, you just had another closer look there. Give us an idea about the print quality in the color.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at. I think that when you get into a subject like this that has all of these super fine details in the hair, there's just a really beautiful combination of post-processing skill, like just the right amount of touch without over-sharpening, without pushing too much the dynamic range of the image, along with the paper choice that's going to show this off. And I say this with the most sincerity. This is a paper choice that's so good you don't even think about it. Like, it just pairs with the image perfectly and brings out everything you want and nothing you don't. Well done.
You can sound smart if you want to.
It's the glasses.
It's the glasses, you're right. Wonderful. Thank you for your comments, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. No title. So basically, guys, if there's no title, I just say nothing. If there is a title, I'll let you know. Mark, while you're there, grab your microphone, mate. First impression, please. There's a few giggles in the audience as well. What are we noticing?
The first impression is just the dog dead smack in your face, the brightness. It's the first thing you see. And then you want to explore the image. And I think that's why this image is lifted so well, because the dot itself, the expression is beautiful, but then you want to have a look at all the things and the butterfly and all the flowers, and then you can see these beautiful feathers underneath, and you're like, go back to the dog's face again. It's like, that is really clever. So first impression is that it's really striking, and it's placed really well.
Thank you so much. Heidi, we'll hear from you. Do we need a translation, because that accent's really thick? No, you're good?
I'll try to tone mine down a bit. There's 3 Aussies on this panel.
3 Aussies.
I just wanted to talk about the quality in this tone. It's so beautiful, and the detail in both the blacks and the lights are it's otherworldly, and you know, it's such a soulful image, which you don't always expect for an animal image. It's that you can see right into this little guy or little girl's soul, and it's really elegant. But what I'm really just obsessed with right now is the clarity in this tone.
Great comment. Kelly, you photograph a lot of pets. Tell us about the challenges in photographing pets and what to look out for when you are doing that.
Oh, you have to know the animal, essentially. And if you don't know the animal, you have to be able to communicate clearly with the owner of the animal as well, to be able to capture portraits like this. To have a dog sit there and for you to be able to capture this as in a single frame, the photographer has showed not only that they have, skill in terms of their photographic skill, but they also have a lot of patience, especially when you're working with dogs. Dogs tend to have their own mind and want to do what they want to do. Could you imagine placing all those feathers on that dog and having it sit still like that? When you get an opportunity to walk up and look at this print in the gallery, you're going to see exactly what we're talking about, the textural detail that's here, and everything is so pin-tack sharp. When I talk about patience in terms of working with an animal like this, it's just been captured so so technically, correct that everything is sharp. There is detail everywhere, and that's why that tonality is so beautiful throughout.
Great comment. Isn't it amazing how the Amazon shopping carts from the photographers this year, you know what I mean, like all the accessories and everything like that has been amazing. No, it's not taxidermed. Okay, thank you so much. Next print, please. The Prince of Blue. Alison, you look intrigued? Think out loud for us, please.
Yeah, I'm immediately impacted by the color and the light rays that just go straight down and lead your eye as the animal's being diagonally pulled down. So the bold colors with the blue and the gray and the harmonious feel of that are beautiful.
Thank you so much for your comment. Gary, you've been staring at it front and center?
Yeah.
Talk about the execution, the degree of difficulty of doing this.
It's hard to, degree of difficulty is dicey in general, just because it wavers from person to person. Somebody could have been hunting this image for 3 days, and somebody could have just dropped in the water and grabbed it. However, planning is very important, and I think that what really, really works here, and there's an incredible management of the lens perspective and the depth of field to provide, because with an animal like this, I think what you're really looking for is scale. And it's hard to show the majesty of something like this, even from a distance. So to get this close with this lens, create something like really, really visceral, and you can feel the texture, and you can see, this is the thing that's blowing my mind, is like almost dead center in the frame. You get flippin' eye contact with it, and that's wild. So, and then the front is sharp, and the back is sharp, yet you have this perspective, the background distance and focal length is managed beautifully. There's just something about this, the longer you look at it, you just feel like you were in the water. And I think that's really kind of on the part of the maker, that's just preparation and skill and talent that just ended up a beautiful, beautiful image.
Thank you for your comment. Kelly, just a brief comment about the print quality and what you're seeing here and how it was printed.
Yeah, all of that detail that Gary's just referred to, it's been enhanced by the print quality. The right paper has been chosen here to be able to bring out all of that beautiful detail, as well as the tonal range from those dark, deep blues right up to those, the surface of the water where we've got all those highlights. So the control here in camera has really been, sort of well thought out in terms of the print quality and the choice of paper and that beautiful clean matte around the outside. It's framed exquisitely.
Great comments, great team effort, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Love Nest. Heidi, you look intrigued. While you're there, grab the mic.
I was trying to figure out how it was done. I love trying to get into the mind of the maker, because there's a lot going on here. But at first glance, what I'm seeing is this just really beautiful, almost peaceful. I mean, not just because they're doves or pigeons, but it's a peaceful image, and there's a quiet sense of quiet sense of something going on here, and I just kind of want to lean in and take it in more. I wish I had more time to sort of really lean in, but the details are really beautiful, and the overall impact is really stunning.
Thank you for your comment. Kelly, you've been staring at this with a beautiful smile. Tell us what you're feeling.
Yeah, there's two birds. Birds crack me up. But the two birds in the sculpture, in the fountain, in the background, and then we've got the two real birds in the foreground. So it's not only a great capture, but it's just a really well-seen moment. How long did they have to sit there to be able to actually get this shot? And those birds look like they're talking. Like, they really do. They're having a good old conversation there. But the tonality throughout this, so not only is it a really well-seen moment, it's actually been captured beautifully as well. I'm really enjoying that square crop around that circular frame. So you've got that, that separation, the duality there, which balances it out really beautifully. And the tones in the background. And then you've got that little just warmth of colour in the beaks and the feet there that really just bring it to life.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Gary, talk to us about the print quality and how, you look at something like this as high key, but it's a bit there's this sketch feel to it too, but tell us about that.
Yeah, I think this works because of the texture. Because you get into the actual, the birds themselves in the foreground, the main subjects of the image, and it's white on white on white on white. And all those tones are there, which is great because you have to pick the right paper to do that. But also I think it's the right amount of contrast. If you'd picked a paper that eats up the contrast, you'd have lost a lot of depth here. And I think that's what really makes this work, because it's a relatively short distance from front to back in the image. And so that choice of edit to get that contrast and the paper that will display it really do sell it. It's just the right level of contrast to make this image sing.
Thank you so much. Awesome comment. Thank you. Thank you, team. Next print, please. Rescued. Heidi, think out loud. You did an exhale, please.
Ooh, this one actually makes me quite emotional. Exhale. Having rescued quite a few animals in my years, this just speaks to me on a really sort of high impact level. Obviously, the first thing I'm noticing is that, you know, we're going from this monochromatic, cage-like environment into this beautiful, warm colour. I don't know how I'm going to get through this without crying. With these hands that are just sort of welcoming this dog into a new life. And it really is, to me, summing up the power of rescue.
Love that. Beautiful. Isn't it amazing, guys, that when you see fellow artists really appreciate work, and a two-dimensional image can make you that emotional. But Mark, you felt strongly about this. I saw your reaction when it came around.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen anything like this before. This is really, really well seen, cleverly placed, well thought through. And to be able to capture this, you do need the forward thinking of going, okay, I want to create something that is about rescue, and I want to be able to show the two sides, from having something that's quite in the bars and raw to warmth, love, exception, appreciation, and knowing that you're going to be taken care of. How do we capture that? And then you need to execute it. And I think this photographer's done it exceptionally well with the color tones and the way that they've controlled the vignette, the lighting, and those beautifully placed hands. We've always talked about how hands are really hard to work with, and put that with a dog, and it's just the right amount of squish in his little cheeks there to know that the dog's actually resting on the hands, not just holding the dog. It's like it's really well placed. So I think the photographer's done exceptionally well.
Great comment. Kelly, it looks like you want to make the final comment here.
Yeah, just repeating, I'm not going to repeat what you said, but just on what you said, in camera. Executed it in camera. Like, this is not a composite. This is something that has been done in camera. So that thought process, you know, amazing, well done. But I just want to touch on just the direction of light here, how well that has been handled here. We've got a direction and intensity of light coming in on that dog's face that's lighting the hands as well. So, but it's not overpowering it. Sometimes when we have a really strong leading line that takes you to the edge of the frame, it can be distracting. It can take you away from the image. But here it's actually been utilized so well that it's drawing you into that dog and then into the rest of that scene. So, you know, that's impeccable work. Really well done.
Great comments, guys. Again, great teamwork. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Spa Day. Spa Day. Spar Day.
Oh, Spar Day.
You're all admiring it. Alison, how do you feel? First impression of this?
The maker used the right tone with black and white here, absolutely. And the vignette just draws us directly into each animal's doing that they're doing on the next animal. And the one on the left just looks so uninterested, just enjoying the scene. So I love the diagonal line, and that creates like this angle down and your eyes followed around. So composition-wise, that's what I want to commend the maker on, is the way that your eyes followed around.
Great comment. Gary, you're proof of evolution. What do you feel about this image?
We'll just let that one go over the plate. Yeah, we'll let it go over the plate.
Take the hit.
Use a sports ball analogy. You know what I'm really appreciating here. There's really obvious great qualities here. It's a wonderful capture to see this moment, to grab it and to compose it. But I think besides the choice of the black and white, I think because we've got this really great light spots that are the faces of all of these beautiful chimps just going from the bottom to the top. And what I really love here is the non-standard is kind of a 16 by 9 or you know, that crop really just sells that story and puts everything into this beautiful diagonal crash line all the way going from the bottom to the top. It's just, you could have put this as a 3 by 2, you could have put this as a square, but like this just sells it and it gets rid of anything extra that you don't need. So I think that choice of composition and crop, not only grabbing it, great capture, but the presentation is fantastic for the image.
Thank you so much. Kelly will make a final comment about whatever you were planning to say, as well as the print quality as well.
Yeah, so yeah, everything that you just said about the tonality here, as in the black and white, again, the print quality here has allowed the photographer to retain all of that detail. So it's got a really great range, and it's been, you know, printed so well that allows us to see everything in terms of the detail here. But what I really am enjoying here is there are 4 completely different animals here with 4 completely different expressions, and none of them are overpowering each other. They're together, but they're all working so well. Each is so individual and unique that that's what makes this so strong. That's what makes this image really stand out. And it's a print that could sit on anyone's wall, not just the owner, photographer.
Great comments. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Still. Gary, first impression, mate?
Yeah, just to go lead with emotion when you get something like this. Because if there is just a place in your mind and in your heart that would just make you feel at peace, this would be a perfect example of something like that. And I think that the creator of this has done from top to bottom everything about the capture, the post-production, and the presentation. All that ties together, but it doesn't overwhelm just the sense of serenity that this provides. And I think it's just incredibly well handled.
Thank you. Alison, please unpack this a bit further technically and how it was made.
Yeah, compliments to the maker on the color harmony, the right time of the day to be out there to do this, and the degree of difficulty to get the dog to be still so the water doesn't, there's no ripples in the water, and you keep that serene, still feeling. This is one of those times when running a horizon line right through the middle actually works because of the reflection. Gorgeous work.
Fantastic. Great comment. Heidi, when you're looking at this, I mean, the subject, the title is called Still, and you can tell because there's no ripples in there as well, but you've got rocks. We could have retouched those or not. Tell us about the deliberate, like, leaving in those elements and how the design works graphically.
Yeah, I think, you know, because we've got all those elements, it creates this marvelous sense of depth. So there's not just this sort of linear vibe about it. You're really kind of not only looking at obviously the main character, but you're really sort of going all around the image and you're seeing this sort of like, you know, back and forth with the depth of focus. And I think that leaving the rocks in there, specifically that last one on the right, was kind of genius because it's just, it all works and they're all in this line together, and with that gradient tone, as you said, Alison, it's just, it's all working.
Great comments. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Take away food. Kelly, first impression. You're looking at it, admiring it, and shaking your head in disbelief. Tell me.
I don't even know how you'd get to capture this. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it and I'm just in complete admiration for this photographer. I am not a wildlife photographer, but I have so much admiration for them. The way that the light is hitting the beak and the face of that eagle is sublime. It is sensational. That's where the true impact is. You've got that amazing depth of field going on, and then you've got that fishtail coming out the back end of the eagle that looks like it's half fish, half eagle, because you can't see where it's been grabbed. It's a really amazing capture. It's so well timed.
Great comment. Mark, do you have anything to add there? I mean, I don't know whether you do this kind of stuff, and certainly we all respect and appreciate it, but go deeper in the degree of difficulty of capturing this.
The timing and the patience to actually be literally at the right time, at the right place, ready to go. Whether this photographer would actually be like, I want to capture this. This is an area where this bird is going to be around and it happens often. And you're like, right, I'm going to wait for the time of day. Or like Gary said about the well image, maybe it was just you turned up and you were there to take a photo of a landscape and the timing was spot on, but you have to know how to capture something like this. So the degree of of actually doing this is super hard, but timing is just ridiculously amazing. Look at the water drops that are coming off. Like, it just happened. One thing I would say is that with the printing, giving the image some space. Like, you haven't showed us a little short, small, the minimum size. You've let it have space, and the black matte is enough to really draw your eye straight back onto the eye of the eagle, the top of the wings, and just keep you there.
Absolutely. I mean, you could spend a lifetime being a bird photographer and never get anything like this. Alison, if you took this photograph and then you didn't know you got the shot, look back at your files, how would you feel if you didn't know you took this, but you saw it in your camera?
Yeah, I would be, oh man, I scored. I have finally hit the moment and the light at the right timing that I wanted. And if you need to see this during the trade show, you need to see how tack sharp that eye is to understand the shutter speed that he or she had to shoot this at. And our eye reads left to right, right? So we just follow into the frame, and it's just, man, great capture.
Great conversation. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Work of art. Work of art. Heidi, I see your eye stems literally doing this. Grab the mic and tell us what you're looking at.
I mean, the overall initial impact, it's just amazing because it's sort of, it's kind of like a memento. What's that? When you're sort of looking at an image, it's got this duality where we feel like we're in a gallery looking at three separate individual pieces of art that are in one piece of art. So it's kind of trippy and fantastic in all of the right ways. I absolutely love the first impression, and I think that there's so much story here that I want more time.
Great comment. Kelly, can you, for the people who are in the audience may not be able to read the titles and stuff like that, unpack that a little bit for us, please.
Yeah, this is such a unique way to create a triptych and present something that is so completely, I want to say whimsical, because we've got whiskers and whimsy on the left, and it's got a little description for those of you that can't read it on the screen up there, but it says watercolor on cotton rag, and then it's got framed feline, modern realism, and it just sort of takes you through this. But what I love the most is that cat in the middle. It's looking at you going, hello, real deal here. What are you worried about those other two frames for? Check it out. But there's so much depth here in terms of the capture. That cat in the middle looks like it's actually coming out of that frame. And to be able to do this as a single capture, to be able to construct this, the photographer has done it exceptionally for us to be able to feel like it's three-dimensional. And the control in terms of the lighting from all of those, beautiful highlights through to those subtle sort of little shadows there. But the detail, the imagination, and the skill here and technique has all worked so well together to create something very, very unique.
Amazing comment. Alison, please.
Whether the maker knew this going into it or not, because you can't always control what the cat in the middle is going to do as real life, but the ones on the left and the right, there's an arch that follows here and then it comes back in around here, and you just stay in the image the whole way around. And they purposely plan that on the left and the right like that.
Great comments. Thank you so much. That is the end of the best category of this competition. All right. Look, I'm a dog person. I believe animals, and namely dogs, are the best souls on earth by far. For those of you new to the actual broadcast or new to the room and perhaps wondering why we're not critiquing and finding things wrong with the images, is because that's already been done. When people enter in August and September, you have the option of getting critiqued. We decided as a group and a team that we should make the critiques public and live to the world. So literally, if you're watching online now, you're in person right now, if you want to learn from critiques, as in what could have been improved in an image, then just know that currently there's over 1,000 images free to the world. Go to the Icon Awards website, press on critiques. You can sort by mentor or you can sort by category. So they're already there. In a couple of days, there'll be 400 more. If you want to hear more critiques, Love Edits has a booth opposite the gallery, right behind the gallery, and they'll be doing critiques for 3 days in a row. So we're very appreciative of that as well. So just know that's happening. And just so you know too, we are focusing on the strengths of the image. Isn't it refreshing that we're looking for the good in these images? Like, if you look for the bad in anything, you will find something because you feel like you have to. But how refreshing is it to celebrate the work? So we're going to celebrate it even further while the judges choose the winners after this short break.
From the beginning, our philosophy has been to exceed client expectations on every project.
We began framing over 40 years ago and began printing almost over 25 years ago. When it comes to printing, every choice matters. The inks, the profiles, and especially the papers. That's why partnering with Hahnemühle is so important to us.
When artists see or feel Hahnemühle, they know it's something special. It's been steeped in centuries of fine art tradition, and it's archival too.
As a skyframe printer and a photographer myself, I personally like to use Hahnemühle papers because of their amazing quality and rich history since the 16th century.
Hahnemühle has quickly become an artist's favorite because of their commitment to recyclable materials, their paper types and paper choices, and of course, an array of finishes.
Artists come to us because they trust that promise that we value their art just as much as they do.
A great thing about Hahnemühle is that they have a massive variety of papers with different finishes, from matte, luster, glossy, metallic, canvases. Any type of print you're looking to make, chances are there's a Hahnemühle paper that can supply that at the highest quality.
Becoming a certified Hahnemühle printer is more than just an achievement. It's a promise to deliver the best quality prints every time.
As we look ahead, our partnership with Hahnemühle is only growing. Your dedication to quality mirrors ours.
Come take a look at Hahnemühle's new Natural line, which features Photorag Metallic and Agave.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, everyone that's in the room, we're just going to ask everyone to quiet down just for a moment, everyone. Everyone that's in the room, we're going to ask you guys to please take your seats. The judges are now in the process of choosing who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in the category. We'll all stay seated so that everyone that's watching us from around the world can also see what's happening, so we can all do this together. The judges are all going to do this privately. They're not going to know what each other is choosing, and there's not going to be any discussion during this part. And then we'll find out together on Tuesday night who the winner is. So give us just a couple minutes, and we'll let you know when we're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their choices. Just to let you know why I take a step back while all of that's happening and we have other people here. I mentioned this earlier, but we want there to be full transparency when the winners are being selected. We want you to have the confidence that whatever the judges chose is exactly who it's going to be. So there's never one person who alone has control over everything. We make sure that it's all a very open process. Not so open that I'll tell you who just won. You guys have to wait till Tuesday night to find out. So come join us at the award ceremony on Tuesday night. But that officially concludes our Animal and Pets category. Congratulations to all of our finalists. May I also remind you that because this is in the portrait division, all of those images that you saw, those incredible animal images, none of them are composites. None of them are composited. Those were all done in a single capture, which makes it even more impressive when you're dealing with animals like that. Pretty awesome. Huge thank you to Hahnemühle as well for sponsoring the Animal and Pets category, and of course to Westcott for sponsoring the portrait division. We're now going to transition over to our next category, which is the Boudoir and Fine Art Nude category. I want to just make a quick announcement to let everyone know that there will be nudity in the next category, and I want to advise all of our viewers watching online of that as well. But we just need a couple minutes to get set up, and then we'll be right back with you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are so thrilled to have all of you guys in the room. It's so nice to see a nice full room. I'm just so happy to have all of you guys here. And welcome to everyone who's watching us online as well. That is thanks to Nikon Support. They are our exclusive sponsor for the live broadcast, and they're the only reason why we can do this. We would not be able to do this without them. So huge thank you to Nikon. Just as a reminder for everyone, we are still in the portrait division. The portrait division is sponsored by Westcott. Westcott is always innovating and finding new ways to make our lives as photographers and filmmakers easier. And they've been doing it for a long time, and they're very good at it. So it's so appropriate that they are supporting the portrait division. And our next category in this division is the boudoir and fine art nude category. If you're joining us, that does mean that there will be some nudity in this category. So I just want to make everyone aware of that. The images that you'll see here feature images that are consistent with the boudoir genre, as well as nudes, semi-nudes, implied nudes, all that kind of feel to it. And just as with all of the other categories in the portrait division, no composites are allowed in this category either. The boudoir and fine art nude category is sponsored by 7 Rubies, which feels so very appropriate because 7 Rubies is a directory for high-end body-positive boudoir photographers. They have created a directory where clients who are looking for a more luxury experience, body-positive experience, can find that type of photographer in this directory. Each photographer that is included in the directory is hand-selected for their professionalism, for their quality of work, and for their style of being body-positive. So it's really appropriate that they're sponsoring the Boudoir Fine Art Nude, and we're very thankful for their support. Our chairperson for this category is going to be the very capable Tony Hewitt, and he's going to lead the discussion with our panel of judges, so I will leave it over to you.
Thank you, Melissa. And I have a question for you. Is it true that if they go to the app, download, there is an AI translator that allows those people who don't understand me to actually understand what I'm saying, or is that still to come?
No.
That's not in your...
Yeah, no.
It's not in your script, is it?
No.
I knew I could catch on something. Yes. Thanks, Melissa. Yes, it's a real pleasure to be back, and of course, having a full room of people who are prepared to listen and learn from some of the best minds in the business as they get the chance to celebrate the finalists in the International Awards of Icon International. We've come up with about 17 different permutations, the Icon International Photography Awards, of course. And I'm joined by Kat Ford-Coates, who is an associate of Icon, Tatiana Lumiere, who is a master, I think, yep. We have Ivan Duran, who is also a master photographer with Icon, Kate Scaglione, who is a associate, and of course Richard Sturdivant, who is a master, 3 times. There you go. And a bloody nice guy as well. All right, let's get into it. We'll have the first print in this category. Thank you. This has a title, Ascension. Let's have a first impression from Kat. Thanks, Kat.
The symmetry and balance in this is bananas. From, sorry, Jerry. Bananas. From her body composition and that back leg being so straight to not quite even touching that fabric that's up in the air to being balanced and held like really strong with that vase in the bottom left. And then the symmetry with the architecture itself, it really is just a terrific moment, terrific moment.
Thanks, Kat. Richard, can you maybe break it down and what it takes to build an image like this that reaches the finals? Let's use a microphone. I know you've got a great voice. We want to hear it.
What's wonderful about this image is they didn't build it outside of the camera. It's all built in the camera. And it's just got such great impact. And the composition, the way that it flows with those offset arches, it actually leads you around the image into an oval kind of viewing experience there. And then once you get up to that fabric, it just kind of, it breaks it up a little bit. And the way that the pose is really, really tight. The lighting is just extraordinary for this image. I mean, it fits it just perfect. And I just think it's just done really well done.
Kate, can you just add, maybe touch on the matting a little bit and also the print quality here?
Absolutely. I think that as a yogi, I certainly appreciate the movement and the discipline that it took the photographer to capture this pose, because a yogi can't really hold that for that long. But my point about the yoga is because there's such a flow and a grace to it, and the choice of matting also doesn't interrupt the flow of the image. So I think it's really beautiful how it complements the symmetry like that, but also has that flow that matches the concept. The warm colors and the color harmony are just gorgeous, and it's just very soft and pleasant to look at. You almost get an emotional reaction of feeling calm just looking at it.
Okay, thank you very much, Kate. All right, we'll have the next print, please. This image is untitled. And just a reminder for the audience in the room, the projector is rather bright, so you'll find the detail in highlights and shadows is often lost. Of course, that's why we're celebrating that next evolution from a digital image to the print, something that we here at Icon are very passionate about, making sure we maintain that longevity of print, because that's where the real magic can be seen. All right, now I can see a few faces smiling. Tatiana, just what is the first impression here? What is the first thing that grabbed your attention?
It has amazing impact. And I was looking at also how glossy it is, so not traditional choice of printing. And I'm like, wow, I know we should talk more about printing later. For now, it's impact, colors, composition. It's really there for you to enjoy.
So the colour dragged you in. Ivan, maybe break down a little bit more. What does it take to build an image like this?
This image looks amazing. I think for me, when I see a picture like this, it makes me think about how they make it, because it's not something that you see, especially in Budoir, like that often. Having me think about like what the creator was trying to kind of like invite others to see, I think that's very, very powerful. I really love that it kind of looks like a heart, kind of like in the red. So you kind of like have to like really look at it, and you know, you have like kind of like the blood and everything. So it's just amazing technique, because I know this is not easy to do when you either body paint or paint someone to have all those highlights. So I really enjoy that.
Richard, Mike, could you just to finish off and just address that, the lighting here and the contrast between that pure white and pure black, and yet for some reason it still works. How did that happen?
I mean, the lighting is done really, really well, especially with that gloss liquid paint over the image. What really struck me here is that it's printed on a very matte paper, but it still looks really glossy. And in the dynamic range, when you go from the whites to the dark shadows, I mean, you got detail all the way through there to get to the areas where you don't need detail. And the storytelling quality of it, it could go anywhere you want. You could go with a horrific story. You could go with a health story. You could go so many different directions with this. And I think any image that can help the viewer put their story into it is a great image.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's have the next print, please. Between fear and confidence. While the judges are looking, Kate, let's get an idea of what's in your head when that first came around. What was your first impression?
Well, in a way, I think this is not just working as a boudoir image, but also it's kind of a narrative portrait to talk about a specific metaphor or concept. And what really struck me is the lighting and how the warm and the cool play off of each other like that, but also balances in with the, if you look at the scale, they're also in warm and cool. So there's a story being told here, or a message being told, and I think that's very strong.
Thanks, Kate. Tatiana, the lighting here is quite well handled. How have they done that? Tell us a bit more about the lighting.
I think I would leave it to the author to explain how lighting was done. Stunning choice of colors to show that opposition. In the face of symmetry, everything behind them is so symmetrical, it doesn't pull away from their expression and their, in the moment, balance, left or right, blue or orange.
Ivan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just looking at their eyes. I think that's one of the things kind of like got me interesting, because they used that gel to have it on the eyes, and I think that was hopefully deliberate, like just to do that. And I think that plays very well, because you have to you see the blue here, but then you see the blue on the eye of the opposite girl. Same with the other one. So I thought that was very, very well done.
Yeah, it brings them together, the blue shadow on the warm and the warm shadow on the blue, yeah. All right, next print, please. Echo and origin. Origin. Echo and origin. And the process today is about getting inside the judges' heads, that when they see an image, whether it's an online competition or maybe a print competition, what is the first thing that goes through their mind, and what attracts them or doesn't attract them to the image, and asks them to explore further the technical qualities and the aesthetic qualities and the narrative qualities of an image. And that's what we're trying to drag out of our mentors. Not that we have to drag it out, they're very generous with their knowledge. So first impressions, let's get a first impression from Ivan, please. What was the first thing that struck you?
You know, with so many prints, one of the first things that got my attention was the arches. Not only in the actual picture, but in the framing. That's the first thing that caught my attention. It's something that you kind of could play with when you actually print an image, kind of like be a little bit playful with the matting, and I think they've done it well.
Richard, there's a lot of thought gone into the technical qualities of this image. Could you explain a bit more? The technical qualities, the lighting, etc.
The lighting is very extraordinary for this image, and the way the lighting's coming down on the women who, you know, are offset versus everything else being symmetrical, and those little gaps of light hitting the side of the arches, it really kind of just almost projects the women forward and projects the background backwards, which gives you almost a three-dimensional effect, especially with the matte, the way that they've done it. And it looks very, very dimensional. So kudos to the maker.
Maybe a final comment, Tatiana, just on that matte. You know, we've got a double black arch matte. What's the value of that to you?
Well, I admire the matting. Definitely helps the image, that 3D effect. And also look at those shades of gray. Maybe a second title to it. You know, how clean every shade is, and how it basically pulls us into the image. You cannot escape it.
Thank you. Next print, please. This print is untitled. Kate, you've been looking very stared gaze at it. What are you noticing? What's the first thing that grabbed your attention?
I'm trying to decipher, I mean, the composition shows a lot of movement and rhythm to it, so it almost feels like it's dancing on the page, sort of like a ballet there. But I'm also getting, I'm trying to determine if this is masculine and feminine all in one, which makes it a really unique art piece. If I'm looking at the center of the figure, it actually looks like a male body and not a female body, possibly. I could be wrong, but that's kind of why I was had that intent gaze. I was trying to figure out. There's so many interpretations of this visually.
So the first impact was about intrigue and what am I looking at?
Yeah, the composition. There's movement, there's rhythm, there's intrigue, a little bit of mystery, but it's just very poetic to look at, I think.
Okay, Kat, can you maybe expand on some of those things a little bit more? What's going on here?
Sure. I mean, can we just acknowledge that this is in camera?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and being able to have these whispers of shape and movement, and then defining that breastplate so clearly is really what helps to elevate it, because we've also got the framing, right? And a very, very stark white matte, right? Which is in contrast to how creamy the images, and there are no heavy blacks. It's all very mid-tone gray. So that contrast alone, I think, sort of almost brings that subject out off the paper.
Excellent. Richard, final comment?
I just wanted to say one thing. My first impression when this came up, because I had to stare at it for a while just to kind of check everything out, but my first impression was of an entity coming from the other side. It just had that feeling to me, especially with all the movement and the body shapes and around the edges. Kind of haunting a little bit.
Haunting. Thank you. Great comments. Next image, please. Leaving Eden. First impressions, Kat?
Just structurally, who doesn't love how the shapes of that framing, right, are in, I mean, they're all mirroring her body shape, right, and her position. And then we have all this beautiful texture on the wall behind that's then mirrored in the leaves, and then the leaves that she's wearing. Like, everything just plays off of one another visually. It's a fun dance.
Thanks, Kat. Ivan, can you talk to us a bit more about the posing, lighting aspect of this image?
Yeah, I think I really enjoy how the maker tried to do some kind of play with the angles. I really love how you kind of see a bunch of little triangles, and I know it's something that we try to replicate, but it's something it's not very forced in this picture. I think even the tree is kind of in a triangle position, and I love how the maker was able to incorporate a little bit of that green from the tree into the actual model, and then transfer it to the actual matting, it works great.
Ties it together. Tatiana, did you have a finishing comment?
Yeah, I want to comment on the story of this portrait. Because we see two portraits, a lady and a tree, and those two portraits capture inner world of this lady. This is very significant to her, obviously, and I can relate because my life is surrounded by plants, and I can see that she is part of the nature too, and she's herself that way.
Excellent, thank you. Next print, please. This image has a title, Bloomed. Bloomed. All right, Richard, you had this look on your face of something hit you straight away. What was it?
Oh, it's just pure art. I mean, as soon as it turned, it's masterfully done. And the shape that was incorporated, in with the model is just incredible. I mean, it gives such a background to the model, and it projects her forward, and it's almost like she's almost like a tulip, a flower, or something coming out of it. I mean, you could probably put any story you want to it, and look at the dynamic range. I mean, it's a high key image in the aspect of her and the form, but the background's printed down a little bit. But look at the detail in the hair and all the shadows, the eyes. I mean, everything's just sharp as a tack.
I'm going to push you further. You said the words, it's pure art. What makes you say that? What makes it pure art for you?
Because it emotionally moved me as soon as I saw it.
Okay.
It just stirred me deep down inside because of the graphic element, the subject matter, the shapes. I got emotional when I saw it. And I think anytime you see good art, I think you're going to get a little bit emotional about it, whether it's a good emotion or a bad emotion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe just a little bit more about the lighting and the composition of this image.
I had a very similar reaction to Richard, that it stirred me emotionally immediately. I think that the artist made very, very intentional choices, not just in the lighting and making it so soft and congruent with the flower, but also the choice of model and the positioning of the model. Because if this was someone else with maybe darker skin or lighter hair, it would be a totally different image. This looks like a calla lily flower, and the way she's blooming out of it. If you even look at the direction on her posing and the direction on her expression, you see an evolution in her face, like it speaks to blooming, and that's what I think makes it such an art piece. The lighting is very beautiful and even without being flat. You know, it's a stark white flower, and yet they have this beautiful tonal range. So I think everything about this image is just magnificent.
Thank you, Kate. We'll go to the next print, thanks. This image has a title, Asymmetry. Now, Ivan, the minute that came around, you just sat there and just went, I mean, everybody did, but you were doing, what was going on? What hit you?
I just came to my mind, wow, it looks amazing. From the presentation, the offset, the color, the pose, it's just a masterpiece. I think I really enjoy the playfulness of the color, especially with blacks and whites. Like if you're a photographer, you know that working with whites is really hard, working with blacks is really hard, and combining them both together to be able to see the texture, to keep the skin and all that, it's not easy. So I really enjoy this photo, also because of the presentation, how it is kind of like offset.
Kate, take us a little bit further into the delicacy of posing when you've got a white face against black and white squares. How important is to get the posing and the lighting right to complement the concept?
I think that there's a lot of ways that this could have been done. It's such a bold and graphic concept that they could have gone with a very bold and much more aggressive pose, but instead they made a deliberate choice to make this very soft and almost delicate in how she's posed. It's a fine art pose, which gives it a totally different feel. So instead it becomes more of an art piece because of the way she's posed. I think that the lighting is so consistent, and it just flatters her body. I think that if we had more shadow or more highlights, it actually would have distracted us from the overall concept, and that's what makes this really just so well done and so intentional.
Okay, and Richard, you had a final comment, yeah?
I want to talk about the presentation of the image. I mean, I've been doing this for, 30 years, and every year in the competitions, you see a couple of images that project our industry forward. This is one of those images, because if you look at the originality of the image and the actual presentation of the mat, the way that they incorporated the checkerboard into the edges of the bevel, and if you would have made this, if you would have put this in the center and did that all the way around, it wouldn't have worked. But because you offset it it actually works, because a lot of times you would say that that would be distracting, but it actually adds to this image. And this will push our industry forward, and it will push artists forward, where they start thinking about doing more creative things, not only with the image, but with the presentation itself.
Yeah, thanks. So that was some great comments there. Next print, please. This next print is untitled. Tatiana, first impression when this came around, your first impressions, what sort of struck you first?
It's such an impactful image on so many levels. The color and the pose, the choice of that liquidy things on the body, maybe the story of, transient life. It's there, but it's not there for long, so enjoy it while you have it. And I'll leave it to someone else to comment on choices of paper. We have so many things going on here. I wonder how it was printed, if it was printed.
Ivan, maybe tell us a little bit more about those things.
Yeah, the first thing I thought is like, can I touch it? Is it still fresh? It really is. It's really, really interesting. It makes you think like it's still fresh, which is, with prints, I keep saying it, like if you can bring your image a little bit more where you wanted your intention to be, in this case, have that paint kind of feel fresh, I think you accomplished something. And I think this image definitely did that.
Okay. Kate, you have something to add?
Yeah, I actually want to build upon your point, Ivan, is that we were talking, I want to assume that this is a similar artist with the whole series, because it's similar to the earlier one that we saw. That we talked about choice of paper, that it's unusual to use something matte for an image like this. But if you think about painting and watercolors, or even like oils and acrylics, they're using actual art paper. They could have gone glossy, they could have gone metallic or something else. And this brings us back to that concept of classic artwork through painting. I also thought that it's kind of like those Greek and Roman statues, how you have the bodice, but it's brought into like modern day life because of the use of color and those bold neon colors they're using.
Thanks, Kate. Let the next print, please. This has a title, Cycle of Ruin, Shame, Ambition, Excess, Constraint, and Emptiness. I'll repeat again. Cycle of ruin, shame, ambition, excess, constraint, and emptiness. Kate, what struck you first about this print when it came around?
There's so much to look at here. And I mean, conceptually, it kind of speaks for itself. It's sending us a message or a metaphor through the use of their bodies and what they're holding, the props and things. But from an artistic point of view, I was thinking of like a Mondrian, like those kind of very graphic type paintings, because of the use of color and putting all of those colors together. It's kind of very unexpected. And so it's extremely interesting to look at. Your eyes just kind of stay in the presentation because you keep looking at so much. It's a little bit of a feast.
Kat, would you like to talk a little bit more about, I mean, there's a lot going on here in terms of colour, different narratives, all of that. Just how does that come together so well?
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
This is in-camera single capture?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we have these lined up, and managing this light control and that expression and the posing for each of these ladies throughout. to create a single piece to communicate this cycle of ruin that this maker is bringing to the table. Like, the color play, yes, right? We have primary colors on the far right and the center, and then the tertiary colors on the left, and bringing it all together with the play even from her hair against, you know, the background on the far left. This is all incredibly intentional and really quite powerful, looking at it as a single piece. And that really says something. These are 5 different women all at once.
Can someone maybe just finish this off with, I want you to look at the idea of body shame, or body image, I should say, and there seems to be a deliberateness to crop the eyes out of every image. Can someone just address that sort of impact on the overall narrative? Or have I just done it? Richard.
I think it's about being able to put your own identity in there without making eye contact with the subject, and then you see their story. But here you put your story in there. And I think that's what this image is about body shaming and
body image,
yeah. So
cool. This is an image that obviously grabs the attention. I think that was our last image, wasn't it? So we might clear that. I'm just going to share something with the audience, both those of you online, and Scott, I hope you're still watching, and everybody in the room. But those of you who are thinking of entering a competition, a print competition particularly, one of the things you might want to do is when you're ready to sort of submit images, show them to people who maybe don't enter competitions, maybe they're not even photographers, and ask them what's the first thing they notice when they look at the print. Because in this process, in the judging process, judges often only have 5 to 10 seconds to look at an image or a print and assess what's going on, make up their mind whether they like it, don't like it, is it good, is it not good, are there faults, are there strengths, what are they? Short period of time. And the trick is to grab the judge's attention. So we need to know what it is that impacts them first. But you don't have to wait till it's been in competition. Ask your friends, because even if they're not a judge and they don't know much about photography, they might say, oh, the first thing I noticed was the red bin, or the first thing I noticed was her eyes, or the blue colour, or whatever it was, because that'll help guide you. Is attention being drawn in the first instance to the things you want, or is it being drawn to something that's going to distract from the strengths that you want people to see, i.e. the judges when they get in front of it? So just something to think about. You can do that with just about anybody. It doesn't have to be somebody experienced in photography or a judge, but just something to think about. But that's the end of that category, boudoir and fine art nude. Again, Kat, Tatiana, Ivan, Kate and Richard, we are blessed to be in your presence and hear the pearls of wisdom that you're prepared to share with the room. We're going to take a short commercial break. During that time, we'll prepare for the judges to look at the gallery of prints that they've just discussed. They're going to then assess and make their final assessments as to who gets first, second and third. And then we'll be moving on to the next category. So enjoy. We'll be back in a short while.
Always been my sidekick in exploring the world, my third eye, and my favorite tool for expressing my soul and my creativity. So you want to be a fashion photographer? In this course, I'm going to be guiding you on how to become a successful fashion photographer. If I had to describe my style, it's very much all about that connection. I would say that connection is the main part of my style. It's the #1 for me. The lighting, the composition, all these elements are a given. You've got to nail those. But when you nail that connection, that is when the viewer's eye really connects with your photograph. So we've moved her off the background quite a bit so that we don't get a bunch of spillover of the light onto the subject. So that creates that separation and that nice clean silhouette. Beautiful. That's awesome. Yeah, that's great, Becca. In a nutshell, style is how you shoot, compose, and process your images. That sounds so incredibly simple, but actually style is one of the hardest parts of photography, in my opinion. So basically, complementary means they're across from each other on the color wheel. They're directly diagonal to each other. And so, for instance, some examples would be purple and yellow, orange and blue, red and green. If you use these color combinations in your work, your images are gonna sing. They're gonna just pop off the page or off your social media account and look really, really impactful.
And try putting on your shades for that shot. They'll look cool. Perfect. That's super cool. Look out the window. Perfect. Oh, that's amazing.
I'll be teaching you lighting, posing, technique, how to set your camera, marketing, networking, social media, how to cast models, how to build your dream team, how to work with clients and attract your dream clients. All the different aspects of fashion photography that are so important. We'll also cover how to market yourself and how to build a business doing what you love.
Hi, I'm Nikon ambassador, fashion photographer, director, author, Dixie Dixon, and I will be your mentor.
Sweet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. The judges are now in the process of choosing who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. So we're just giving them a few minutes to get that all taken care of. And then we will come back to you. There's no discussion for this part, so we're gonna ask the room to please quiet down, ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. If we could have it quiet in this room, please. Thank you, everyone. Sorry to be forceful. I just want to make sure that our judges are able to focus and give all the respect and attention to the prints that are up on the print gallery now. So thank you, everyone, for doing that. All right, give us just a couple minutes to verify the winners, and then we will come right back to you. Thank you for that, everyone. Sorry to shout a little bit. Just when we're in the room, I know that we're all seeing each other for the first time in a long time. And so sometimes you just want to quickly say hello to everybody, but we just want to make sure that we give every artist the respect and attention, undivided attention that they deserve. They've been working so hard for this moment, and we just want to make sure that the judges are not distracted. So if you see someone and want to catch up with someone, just step out into the hallway for just a minute, and then that way we can make sure that every single entrant has their fair chance when they have their image in front of the judges. So thank you so much. That concludes the portrait at the Budoir and Fine Art Nude category. So we are so excited to see that. I hope you guys enjoyed that, and we're quite inspired by that. That category was sponsored by 7 Rubies. And I want to just comment, if you were in here, there was a question. You may have heard one of our judges had a question about single capture, because this category does not allow composites. And I wanted to explain that a little bit further to you guys. So that image that she was asking about had 5 different individually matted images on one mat. That's why it was allowed in the Boudoir and Fine Art Nude, which is in the portrait division. There are no composites that are allowed in this division. That was not a composite because each image was individually matted. Now, if an opening had not been cut, individual opening had not been cut for each image in the mat, and it was done digitally in Photoshop, that would have had to go into the creative division. But because the photographer took a single capture and then matted each one separately, each one of those images is a single capture. And so that's why it's in the portrait division. It also adds, if you're thinking of doing that in the future, if that adds an extra level of difficulty, because instead of just looking at one image, you're asking the judges to look at multiple images, and they do need to consider each image on its own. So you are adding that extra layer of difficulty, but just to explain why that was in this category, even though it was technically 5 different captures, each individual image was a single capture, and it was all matted separately. So the good thing to know is that we have these rules and just guidelines in place to make sure that everyone is on the same playing field. So everyone who enters the competition, they are all in the same playing field. And even if you aren't completely aware of what each rules are for each of the categories, that's what our job is. So when the images come in, if I see something that needs to be in a different category, we'll contact you and we'll have a conversation about it, and I'll let you know what's happening at every step of the way. That way you know that everyone is always on the same level playing field for that category. So we're going to shift gears for a little bit. We're going to step out of the portrait division for just a second, and we're going to go into the creative division. We'll come back to the portrait division in a minute, but we're going to go to the fashion and beauty category, and we're going to start that in just a second. We're going to get our judges all settled in, give them a few instructions, and we'll be right back.
Today is a special one because we are shooting Fresnel small modifier from Profoto. Crafted with precision, it's a game changer for photographers seeking refined control over their lighting setups. The Profoto Fresnel Small empowers me to use light with precision, concentrating its beam to craft a powerful yet nuanced effects. Its user-friendly design fosters experimentation, allowing me to capture moments with spontaneity and enthusiasm. For me, shooting portraits unveils the beauty and diversity inherent in every human form. Each face tells a story, and lighting becomes my sculpting tool. In the realm of photography, where every capture freezes a moment in time, the ability to shape light is akin to an artist wielding the brush. With the Profoto Fresnel Small Modifier, I illuminate not just my subjects, but also my creative vision. Light to bring my imagination to life.
Okay, welcome back. All right, we are, welcome back to all of you guys. We have a nice full room, which is so amazing. And welcome back to everyone watching us online, thanks to Nikon. We're going to now take a little sidestep, as I mentioned, into the creative division. And the creative division is really fun because it gives photographers a lot more freedom in post-production to create their final piece. So that means that you might see in some of these images things like graphics, text overlays, all kinds of other creative elements that are not allowed in the other categories. So we're giving them much more freedom. Composites are allowed in these categories. Anything in the creative division, you can do composites. That does not mean that everything that you see is a composite. It just means that that's another option that's given to them. So you have a little bit more freedom. As with all of the categories and all of the divisions, Stock images are never allowed, so you can't use even a small piece, a small element of your image. Stock images cannot be allowed. Sometimes we have some very elaborate composites, and we ask the photographers to send us every single one of those pieces just to prove that no stock images were ever used. Also, AI-generated images are never allowed in the competition at all, but it's also something that we look very closely at in the creative division because, you know, photographers are given so much freedom. The creative division is proudly sponsored by Epson, which is a name that we all know because of all the tools that we use all the time, from printers to projectors. They make our lives so much easier, and we're very grateful that they are sponsoring the creative division this year. The category that we're about to discuss is the fashion and beauty category. This category focuses more on the style of an image, focusing on instead of focusing on who the subject is, it's more about the aesthetic and the artistry of the image. So you'll be looking at, judges will be focusing on the face, the clothing, the accessories, more than on the story of who the person is. That's fashion and beauty. This category is sponsored by 7 Rubies. 7 Rubies is a curated directory for boudoir photographers that provide a luxury experience for their clients. Each photographer that's featured in that directory is hand-selected, they're completely vetted, and so it gives clients, potential clients, the encouragement to know that all of these photographers are established, that they are vetted, and that they provide a wonderful experience for them. So you should definitely check them out. It's a directory that everyone can enjoy and be part of once you go through that vetting process, and it just provides a more curated clientele for photographers that photograph that genre. Our chairperson for this category is none other than Jerry Ghionis. So I'm going to leave you in Jerry's hands along with our new panel of judges.
Thank you so much. Ivan Duran, Susan Stripling, Chloe Ramirez, John Michael Cooper, Tatiana Lumiere. Google them. First print, please. Ember Grace. John, you're intrigued. First impression. Grab the mic.
I just love the use of color and the shadow that leads you down her back, which is actually showing the piece that they're promoting. So it's just a very unique way to draw the eye and showcase what you're showing. So.
Thank you for the comment. Chloe, talk to us a bit about the lighting and the fact that she's in silhouette.
I love this kind of lighting. It's so interesting. We have a strong light on the backdrop, which is an orangey-ish kind of red color. And her face is completely silhouetted, and we have that beautiful detail on her back, showcasing probably, I mean, I haven't seen the front of the dress, but arguably the best part of the dress, which are these like some beads of some sort going right down her spine. And it's a very sexy image. It's just so well done.
Thank you. Tatiana, print quality, talk to us about that as well as the fact that we've gone a bit larger on this print, where normally we could go to 10 inches. So tell us about that. Print
I think it's all about impact, and the choices really help that. And I look at the merging of photograph, painting, and it's an art piece.
Thank you so much. Great comments, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. Ivan, first impression, please. And by the way, if I don't say anything, it means it's untitled.
Yeah, I really like this picture. Usually when you do this kind of like, I don't know, like mirroring image, you usually keep it on the same size. And I really enjoy that it's not on the same side, meaning her eyes will be on the other side just to mirror exactly what it was, kind of like if it was on water. But they chose to do it differently here, and I think that's something I really enjoyed, because he kind of like makes it into 2 big circles, and then that kind of like draws your eyes to everything else.
Thank you for your comment. Susan, you're looking intrigued right now, so tell us about this image.
I really love the expression on the face, which is
an intentionally no expression expression. And sometimes that can read as blank and unsure, but this kind of looks like an intentionally mysterious empty slate. Like, what is she thinking? What are they looking at? What's going on in their mind in this moment that they've been kind of split in two and looking in different directions? It keeps your eye going back and forth between top to bottom. And I love images that leave you wanting answers to questions. It's very difficult to do that in a very high level way, and they've done that here.
Thank you for your comment. John, can you talk to us about the matting as well as getting rid of the detail around the subject, top and bottom?
Well, you know what, the matting is always that last thing you add to the image, and it allows you to further refine where you put the eye, how to lighten up the image or darken up the image, and really a different way of presenting it. Outside of that, I want to applaud the maker because it's really interesting to present an idea of something that we've seen every day or we've seen a lot in our life in a different way, because to me this is from the deck of a playing card, so I want to see the rest of the body of work.
Love that last comment. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Next print, please. John, I want to come back to you, mate, because you looked at it really closely. What's your first impression? What are you looking at? Grab the mic.
Well, she's centered and all this swoop goes around the center, so it invites you to come and look at it closer. So I want to get closer to see the detail. You know, that's one of those things like shapes and composition, especially if you're using objects to lead the eye. Just let it take you, because obviously I need to get a little bit closer, but that whole thing leads you in, and so it invites you to you're not close enough, come in just a little bit more.
Thank you. Ivan, you're a master of fashion. Tell us about the color harmony, the lighting, all that stuff.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the color. I think it works very well because I see the foreground, the background, and kind of like all those rocks. They seem not very colorful, yet you see the fabric, and the model has like a very, very nice, colorful outfit. So that really draws my attention to see what's going on. And that for me, it's very well done. I love the reds, kind of like how you can draw the attention to, I don't know, kind of like brings me back over and over, kind of like in a circle. So yeah, well done.
Thank you so much. Susan, can you talk about the print quality and also the choice of black matte?
Yeah, I always think black matte's kind of a risky choice because it can really kind of trick your eye as to how you see the blacks and the shadows in the actual image itself. But this has a very interesting kind of low contrast, high contrast dichotomy going on. Like the face is super sharp, the material is super sharp, but then you have this sort of dreamy, sort of low contrast background, which bleeds out into the black matte, and it just brings you right back in. I love leaving that little white line around it. It keeps you in the frame instead of getting lost and falling out of it.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Polka dot pandemonium. Tatiana, you're smiling. Think out loud for us, please.
It's about first impact, that whimsical expression and the pose and all of that works so well. And your eye really, lands on her face immediately because of the composition.
Thank you so much. Chloe, this is right down your alley. Talk us about the styling and just the composition and how this is all coming together.
Yeah, I was just really taking it in. It's a very busy piece, but it works because she's wearing this bright pop of yellow, and even it's not just a solid color, she still has polka dots on her, and that little bit of red on her shoes and the collar on her lips, it really just brings your eye in this like circular way. And the dogs are smiling. That's cute.
Great comment. John, how is there harmony and chaos here?
Well, like she touched on, the harmony, the chaos is all the dots and the busyness, you know, and everything. You have so much going on, but the harmony is what we just touched on is that she's in the only color. So and there's color harmony because the shoes and the collars are connected. That's the only red in the image. So there's only 2 colors, right, in here that play any importance, and that's the balance. I mean, you could talk about the connection with leashes and everything, creating the X, but I think the colors is the thing that like all of a sudden makes the dots disappear.
Absolutely. Great comments, guys. Good teamwork. Thank you. Next print, please. Mrs. Marble. Ivan, you're grinning and sort of shaking your head. What are you thinking?
Yeah, this is one of those photos like you wish it was yours. I mean, it looks amazing. I really like the use of props. I think it's not always easy to use the props with kind of like have like a reference of the background, and they've done it very well here. And it makes you think like how did it happen, right? Was it like some kind of like paper they used for the background, and then also for the styling? So it's amazing.
Thank you, great comments. Susan, tell us a bit more about the posing and that negative space and the highlight. Break it down, concept, execution, and technique even further.
Yeah, it's really clever. The way the model is posed and kind of obstructed by the costume pieces, just the little bits of skin that peek out, and the way the light is handled in the highlight, like goes up the leg, goes up the arm, you've got the little peak of the stomach, goes up through the face. It just leads back into those repeating circular patterns over and over and over again. And you've got that nice lightness in the top left of the frame that kind of pulls you back down through it as it falls into shadow, but then you get bounced back through the highlights. It's very, very subtle, and you almost don't even notice how it's forcing your eye to move throughout the image, which I think makes it extra clever.
Great comment. Chloe, talk to us about the expression and the choice of sort of cutting into the chin there, what that does for the image.
I love when we don't always see the full face. Her whole pose is so powerful. We don't need a lot from her. She's just giving this very effortless stare, like she knows who she is. And I do want to touch on one thing that isn't the face, if that's okay.
Sure.
The marble material that's bending around her, making somewhat of a dress and hat. There is a lot of highlight and shadow in there, and in the back you see that play out again, and it's this beautiful wave pattern. And that's got to be intentional, which I appreciate.
Great comments. Thank you so much. We'll take this print off and just want to make a comment. So just reminding you guys in the audience that because it's a fashion beauty category, and yes, composites and more freedom in post-production is allowed, it does not mean that it is a composite. Not that it'll affect the way you see it, but I think it's important that we just highlight that and remind you guys. Next print, please. Eden. Tatiana, explain your face right now, please.
Well, I'm admiring the composition. I think it helps the story. So they kind of there, somewhere below, so they kind of guests in the frame. They not really own it.
Go a bit further. Tell me about the negative space. What is it doing for the image? The negative space on top.
I think negative space really tells the story. Without negative space, the story will not be there.
Okay. I appreciate the comment. John, go deeper. Let's talk about the lighting, the composition, their arm placements, things like that.
Well, as far as the lighting, it's beautiful. You see, it's a great way to show the skin on these subjects, and for me, it's the color palette of this. It just has this monochromatic look. Has just always been my thing. That they kind of like they go with the flowers go with the background, and I think that's maybe why they included the composition more, just for that color to play a part and not the negative space, but they wanted more of that color to play a part. lighting is pretty masterful, and it's really it's their choice of lighting that made their skin look like it is we're seeing.
Thank you. Susan, tell us a bit more about the gesture, because left person is just slightly leaning this way, and then we've got the right subject sort of looking right into the camera, and you could expect that. I want you to talk about the arms positioning as well, like what would they be doing where you can't see? Does that make sense?
I have no idea, and that's why I love it. You've got these beautiful flowers that look kind of like they're growing into each other over the heads. Like, is this one headpiece? Is this two headpieces? Do we know? Does it matter? It gives me this weird, like, I'm going to make it weird. Like, I watched this great horror movie where like two bodies became one body as they grew together. Like, it's like a thing, okay? But it's just this gorgeous coming together where I almost imagine what's happening down in the bottom of the frame is their arms and legs are twined together, and it just gives me this sense of like growing from the earth and becoming one, but they both have their own distinct facial expressions. So it's just, at first glance, you're like, oh, this is so simple, it's so lovely, but it's not. It's extraordinarily masterful, and you should definitely get up and see this print in the gallery. Like, I'm still staring at it.
Yeah. Great comment. Isn't it interesting that when we, as I said before, if you're looking for mistakes, you'll look at everything and interpret it as a problem or a challenge. But when you look at it through a positive lens, now you're saying, oh, well, let me see what the intention was. Because none of us photographers will do things deliberately a mistake. We're going to do things purposefully. So it's good to celebrate that perspective. Next print, please. Raised by the algorithm. Chloe, grab the mic. What did you see? What did you linger on?
I'm just taking it in, really. The color is beautiful. She's kind of center, but a little bit lower there. The light on her face, you can see that they have some gels on her, blue, green, magenta, and it kind of mimics the background, which I think is really beautiful. Also, the shape of her dress seems to be in a heart shape, which is so fun.
Ivan, how does this work? I mean, on paper, describing this out loud, this would be almost impossible to execute, but why does this work?
Yeah, it works because it makes you think, like, how was it shot, right? Like, was she like flying some above her? Like, was she very high up? Like, what's going on, right? I really love that. I love that you don't really know what's going on, but you can appreciate all the work that probably this photographer went through to have this taken. I really enjoy the color, but I also like kind of like her posing, because you see all these squares, like very sharp squares or like rectangles, and she's kind of like mimicking that rectangle with her pose. Usually when we see, I don't know, people laying down, we try to make them soft or like kind of like less square, and I think here it works.
So going a bit further with that, John, when you're looking at this and just reminding you of the title, Raised by the Algorithm, what is the photographer trying to tell us with that title and the way they've presented it?
The title kind of makes, kind of social commentary, I guess, right? And I guess that's the, and when you do something like that and making the point, especially if it's an abstract idea, or if it's not an abstract idea, but the image becomes abstract, then you have to kind of like put the two together and kind of like, okay, this is probably the story, let me figure it out. And with the digital world happening, what we're happening now currently in the digital world, this becomes even just a little more poignant, especially this time, especially for all of us in our careers, right? So yeah, that's kind of my thought in that direction.
Thank you so much. John and his wife Delisa, we're the best of friends. They live here in Vegas, and if you feel like you're smart, have a conversation with John and you realize you're not. With that being said, thank you so much. Next print, please. Oracles. Susan, I love your intrigue. Please tell us what you're feeling.
It's really hard to have a busy image feel peaceful. And this is very well styled with the lines coming down through the background, with the way the light dapples through with the candles and the flowers. You just sort of laze around in this dreamy, busy image. And then you find the subjects, and they also mimic that soft, dreamy palette. And it's kind of just created this otherworldly effect when you pull it all together, that it's just a delight to linger in.
Great comment. Ivan, technically, how do you produce something like this with lighting and even the way it's constructed in post?
Not easy, definitely not easy. But I like Susan was saying, the color is magnificent. I think one of the things that make me think about this image is kind of like the flow, kind of how it's like in movement. And sometimes in this category, we don't have that a lot. And I enjoy how this photographer had like that kind of like dancing, I don't know what's going on, kind of like moody vibe, which I enjoyed really much. And like Susan mentioned, it's not something easy that you can do, especially with so many things going on. It's busy, but it works.
Great comment, thank you. Chloe, when you look at this image and you're looking at 3 subjects, what does that do? Because we could have stuck to 1, we could have done 2, we could have done 4. Why 3, and why perhaps is that a strength?
I was wondering the same thing, but this is the fashion category, and with one, like the middle image, the first thing I noticed was her hip. It's a sheer fabric, you can see her hip popping out, and I thought, oh, that was lovely. But then I look over to the left, and I just see that it's sheer completely, and it's just draped, it's not as tight. So I'm really seeing the movement of the garment in each frame here. And I don't know that we would just get that with one image.
Great comment, thank you so much. Next print, please. Pearls of Wisdom. Tatiana, first impression, tell me what you've seen straight away that hit you, and why is it important?
She is so static and triangular, and the title really, so it's all about pearls, but also wisdom. Look at her hands. Like, the face is flawlessly edited. The hands, they have a lot of texture. I love the choices.
Thank you so much. Susan, you were smiling when this came around. Break this down technically, of the execution and technique.
Technically, it's so hard. You have all of this beautiful white fabric and white texture on top of other white fabric and white texture, but there's detail all the way throughout it, from the pearls in the necklace to the pearl she's holding, down through the fine textures in the gown itself, and lighting white on white on white so it doesn't blow out or it doesn't become muddy requires extreme control. And to do that while pulling together all of the stylistic elements and establishing a connection with your client, that's just masterfully tricky. And it's done here so well that you almost don't even see they're doing it. It's so effortless.
Great comment. John, tell us about the print quality here. And I mean, Susan, so you touched upon it, but go a bit deeper on what we're seeing in paper.
You know, on paper, it's this beautiful matte, especially there are lot of dark areas, but she's just comprised of all these whites, and it's very subtle. The transitions are very subtle and very well kept in, and it's one of those things, especially like you said, that with white, it's hard to keep all those in line all together, especially when you're throwing it against a darker background. And so there's quite a bit of skill with that, and also they're really good with their lighting to make it show the shape. It's one thing to light the face and lose the garments, and then one thing to light the garments and lose the face, but it's hard to do both in a subtle way. And this is done subtly. I'll also even comment on the aspect ratio of the cut of the mat is symmetry and lines up so with the corners of the thing. So I see the headdress as part of the matting. And that's like probably a little bit of geometry in there when they decided to make that ratio.
Great comment. I really enjoy also the repetition of the pearl going from the neck, then coming down, and then sort of bringing you back up. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Spring Lookbook. Susan, looking admiringly and gleefully at this image, tell us what you're thinking and feeling.
Well, just like how fun to wake up in the morning and choose whimsy, right? Like, there's so many different ways that you can show off outfits. You've got the final glamour shot, you've got the original sketch from the artist, and combining the two of them together is just very cheeky and charming. I love the inclusion of the text in the background. It just kind of feels like we're shifting between two different thematic worlds, and they're both handled very well.
Thank you so much. Ivan, when you look at this, obviously a fashionista or whatever you want to, what is that for you? I don't know what it is, but tell us about that homage and how that it relates to what we're seeing.
Yeah, it keeps making me go back and look at it like even closer. I think the dress is very, like Susan was saying again, it's like one of those things that you don't really think about it, like having a different object, like not photographic, put it into a model. It just works. And it couldn't work with anything, right? If you have too much color, it probably you lose that attention to the model and to the dress. It will probably be too busy. But in this one, it just works because I think it's because of the black of the dress, and it's kind of like translucent, so it's very well done.
Thank you so much. Chloe, you put your hand up.
Just have a small comment. I really enjoy that she's very hyper-realistic looking. Part of it's the lighting choice, but part of it is also this hand-drawn element of her dress and the hand-drawn lettering. It reminds me a lot of paper dolls. Yeah. And it's just so fun, like you said, whimsical. Yeah.
And very difficult to achieve sort of black on black and the graduation of gray and black and contrasting it with the dress and actually it being done really well. So high degree of difficulty. Thank you so much. So it's sad, isn't it? It's sad when the final print finishes. So thank you so much, judges. Were wonderful. Those images were incredible, were they not? Let's do it. We are going to prepare the judges to choose who they would like to win this category. So we'll see you back after a short break.
Are you still trading nights for editing? Wasting hours switching between 3+ apps? Meet Evoto, the all-in-one workflow. Evoto guarantees batch consistency and professional quality. Let Evoto handle the repetitive work of noise reduction and retouching, freeing you to deliver magazine quality results. Tether, cull, retouch, deliver. Everything you need is in one place, empowering creation across team, time, and space. Full manual control included. Designated features like color correction and manual tools are free for paid subscribers. Flawless portraits with a single click. Free yourself from heavy repetitive edits with Evoto. Reclaim up to 65% more time and enjoy your personal life. Boost upsell rates by up to 30%. Evoto is your complete intelligent imaging ecosystem. Start on desktop, finish on mobile. Every step connected with Evoto.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing here, the judges are now looking at all of the images all together, just to remind themselves of exactly what's up there, and they're each going to personally select who they would like to see win first, second, and third place. There'll be no conversation during that time because they've already had their conversation, so they will personally choose who they would like to see. They don't know what each other is choosing either, so we will all find out together on Tuesday night at the awards ceremony. Doors open at 7 p.m., so make sure you're there at 7. We have so much great entertainment planned. I don't want to say anything. I just want you guys to experience it. It's different and it's fun and it'll be really cool, and we'll also find out who the winners are. While the judges are doing that, I wanted to mention one of our other in-room sponsors, and it's the Westcott Ice Light, and we are using the ice light to light the entire gallery for the judges while they're up there, as also my little hair light, because last year apparently I blended into the background, and so this year I don't, is what they tell me. So we have a Westcott Ice Light here and 2 up there, so I'm very thankful for that because it's working out perfectly. So we're going to let them make their decisions, and we'll come back to you in just 1 second as soon as it's all finalized. So thank you so much to our judges. They've made their decision. We will find out on Tuesday who the first, second, and third place winners are. But that officially concludes the fashion and beauty category. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Yay, yes. This category was sponsored by 7 Rubies, so big thank you to 7 Rubies as well. We are now going to transition to our next category. We're going back into the portrait division for just a second. We have the portrait narrative category coming up, which is very exciting. Before we do that, and before we seat our next panel, I wanted to tell you guys about a very special award that we have this year. If you were paying attention to the competition last year, then you may remember the Profoto Luminance Award. It was brand new last year and very exciting. Well, it's come back again this year. So we have the Profoto Luminance Award this year, which means that a separate panel of judges has already selected one image that was in the final, was a finalist, that they felt represented an exceptional use of light. And that can be from any light source. So they went through all the images, they narrowed it down, they talked about each one, and they eventually selected just one, which is a really hard choice when you think about it. So on Tuesday night, we're going to announce who wins the Profoto Luminance Award, and they win over, that person will get a trophy, but also $7,000, over $7,000 in Profoto gear. You're gonna get a B20 Duo kit, you're gonna get a 3-foot Octa softbox, a beauty dish, a spot small, the Click Color Effects kit, the whole collection. I've already had it delivered to me, so I'm gonna deliver it to you, whoever that is, whoever wins at the after the convention. So as you're going through all the images today and tomorrow, it's kind of fun to be like, I think that one might be the winner, and then we'll see if you're right on Tuesday night. So give us just a minute to transition into our next category, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes.
My business would not have the reputation that it does without 17 Hats. I photograph very high-end luxury weddings. They don't typically love being condensed into a package. I am sending them a quote with various options, but giving them the good, better, best almost every single time they choose a top package. Setting up workflows so you get to fully plan your client experience from start to finish. I use questionnaires to help trigger certain thoughts out of my clients so I know how to photograph them the way they want to be photographed. There isn't anywhere else I need to go to manage my business. Everything's in 17 Hats. It just has everything you need to run your business like a real business. If you think you can run a business without having the tools to run a business, you're going to be one of those businesses that start and stop within 1 to 5 years.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to start our next category, and I'm very sad to say this is the last category in the portrait division. Portrait division is sponsored by Westcott. We have been reviewing images in the portrait division all day. It's by far our biggest division, and we're about to start the very last one. It is the portrait narrative category, and this category celebrates story-driven images. So the story is very much the feature behind it, and it covers a wide genre of images. It can be anything from street photography to travel photography to birth photography. So we include everything that is very story-driven. Back in the day, it used to be called non-wedding photojournalism, to give you an idea of the kind of images that were in here. We changed that because the photojournalism category had very restrictive, limited post-production, even more than normal in the portrait category. So we've made this be the portrait narrative category, where it's story-driven, but photographers are given the same freedom that they are in all the other portrait categories, meaning the photographers are allowed to correct and finesse and beautify the images, but still no composites are allowed in this category. This category is sponsored by Spider Holster. If any of you guys have a Spider Holster, then you probably love it as much as I do. I use it every time that we shoot. It's an amazing system that allows you to keep your hands free and keeps your all the weight of your cameras and lenses on your hips, so it's not on your shoulders and neck, and it just gives you so much freedom as you're moving around. So Spider Holster is an incredible tool to do that, especially if you have neck and back issues, which most of us do for photographers. So big thank you to Spider Holster for sponsoring this category. Our chairperson for this category is going to be Tony Hewitt. So now I am going to turn this over to Tony with our new panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. Can I ask who in the audience this is their first time at an awards like this? Anybody? Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, congratulations. And I just want to tell you that if you asked any of these judges that you see up here today, they will tell you that one of the most important building blocks in their creative growth was being involved in competitions, starting where you are, sitting in the room thinking, will I ever be good enough to enter a print? Moving on to winning their first award, maybe one day getting to sit up here as a judge, and then perhaps winning an award someday. So where you are, you've taken a very important step in your creative growth, and on behalf of all the judges and everyone at Icon, we want to congratulate you on your start, and we're here to support you as you keep going forward, okay? So we look forward to seeing you in going forward. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Yeah, definitely. All right, we're in portrait narrative. And we have an incredible panel of judges once again. Michael Novo, who I believe is a double master. Does that make you twice as good as, you know? Susan Stripling. Susan's also a Grand Master. Does that make you, yep. Then we have John Michael Cooper, Cooper Michael John. Have you been listening to the Wordle today that's been going on? Haven't you? Oh. I'll just keep you JMC so you know who we're talking about, of course. He's got one of the best smiles in the business and an incredible photographer. And then we have Heidi Marcosi, Silent C, Dad'll be happy, who's also a double master. And last but not least, Gary Hughes, an associate. And Gary is somebody who doesn't follow sport but knows something about everything, and that's what I love about him. He's very articulate. He's a good-looking rooster too, so there you go. He's got so much going for him. Is that why you got so many kids?
Keep pedaling back. Go on, man.
All right, let's get on to it. We're here to listen to what these judges can tell us about what makes these prints that we're about to see finalists. What are their strengths, and what is it that the judges saw in these prints that allowed them to be elevated to the highest end of the competition? Let's have the first print, please. Portrait narrative, and the title for this first one is One of These is Not Like the Other. And since I'm in his good books, we'll start with Gary. What's the first thing that grabbed you as it came around, Gary?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of beguilingly simple at first, and then the more you look into it, there's quite a lot going on. And I think what strikes me is sort of the narrative part, and you just go, oh, that's not supposed to be there. And then you look at it more closely. And so you really start digging into what's going on. And I'm thinking about things like depth of field and was this on purpose and composition. One of my colleagues is going to break this down beautifully, but I think that it's just very unique and interesting. And this incredible element over to the right, like this high altitude commercial airliner, this just happens to be in the shot. We just got to talk about this more, but it's certainly intriguing. I'm excited to hear more about it.
Thanks, Gary. Michael, can you break that down a little bit and tell us a little bit more about what goes into making an image like this?
Yeah, and I wish I knew.
All right, we'll just move on.
I mean, let's.
Would anyone like to come and?
I mean, let's be honest. So. Before everything even begins, your placement as the photographer has to be in some given spot. And then the curiosity in my mind is, how many times did this go around before you've got everything just in line? Because from a slightly different angle, everything starts to fall out of alignment. And then I did wonder with the story, you know, it's at least Gary said the commercial airliner that appears to be there. Or is it supposed to be that? It's like, you know, and I start to second guess myself. Every time that I think that I know how an image is made, images that I'm seeing here in these top 10 make me start questioning things.
Particularly when we think it's non-composite, you know, the ability to get that. And yeah, so in terms of the presentation, there's a couple of little tweaks going on there, Susan. Can you maybe just touch on that for me?
About presentation?
Yeah, just there's a little bit in that, Matt. How's that working?
I really like how it's cropped. It's both tight and loose at the same time, which is very nice. You've got a little room around it, but at the same time, it's cropped in exactly where it needs to be to tell the story. And I love the kind of double bevel matte going on because it gives you almost a frame within a frame. Like I could reach out and just pluck that inner frame right out. And the first thing I thought, I just, like have to say it, when this first came up is it made me laugh because it looks like a bunch of ducklings in a row that are like following along properly. And then you've got the one weird duck on the right side that's like, wee, like doing its own thing completely. So it's just really fun to see something really hard to shoot also have kind of like a cheeky, funny element, like what is happening. But the matte is really beautiful. Yeah.
Thanks, Susan. Next print, please. This image has a title, Flex. Heidi, shaking your head, what's the first impression?
I mean, this is why we call it the Icon Awards, right? This is iconic. Talk about right place at the right time, the degree of difficulty to capture this frame. I'm pretty sure you can see on the big screen that guy is holding his hand up, literally acknowledging the photographer. I can't even wrap my mind around the degree of difficulty it takes, or skill, I should say, to create this. Well done, bravo.
Gary, expand on that for us, thanks.
Yeah, so I guess this does fall into the portrait category, technically. You know what? This is great. And I think that the angle of view here is really striking. This has the sort of feel of an aircraft-to-aircraft photograph rather than from the ground. And I think that's why we get this close perspective. Just a couple of things that I think are really cool about this. And one is that you can tell by the intensity of the light that the time of day is pretty rough. And so this is a really well-captured image to preserve all of everything that's in there, where you've got some very dark shadows, some very high highlights, and all of that is there. So there's a beautiful technical quality to it. And this is sort of like we call it in my house, we call them like the pew pew boys, if you're like really into guns and guts and military stuff. So this has that pleasing technical stuff where you're able to sort of really, if you're into aircraft, but at the same time, it takes you a second to find it. And that's where like the narrative comes in. So this could be just a really good technical photograph, but then you get through it and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. He's throwing up the horns, which I really dig. So it's got a little buried treasure in there as you look at it. I think that's what really makes this stand apart. It's just that little extra element of storytelling. Because I'd be doing that if I saw a camera point at me and I was flying that. I think I'd do the same thing.
Just a comment for the audience too, that on the screen, because of the brightness of the projector, you don't necessarily see the detail in the background, and there's sort of a cloud or a vapor trail going across the image, which adds another dynamic to the image itself that you can see in the print. So again, I urge you to get along to the gallery over the next 3 days and have a look and see these for yourself in person, because it will lift it to another level for you. That's it, the dynamics of the attack that you're getting from that angle that you're seeing. Okay, we'll have the next print, please. I'm going to assume there's a misprint because I'll say it as I think it should be said. Reflections. We'll just check it because I don't... Yeah, just I had a double E in here, reflections, but I don't think that's what it's... Reflections. Or am I to step on someone's creative license? Okay, Michael, first impression.
Yeah, if this maker offered a workshop, that must be one of the craziest things. All right, we're going to just line up some jets perfectly. I think that really one of the most amazing things is the technical difficulty, and not just for the maker, but for the pilots as well, to be so well lined up. There's, of course, a little bit of depth difference there, but that technical perspective is just phenomenal.
John Michael Cooper, do you want to break it down like, you know, Michael alluded to the technical qualities that are involved here. Maybe tell us a bit more about that and the lighting that would be involved.
Well, first of all, these are like the hometown heroes here because they're stationed here. I'm an Air Force brat, so I know.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah, so this, when it says reflection, I don't think this is reflection. This is someone capturing this while they're doing it, and to line them up. Well, these guys are really close, and they'll say it's very dangerous to be, 100 feet away from you, from each plane, but we're going to go 5. And so just to be a photographer in this scenario with these things going that fast, just that alone is hard to press the trigger at the same time. And to get them even lined up even close this way is I don't know, they shot thousands and got lucky, or they knew the moment was going to happen. So this is a timing shot for me, and they know this is going to happen. And so this was probably pre-planned in the flight room before they even came out the gate, because they were in the plane to get it if it was shot in the air, which I'm assuming it is. And it's beautiful, and the composition's great. Yeah, it just scares me. I don't want to do any of this kind of work.
Me neither. Heidi, you had a comment to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out something that I saw, that even though it's 2 individual aircrafts, it almost looks like one rocket ship sort of aiming for the sky. And even though there's this obvious, velocity to this shot, it's so still. There's this peace to it, which is really quite striking. And the more I look at it, the more I sort of see this SpaceX rocket ship kind of. So the symmetry is quite brilliant because, some people might not realize it's 2 aircrafts.
I think someone made the comment earlier today about the need as a photographer to understand your subject matter. And obviously that's something like, an image like this takes that technical understanding of what's going on with your subject in order to capture it. Next print, please. This image has a title, Into the Maelstrom.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Into the Maelstrom. Maelstrom. First impressions, Heidi.
I'm really at first struck by the tonality. It's simple, but because you've got this beautiful movement sort of almost dripping off the wings, and it's sort of set it against this very moody, gradient, tonal, yummy grey. It's just, obviously it's a fast-paced image, but there's this elegance and flow and choreography to it.
Thanks, Heidi. Michael, I'm going to pull this image apart a bit. There's a bit going on.
Yeah, and the tonality is exactly the first thing that hit me. That tonality is leading me to almost feel the texture in the image, and I kind of almost want to take a spoon and start like scraping away some of like the I don't know, is that wind that's going over? I guess, or the not wind.
It's vapor.
Vapor, yes, vapor. That's the word. And it's it just moves between the light and the shadow. So I'm a sucker anytime that you put in some highlights and then shadow, and then you return to the highlights. So you've got the very top center where it's just highlighted, then it starts to come towards me and it falls off a little bit into the shadow. The wing again comes back into light, and very simple in its color palette, which is beautiful. There's also a little bit of kiss of the orange coming right from the cockpit, which is just the perfect accentuation on there. And the fact that the background is, the sky is very muted and dull really allows it to pop, even though the aircraft itself is quite muted.
Do you want something to add as a Air Force rat? John?
You know what the effect is happening with the vapor and area around there. That's something that is brief. It happens and it's gone, and it's not something. I mean, they can sometimes predict what's going to happen at a certain time, but it's not. It's gone, and you go, oh, let's go back and do that. It's like, no, that's not gonna happen again. So it's not even seconds, right?
Yeah. Good timing. Next print, please. Thanks, John. This image has a title, A Walk to Remember. First impressions, Susan.
Silhouettes are hard because once you've taken away everything that makes something something, you're left with just definable shapes. So you've lost the faces on all of your subjects, and the only thing that you have to tell you the story is their body language. And not only do you have people, you also have animals. But everyone's silhouette is perfect. Everyone's legs are in motion. Everyone's, like, you can see the intent and motion of every single limb of every single subject in there, which is incredibly difficult to do, especially when you're waiting for them to go right in front of the brightest part of the image and you know you've only got like a second before they're in the spot where it's not going to work quite so good. And the thought of the maker to click the shutter exactly when they did, it was exactly the right time.
Gary, I'm going to break that down a little bit more. What goes into this sort of image?
Yeah, and immediately struck with sort of a sense of wonder and journey and mystery. And I think that there's those kind of emotional values that an image gives us. There's very often technical reasons that fuel them. And so I'm sitting here thinking about, why does it make me feel this way? Why does it make me feel like excitement and longing and adventure? Why are those things circulating? And so the first thing I can think of is that this does a really beautiful job of scale. It makes you seem like the world is big and exciting and adventurous. And so from the lens choice to the composition, putting the subjects where they are, right away, those mountains leading into it, you get a sense of the scale of this big thing that these adventurers are trying to do. And then you start to get even more into sort of the delicious way in this image is layered. And so it's kind of backwards, right? If we think about portraiture traditionally, you want the subject to sort of be the brightest thing in the image. But in this, it's gone low-key to where it's not the brightest thing that gets the attention of the viewer. The thing that gets the attention of the viewer is the area of highest contrast. And that's why a silhouette works in this exact situation. And so you're able to, in this scene, which is mountains and smoke and fire, or whatever that effect is, a sunrise, a sunset, it's certainly not a smoke ninja, but you know, it's probably something else. But like, you take, your eye falls on the simplest thing in the image, which is the people on this journey. And I think that's absolutely just brilliantly done. And so all of that together would be good enough on its own. This would sing as a black and white, but this color palette just on top of it is just this icing, that purple to that orange, and that's such a strong color palette. And yet with all of these strong elements, you're still on those two dudes, and those two, is that a camel or a dromedary? I never know the difference. One of the two? Okay, one of those camel, call it a camel. And finally, I think that the positioning with that lead room just speaks to say, we've got a long way yet to go. And I think that's just a really strong, simple choice that sends it home.
Is there an impact arising out of the camels or the animals moving right to left rather than left to right?
Would be a dromedary, to be honest. I don't know. There was, yeah, I've heard that you kind of read through left to right, and I think that just depends on your culture, you know. So you could argue that it creates tension to be going in the opposite direction, and I always like that, and so I think it works beautifully here because it makes it, at least if you do read into images left to right, if that's how your brain works, I think it feels like there's difficulty, and I think that's part of the story. I like that part of the composition.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Yeah. Well, he doesn't know much about sport, and he doesn't know which animal's which, but he's still a great judge. Yeah, it's fine. There you go. Next print, please. On a Wing and a Prayer. Okay, Susan, with the comment of, oh my God, that means you got something hit you or some impact. What was that first impression?
I was like, oh my God, I would never. You have to see this in the print gallery because when you get right up on that person's face, it is an expression of extraordinary joy. Like it is that deranged human being writing this plane is so happy. And there's so much going on. It's so busy. There's so many lines. There's so many pieces of movement, but you distill right down on that teeny tiny little thing and it's just a burst of joy. So my colleagues can speak to everything else about the incredible things going on here, but that face, that is just somebody living in the moment whose mother's probably terrified watching this go down.
That could be you and Bill flying the plane.
No, we would never, baby, ever.
Okay, Heidi, talk to us a little bit about the use of the tonal range in this image. Thanks.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about.
There you go.
While I think that this could have easily been presented to us in colour, I really applaud the maker's decision to present this in a monochromatic form because the story's there, the degree of difficulty is there, but when you strip it all away and put it sort of in this monochrome tone, we're forced to look at the story, and that's what this category is all about, right? Portrait narrative. And the narrative, as you said, Susan, the joy and the madness in that pose, it's just beautiful. And I think in monochrome, brilliant choice.
Everybody good with that? Yeah. Yeah, Gary, got a comment to add?
Very briefly on style. You have an aircraft that's very early 20th century, and the style is like an advertising illustration from that same era. And I just thought that's so beautiful.
Yeah, perfect. Next print, please. This print has a title, Tail Fury. John Michael Cooper, there was a few wows going on there. Why? What was the first thing you guys were hit with?
Well, as a gamer, this looks like it came right out of a game. The tonality, the tone, how the metal looks and everything. But I also want to say, without showing the whole thing, this thing reduced to this really cool graphic, and the mat is very interesting because then it becomes an extension of the object, the craft, and part of its structure. So I think that's like what catches me trying to figure out, does that work and everything, but it keeps pushing my eye into that, into the thing. So it just reminds me of playing my games and living in that tonal range for those games and stuff.
Susan, Talk to us a little bit about composition and the use of the tonal range here and the sort of minimal color.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's like a transformer, right? It looks like we're taking a... I did it, Gary. I did it. It looks like it's a picture of a transformer, but then the way it's matted looks like it's about to form into something else right in front of our eyes. And what I absolutely love is you start up in that top left corner and it's so dark and it's so industrial, and then you come down and then you go through the flames, and then there's kind of a softness to the vapor, the smoke coming off of it. The color warms down as it kind of peels away from everything. So you have this hard, fast industrial top left with this soft, warm feeling of motion. I joked that I'm going to go and steal this off the wall at Print Comp and bring it home. So if the maker's in the room and you don't see your image later, it's definitely not in Jersey City with me.
Thanks, guys. That was great. Great comments. We'll have the next print, please. Title, Tango en route, or Tango en route. First impression, Heidi?
I'm going to have motion sickness by the end of this category. It's so, like, you really feel like you're there. Yeah. It's just, the first thing that grabbed me was the composition. This is a really deliberate choice. But I also really am digging the color palette. It's just so vibrant and luscious. Very red, white, and blue. But yeah, I just think the overall impact really makes you want to lean in and look at all of the details, because there's a lot to look at here.
Okay, thanks, Heidi. Michael, tell us a little bit more about the technical qualities of this print.
Yeah, and as I dive into that, as soon as this came around, and I was thinking dance partners, and you said the title, and so that played absolutely right into it. You know, in terms of aircraft and air shows, it's so common to see them all kind of lined up in one single direction, where we're seeing all the tops or all the bottoms, and going with the contrast here of seeing one from one side and one from the other, the red playing against the right, very stark against them, is wonderful to see. I'm a big sucker anytime you start mixing blues and reds. The red pulling your eye right to the subject, and then the blue kind of cool right in the backdrop. So the eye is being led very, very well. And also, obviously, a very bright day. You've got the highlights that start, let's say, with the plane where you can see the white in the top left, and as it goes down, it kind of becomes a little bit more muted. So it isn't just this flat image, even though it's shot in relatively flat conditions, the way it's being lit. So very difficult to catch it in just the right spot.
Very comprehensive comments, Michael. Thank you. We'll move on to the next print. This image has a title, Thunderstruck. And you might hear the words, "Sorry, Goose, but it's time to buzz the tower." First impression, Gary?
I think that, not being a pew boy myself, like I'm not really like, military stuff, submarines, spaceships, none of it really turns my crank. What really does is photography dork stuff, like composition and color palette. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. And so it has obvious technical qualities, which I think my colleagues will break down for you here. But right away, it's almost it gives me the impression of a creator who's looking at a well-trodden subject matter through a completely different set of eyes. And I think that makes the work really, really interesting, because you can take a picture of something this awesome from a variety of angles, but this is speaking in a completely different way. And the composition here is just so strong, and there's many other qualities to commend it, but it tells you where to look and when, and I could just look at it for good solid 20 minutes and continue to enjoy it.
Mike, John, what about you?
Pew pew, pew pew. It's like, so looking at this and thinking about, I keep looking at the tower and the distortion around the tower, and then it's just beautiful and soft and beautiful, but then you realize that part of the story is that's created by a lot of energy and power and heat to distort it that much. That's like that atmospheric distortion. And that's kind of hidden as like, oh, this is this little beautiful thing, but then you realize the power that has created it, and then that goes back to that jet. So it went from just a pretty image to all of a sudden seeing the extreme raw power that's kind of like hidden in this story.
It would be very easy to lose the textual qualities required to express what's going on here with that. I think it's almost laminar flow that's happening with that distortion, and that is the narrative here, what's happening behind the jet, as well as the aesthetic of the jet across in front of the tower. All right, well done. Next print, please. A brother's goodbye. First impression, Heidi?
Yeah. Whew. There's so many stories of grief in here, as well as strength and camaraderie. It's so multifaceted in the way this image has been shown to us, and I think it's actually quite extraordinary because we feel like we're part of the moment. I feel like I'm there with them, and almost wanted to sit back because I felt like I shouldn't be a part of this moment. And I think a really good portrait narrative print has that feeling where you're sort of like, should I be here, or do I really want to be here? This is beautiful.
Susan, can you maybe break down the construction here and even maybe address the choice of perspective, which addresses the intimacy that Heidi mentioned?
Yeah, the choice of perspective, as Heidi mentioned, is, the vantage point of where you're at. It's also, you as the viewer are so much lower than everyone else there. It gives this extraordinarily uncomfortable feeling that you are laying on the coffin or bowed in grief, even lower than everyone else. But there's also all of these compositional elements that are put in there that make me wildly uncomfortable in the best way possible. You have this horrible scene of grief and sadness, but a tree growing in the background, which is so hopeful and bright, and there's balloons and the flag and pride and that beautiful white circle, almost like a halo over his head, this light literally shining down on this man that has endured such loss. It's both beautiful and extraordinarily uncomfortable at the same time, which is what I imagine the moment must have felt like how horrible to say goodbye to your brother, but how beautiful to be able to do so.
And Michael, you have a closing comment? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll make two brief points. One is the Brothers Goodbye. I believe that was the title, and one is what appears to be the subject in the center, but I think that they're all brothers. And what's interesting is the military is often looked at as everyone is the same and very uniform, but each of their facial expressions is very different from one another, and so they're all saying goodbye and grieving in their own way, especially subject on the very right, whose face you don't see, who's turning away. So a lot of story there.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, thank you. That's the last print in the portrait narrative category. Thank you to the judges. Thank you. We're going to take a short break, and our judges will then proceed to look at the gallery behind me and have a chance to assess and make their final judgment on first, second, third, etc. And then we'll be back a little bit later with the next category. So thanks. We'll hand over and take a short break.
photographing the way I do, but with my colors, this will change everything.
I got to see each frame, each position of its wing, and they're so beautiful that I have never seen before.
Being able to move quickly and working at my brain's pace and getting those shots in the moment. Having this camera allows you to go out and create the way you want to create.
Until you use it, you cannot even imagine what you have missed.
It's something I've never seen before in my entire life. It's something totally different.
Nikon Z6 III. Outperform.
Welcome back, everyone. What we're seeing right now is the judges taking a look at all of the images one last time. They're looking at them all together with a fresh perspective, and they're now going to select who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category, in the portrait narrative category. So we're going to have everyone just stay seated so the judges can have their space and take their time. There's going to be no discussion during this part. They're each going to make their own choice personally. No one's going to know what each other is deciding, and then we will all find out on Tuesday night. So we'll give them a couple of minutes to do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their choice. So we now have winners in this category, and we'll reveal those to you on Tuesday night at our awards ceremony. Doors open at 7. Come at 7 because we have a lot of entertainment planned ahead of time, and then we start right at 7:30. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. And that officially concludes the portrait narrative category sponsored by Spider Holster. So hope you guys all enjoyed that. Also, that also concludes the portrait division. That was a very big division. That was the last category. And big thank you to Westcott because they sponsored that entire category. If you really enjoyed what you saw today and you are as amazed as I was by those images, please stop by Westcott's booth on the trade show floor this week and just say thank you for supporting the Icon Awards. They were such a big part of this, and we're so grateful to them because otherwise it would be impossible for us to come here at WPPI and make this happen every year. So huge thank you to Westcott. We're now going to go into a new division. It's the in-camera artistry division. This is a very unique division. I'm going to explain a little bit more about it when we come back. But as you can probably start noticing, we needed a little bit of a different setup as well. I'll explain a little bit more about why we need that setup in just a second, but we're just going to take a little bit of a longer break, just a few minutes extra, and then we'll come back as soon as we're ready for the in-camera artistry division.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
And we're back, everyone. Welcome to everyone who is in our live judging room, and welcome to everyone that's joining us online. Thanks to Nikon's generous support. They're the exclusive sponsors of our live broadcast, and this was something that Jerry had dreamed about doing for a long time, being able to broadcast it live, but it is very cost prohibitive. And so we were never able to make that happen until Nikon came on board and offered it, because they said, this should be made available to everyone around the world for free, and so that's what we're doing. So very grateful for Nikon's support. Just a quick reminder too, if you have been inspired by all of the images that you saw today, remember that you can take that home with you. The 2025 Icon Awards book is now ready for purchase. So we have it available for purchase. There's a poster board on the back on Graphistudio's table. You can purchase it there, select trade show pickup, and then you can pick it up right at Graphistudio's booth number 301 on the trade show floor. Now, every year we sell out of the stock that we bring to the trade show. You can still purchase it once we sell out of the stock that's here. We just have to ship it to you afterwards. But every year we ship out, because the cool thing is you pick it up here at the show, and then you can have your favorite photographers whose images are in there sign the book. You can have Dario sign his original artwork that's in there. So it's just a really cool piece and memory to have of your week here as well. Now we are about to begin a brand new division. It's the in-camera artistry division. We're going to do things a little bit differently. The images that you're all going to see now are straight out of camera, and we mean that very literally. These are the only two categories where the entrants are only allowed to submit a raw file. There's no worked JPEG. The judges don't look at that. There's no print. They're not allowed to look at that. They are literally looking at the raw file that came out of your camera. If you have a killer image and you didn't capture it in RAW, you can't even enter it into this category. That's how much we want to make sure that they're looking at the original capture. That's why we've changed it out. There's no light box on the table in front of the judges. Now it's a monitor, because the judges are going to literally be looking at the raw file. So this is just such a special category, especially for Jerry. Jerry came up with this idea many years ago when it was still the WPPI competition. He's always such an advocate for getting it right in camera. And it's so nice to see this come to life and see it so well supported, because you're going to see some really incredible images. SanDisk is the sponsor for the in-camera artistry division. And we're so very grateful to have them sponsoring both categories. The first category in this division is wedding in-camera artistry. That means that all of the images that you're gonna see here are wedding themed. They could have been captured on the wedding day. They can be wedding styled images and pre-wedding sessions as well. So anything related to a wedding happening is going to be covered in this category. The wedding in-camera artistry category is sponsored by the Studio Takeover. That is from Cat Ford Coates. The Studio Takeover is another incredible resource. If you've never heard about it, you must go check it out. For anyone who has struggled to balance creativity and business and life, which is so many of us. It is such a struggle to do all of that and wear all those hats at once. And the Studio Takeover is a platform that is a podcast and an educational platform that provides so many resources and so many interviews with other leaders in the industry to give insight on how that can be done. And to also make you feel like we're not alone, because this is such a solitary field, especially when we work for ourselves. And it's just nice to have a community like that, that you can feel like and understand that you're not alone, that you are doing things correctly, and get so much insight because they're so open with the knowledge and wisdom that they share. So huge thank you to Studio Takeover for sponsoring this category. And our chairperson for this category is going to be Jerry Ghionis, so we are going to turn it over to him and our panel of judges. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you so much. We have some industry heavyweights right in front of us. Danny Dong, Icon Triple Master. Amber Henry Spencer, you're an Icon Master. I wonder who photographed your wedding. Natalie Lassini, Icon Triple Master. We have Nick Bakridis. all the way from Greece. Thank you so much for coming. You're at Icon Double Master. You're at Icon Double Master, fantastic. And Andre Brown, you're an Icon Master. This is very close to my heart, as Melissa said. For those of you watching online or in the audience right now, if you photograph something with a black and white mode on your particular camera system or whatever it may be, think of it like we grab the raw file and we extract the embedded JPEG. That's how it works. So many of your, let's say, whether it's Capture One or any program that you use to view your imagery, you might have a setting that doesn't show it the way you photographed it. So if you photographed it in black and white, it shows up in color and you're like, oh, what are they going to judge? Just know it's the embedded JPEG. The easy way to find out is you maybe put it in a program like Photo Mechanic and then you save as and it'll show up as black and white. Okay? So any questions about that, see us during the breaks, but very, very excited. And this is our first image, a landscape image. No, it's not. This is a screensaver. It's all good. All right, guys, excited about this one. Let's do this. You good? Okay. Amber, first impression, how are you feeling about this image?
You probably saw me smile because it's so lovely. The toning is so beautifully done, and out of camera means that they really took time to match the tone of the bride's skin, her dress, the background, the soft lighting. Knowing that it was so intentionally taken this way just makes it all the better.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Nick, tell us about how this was achieved. What are you seeing?
I really appreciate the maker who actually photographed this image and think about the perspective of cropping the image directly to his camera, plus the tonality. You can see the deep shadows and the highlights and nothing is fall off or burn off. So it's almost done straight from camera, and this is very, very important if we are thinking about how the film was looking many years ago and how the situation is right now. So the maker, for sure, knows how to photograph.
Yeah.
And this is something very huge value for today.
Thank you so much for your comment. Natalie, tell us, whatever you were thinking already, please share that. Talk to us about actually hiding the identity as well, please.
Well, this is actually, it looks like it's shot through a fabric or a floral lace, and it was just really beautifully done. You can still see how sharp she is. But I think, hiding the identity, just the crop right above the lip, I just see a lot of strength, yet some softness in the pose. It was just really well done. I love it.
I want to bring attention, and I could be wrong, but I believe it is a double exposure, okay? Because we have the texture being the same focus as the bride. So don't know if that affects anything, but just keep that in mind with how you feel about it, okay? All good? Thank you for your comments, guys. Almost home. Andre, you're very intrigued. Think out loud for us, mate.
Yeah, I love the contrast that's in this image because of the directional light. I'm a huge fan of directional light. Although like the last image, we had the face that was cropped in camera, this time they used shadow to be able to crop and only really show what they wanted to show. So this is a fantastic image.
Awesome, thank you. Danny, tell us about the angle, the deliberate angle here and what that creates.
Oh, I like the leading line and using the car frame and frame the subject, and also the bold use of the lighting. It's pretty harsh light, but I think that the maker really make a good use of the harsh light to emphasize the beautiful shape of the nose, the lip shapes. It's just like a movie thing. It's like a Hollywood movie. We just directly screenshot from the Hollywood movie. From an in-camera capture and the composition, it's just everything looks perfect. Nothing over, nothing cropped too tight. Everything is very deliberate, and also lights shining from the right corner and creates a leading light to the main subjects, so our focus can stay in the expression of the main subjects. Beautiful connection over there. So also creates a lot of mystery because the shadow covers the eyes. So we can only give reader a lot of space to imagine what's their emotion over there. What are they thinking? I think very well done.
Man, I say this every year. Every time you speak, it's like giving me a verbal spooning. It's just the sweetest thing. You could say anything. You could tell me to get lost. You could do anything. It's just beautiful. All right, Natalie, yes, your comment.
I'd like to comment to the camera angle. It gives the illusion of movement, that the car is moving, and so I really enjoyed that. I feel like they're driving it. I know that's impossible.
I also think that when we all started photographing, if we photographed weddings here, when we would start photographing something like this, we want detail in shadows. We wouldn't think about sort of dropping it down and then making it deliberate and then cutting out their identity. Isn't it funny, like wedding photography is art for the couple, but when you hide their identity, it's almost art for everyone, right? All right. Nick, you look intrigued. Okay, first impression here, please.
I respect the maker who tried to create a Renaissance image through the wedding. I like the double exposure of the image, and at the same time, the narrative of this image gives me a mood which is totally different out of the wedding theme.
Absolutely. Great comment. Andre, tell us about how this was achieved and the construction of it, like more the technique and how it was executed.
Yeah, it's a beautiful double exposure. And what I really love is the placement of the groom's lapel and that back exposure is perfectly placed between them on the second image. So, I mean, we do have it coming a little bit across our face, but the placement of it is fantastic so that it doesn't ruin the exposure on the front image.
Great comment. Amber, tell us about the finish of this, and also the fact that it's got that old school vibe to it. What's that bringing?
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. It's the way in which they're both styled already. So he's got the oversized bow tie, and she has the lace on her shoulder is just that 70s kind of vibe. And then this particular way to shoot this image was very popular, and it lends to the storytelling of this couple already. So if this was the vibe of the couple, this is what they were going for, this is what they like, as a maker to create this image for them is very intuitive and very thoughtful for that particular couple.
I like the word that you said, thoughtful, because I think many of us, when we start out, we just photograph an effect. Let's just add a color gel. Let's do a multiple exposure. And then as you get more sophisticated, wouldn't you agree, then you start doing it more purposeful and more meaningful, therefore more impactful. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. Within. Andre, when a puppy finds something intriguing, they tilt their head. You were doing that. So you're not as cute as my babies, but you are cute. Think out loud for us, mate.
Yeah, I'm personally a huge stickler for symmetry, and this is just completely on the money. Double exposure, so to go in and align it to have that perfect capture twice, so that everything aligns perfectly. I'm intrigued.
Thank you so much. Danny, break this down even further, the use of negative space and all the things that we're seeing.
Yeah, very, very creative, and the idea is very original. Double exposure is just technique, but how they execute this skill to make this image full of imagination, and we use a big, wide, overexposed negative space to emphasize the face, so we can just ignore the others, just focusing on on the face, the feature of the face. At the same time, it doesn't lose any context of the background. We still see the shape of the body, the shape of wedding dress, and the shape of the bouquet. It tells all of the wedding day story. So, but it's very subtle, it's very soft, but the face is very focused, very you see every single texture details of the face. So very excellent execution of the double exposure technique. I would say it's very, very hard to achieve. I just want to congrats the maker. Amazing.
Interesting. I really enjoy your thoughts. Can I just bring attention as well that we're looking at it, and I know that we're saying it off the tongue, a lot of us say double exposure. Let's call it a multiple exposure. This is probably 4 images. If you look at it, it appears as if we've got a silhouette that's been flipped 180, silhouette, then you've got those 2 images combined again. If I was a betting man, okay? Once we're reflecting on this, Nick, so please tell me, last little comment here. Yep. Any more further thoughts once upon reflection?
And top all of them, we're talking about the wedding day. Imagine the pressure of the wedding day, and at the same time you try to make. You have the idea, and they said, "Let's do it."
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, awesome. When artists get married, Amber, you did an oh. Okay. What? Explain that feeling, please.
Give myself away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one, we're all artists, so we can all definitely put ourselves in the shoes of both the photographer and the people getting married. It's just so nice to slow down and take time and create images for our clients that make sense to who they are and to put our creative spin on it, because when you get married, you want your photographer to understand you, and it's a difficult process to find somebody who has your heart. So to find a photographer who can slow down and create something that obviously, I'm assuming that the bride and groom use these tools in their art. So these would be pieces of their world. And the hint of the wedding rings, it's subtle but so impactful. And even the window light coming in, so it looks like it's just this window hitting them, like the storytelling is there. They ran off to get married. They were in the middle of creating art and they ran away. There are so many things that you can think of when you see this beautiful image. So it's wonderfully done, but the thought process is beautiful.
Hashtag you're saying, why didn't I do something like this on your wedding day?
Hashtag, Jerry, we need to redo my wedding.
All right, wonderful. Great comment. Natalie, tell us about the graphical element and also the fact that this is a little bit different to what we normally see in this particular kind of genre.
Yeah, when we think about wedding details, we think about these beautiful showpieces of all of the accessories that they thoughtfully purchased. And this is about who they are, it's their past, but it's bringing in like the start of the next chapter, joining forces. I love the reflection. I love that this looks like art. It's graphic in the shape with the window. I think those are like graphite pencils are meticulously placed around the jewelry, and there's like 3 circles, and then all of the placement. I think it's just really beautifully done, and it's art in itself. So I think it's well done.
Isn't it crazy? Imagine like you're pitching this idea to a couple. I've got a great idea for detail shots for your wedding rings. I don't need them.
I'm going to dirty them.
Like we're saying so much but taking it away. It's incredible. By the way, pro tip, if you're a wedding photographer and you know how sometimes you ask someone to do this and do their earrings? It took me 25 years to work this out. I would do this and it always looked wrong. And then I would say, put your wrist together. Now do your earring. Do you see how it's nice and soft and beautiful? Yeah, light comes from here, boom. All right, pro tip, extra value, thank you. All right, thank you so much. Bond. Mr. and Mrs. Bond. Nick, you got the biggest smile on your face, first impression.
Yeah, for the first moment when I see the picture, I said, oh, okay, we are in camera artistry. I mean, what is going on here? This is finally what's ready to print. So composition is here. color tonality is here, silhouette is here, everything is perfect, straight in camera. That's it.
Thank you. Andre, you were shaking your head in almost agreement, like this. I can't believe this. So tell us more about how you're feeling.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, sometimes in this process, like I'm forgetting the fact that these images are made in camera, and like he said, this is ready to print. The tonality, the silhouette is absolutely perfect. I'm just mad that I didn't take this image.
Natalie, final comment. Thank you.
I'd love to talk about the pose here. The powerful dip, like her neck is back and you see like the nice line between their legs. And if you look at the top at his wrist, it's soft and beautiful. Everything about this, it's powerful, soft, and just well posed. Great job.
That little depth and shape beyond the red, if that wasn't there, you like, something's missing. But the fact that it's there, it gives it depth. And remember, if you can't see faces, then you can actually pronounce the expression with the body language of the person that you're photographing. Danny, you look intrigued.
I need to look closer. Wow. I mean, strong visual impact. We see beautiful light, we see beautiful shapes, we see beautiful silhouettes, and also it's just well composed in a right position. The triangle just to put them into focus. So, and also the silhouette makes people feel there is a heart over there. They're looking at each other. And also, a little bit different is we also see some color in the background. This just make it a little bit different. So instead of black, white, high contrast, a lot of black, a little light, we see some color over there just to make it a little bit different and interesting.
Yeah, great comment. Let's give it to Amber. Since I would say Lindsay Adler is a queen of color, you're fast becoming the queen of color in the wedding industry. Talk to us about that palette and everything going on there.
Yeah, so on that note, the first thing that I thought was it looks like a prism. And I love the colors and the rainbows and the play of them. And so in my head as an artist, I'm seeing that they took the triangle prism and then it extended up into the rainbow. So right away, I loved that. I like the expression, because a lot of times when we do these silhouettes, we're so worried about getting the nose and getting the lips right. And here they're being playful. Either this was caught accidentally because, standing next to each other and looking at each other's faces can be really awkward. So couples will laugh naturally, but it's a really cute choice by the maker to include an expression of joy and fun and love in what could be a very dark and serious moment. So I love the play on all of that.
Great comment. We covered. You guys anything to add? You good? I just want to appreciate the risk-taking of something like this. I think that many of us would finish off with something predictable, but on a wedding day with a bit of stress, with time constraints, weather, everything, and we achieve something like that. Nicely done. Nick, first impression, you're enjoying this image?
Yeah, I really appreciate the maker. I mean, like the composition for this image and the use of the depth, the cool tones and the warm tones in the middle. It's going straight to the couple. It's a beautiful idea.
Andre, unpack this a little bit more, mate.
Yeah, there's so much texture in it. Obviously, we have the texture from all the bokeh in the front, but then we have the texture that's almost leading lines directly into the silhouette that's, the leading lines that are behind them. And again, I just think that the composition, where they're placed and the use of negative space was really well done.
Natalie, yes, last comment, please.
I love an image that's art. Can you imagine this 20 by 30 on the client's wall? It's absolutely breathtaking. I'm sure everyone who would walk in the home would just be speechless. I love when an image is art. Well done.
Maybe 40 by 60. Let's go. Let's sell more. I think a little bit. What I'm enjoying is the brighter spots. I think that many of us, if we were to do this and put it into a normal category, a category where you can do retouching, I think many of us would have actually taken those brighter spots out, but they actually frame the subject, and it sort of picks up on that highlight. Nicely done. Oh, you did the tilt of the head, Nick. Go for it.
I really try to understand if this is one image with a how they call it, the prisma, kaleidoscope, or it's multiple images through. So it's so creative, and so I never seen that kind of thing before. Beautiful lit, the bride, and so creative and so impactful for the viewer.
Great comment. Amber, tell us about the lighting here, please.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely ice light. Ice light 3, sorry.
We're going to come back to you so you can formulate your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I was going to say, not technically about the lighting, but in the reflections, it almost looks like a different pose, because you see her from all these different angles, and you only know it's the same pose because you really have to look at it and study it. But the fact that you're getting multiple poses of this beautiful woman in one shot is so, it's very exquisite. It's very well done.
You're agreeing, Danny. Go for it, mate.
Yes, also I want to talk about color temperature here, the control. So we see some blue lights over here forming a leading shape, the leading line all to the center. So although it has looks like different poses, different frames, there is a focus. It's a very center. So we finally get a place we really want to focus on. And later, we want to look at different frame to see what's going on in each frame. And you see, oh, wow, this part I see the elbow. Oh, this part I see the hand. The other part I see the neck. Then every single piece is very interesting, and put it together. It looks like a lot of photographs just to put it together, but it's just one shot, looks like. Yeah, it's in-camera artistry. So the difficult level to achieve that, it's amazing. And also, as Jerry mentioned, the control of the light is beautiful.
Thank you so much. Quick comment, mate.
Yeah, no, this image is very deep. Like, there are multiple images. It's not the same image in like a kaleidoscope type situation. Like, there are multiple images around there. I have no idea how they did this. Hats off.
Yeah. Awesome. And we obviously could be anyone, so how they did it. So wonderful, guys. All right, let's go to the next image. It's weird not saying next print, please. And I'm like, I've got the power here. I got the power. Okay. To become. Nick, big smile on your face. Go for it, mate.
Such a great idea. Such a great idea to present who is the boss in the wedding. Who is the boss in the wedding? I mean, here is the queen. At the back side on the shadow is a king. Okay? And you present who is the boss in the wedding. So it's a great idea to present a beautiful portrait couple image with color tonality.
Wonderful. Thank you for your comment. Natalie, can I have your comment? And whatever you're thinking, also add the red color palette on the groom, please.
Well, that was my favorite part of the image. It was his expression, this like soft, somber. I wasn't thinking subservient, but I think it's really powerful. So there's a lot of power in her, but I see the juxtaposition of him seeing soft and somber. So I think it was really beautifully done.
Great comment. Thank you so much. So that is the last image of the in-camera artistry category in wedding. Thank you so much. Great. Okay, we're going to cut to a short little break and come back, and we are going to determine the winners. See you soon.
As photographers, we have the capacity to impact their lives in a beautiful and meaningful way. You're creating something tangible out of an abstract desire. But every single person that stands in front of me is trusting me with something really quite vulnerable, because it's a big deal. You're not selling ink and paper. You're selling transformation, you're selling impact, and you're selling one-of-a-kind experience. If you're in the under $1,000 sales space, we definitely need to have a conversation, because we cannot thrive as artists if we do not allow ourselves to be artists. And we do that through infrastructure and process and systems. Everything is a system. It gives them the opportunity to step back and decide what they truly want. What they truly want. It's not about strawberries, it's holding space. It's showing people that you see them, and the best of them, and the worst of them, and it's okay. They're impacted by the experience, they're seeing what you're showing them in real time, larger than life. Be valuable to other people. In the photo shoot, how can you make that experience more valuable for them? I want you to understand that everything about what I teach will always be tied back to the revenue that you make and to feed your creative purpose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are ready to make their selections for first, second, and third place. Just like in all the previous categories, they are not going to have any discussion during this part. They are each going to make their own selections privately. The only difference is that instead of standing at the print gallery wall, they are going to be looking at the monitor that they've been using, because these are all raw files. So we're going to give the judges a few minutes to do that, and we'll let you know when we're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. And so we get to find out on Tuesday night who the winner is. I'm very excited to share that with you. In the meantime, we are going to jump into our next category because that officially concludes the Wedding in-Camera Artistry category sponsored by the Studio Takeover. We're gonna, yes, congratulations to all of our finalists. And now we're going to move on to the open in-camera artistry. We're just going to make a couple of changes on our judging panel. Need a couple of minutes to do that, so sit tight. We'll be back really quickly.
Hi everyone, I'm Yusai, fashion and celebrity photographer. My work ranges from magazine covers to celebrity portraits to fashion advertising campaigns. All right guys, how are we doing today? We have the model for a very short amount of time and we have 4 setups, so we gotta move fast. All right. Assignments may vary from project to project, but as a photographer, it is always important to me that the images I capture are not just technically perfect, but evokes emotion and tells a story. Today's concept for the shoot is autumn bloom, so come with me. Beautiful, looking away, gorgeous right there. Look, you just gave me chills. That's beautiful. Do you love that?
Yeah, I love those.
Looking away. Sometimes you don't know what to do. I tell people to think about whether they turn off the oven at home or not. Or did I leave the dog in the car without air conditioning on? We'll go ahead and dial up the backlight and change the key. It doesn't matter if I'm on the streets of Paris, New York, or my hometown Los Angeles. One thing is always consistent for me is to capture my subjects in their very best light. Wow, these lights are amazing. I've always loved creating fashion editorial shoots with various lighting techniques within the same story. Bring the flower closer to your eyes, there you go. Lighting to me is the music to a dance. That's beautiful. My job is to capture the perfect moments in that dance. Every nuance matters. I wanted to achieve several different lighting setups, and then we also have a very limited amount of time with our model. Fill lights down by 1 stop, please. So the team and I have to move fast and plan the lighting very efficiently. Love. Well done. Let's get you changed for the next shot. Profoto D30 is small and compact, which is perfect for this assignment, where we have multiple lighting setups and location changes. Are you allergic to flowers? No. Thank goodness.
You asked at the end of the shoot.
I just asked her if she's allergic to flowers at the end of the shoot. You're absolutely correct. But it still shows I care. Using Profoto allows my team to move the lighting around with ease and achieve my vision. Beautiful. Okay, I'm happy with this. That's a shot! Amazing! Thank you so much.
This is incredible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Icon Awards. We are currently looking at images in the in-camera artistry category. That is why we have a monitor at the front of the room. That's because the judges are looking at the raw files. That's the only thing the entrants were allowed to submit for this division. The in-camera artistry is sponsored by SanDisk, and we've been hinting at some of the prizes that the winners will be receiving throughout the day. And here's another big one. SanDisk is providing the prizes for all of our first place winners. Each first place winner in every single category is going to receive a SanDisk Extreme Pro drive, 4 terabyte drive. It's worth almost $800, and anyone who wins first place is going to take that home, which is pretty exciting. So huge thank you to SanDisk for sponsoring the in-camera artistry division. Our final category in this division, and also our final category of the day, is the open in-camera artistry category. Just like the previous one, the judges are only looking at raw files. That's all that the entrants were allowed to enter. But in this category, it's the open category, which means it's everything that's not wedding related. So we'll find portraits, we'll find photojournalistic moments, anything like that that does not fall into the wedding category is what we'll see. So we see a really good mix of images in this category. It's a lot of fun. This category is sponsored by the Studio Takeover. So big thank you to them. They sponsored both categories in the in-camera artistry. So if you're a professional photographer who loves the creative part of being a photographer, but really struggles with building momentum in business and in marketing, then this is what you need. You need to check out the Studio Takeover, where there's incredible podcasts, there's incredible resources available for photographers who struggle with that exact thing. So thank you to them for sponsoring this category. Our chairman for this last category as well is Jerry Ghionis. So we're going to turn it over to him and our new panel of judges.
What was that deep sigh, Susan Stripling? All right, I love you too. Gary, I love you more. Not more than Susan, but more than before. Natalie Lassini, thank you so much for coming back. Andrew Hewitt, Andre Brown. Let's get right into it. Enjoy. Susan, you cursed to yourself. Why did you curse to yourself?
Why do I never get to shoot in spaces like this? Like, first of all, like, just for perfectly selfishly, I'm so jealous. Like, what an incredible space to be in, but also what masterful use of that space. You could do anything in it, and you've chosen to do something so striking, so geometric. The pose has so many sharp angles to it that contrast against the soft, multiple framing elements. It is like no notes out of camera, tonally, compositionally, exposure-wise, top notch.
Thank you so much. Gary, you look intrigued. Go for it.
Yeah, this is a strong portrait, right? So yeah, it's great light, great posing, you know. But let's talk about what makes it special that it's in camera, I think, you know, to serve the category. And what I really think serves it is the composition and the use of the elements. Because if you look at these sort of archways that are just kind of like asymmetrical shapes, where you place your subject and the angle that you shoot from would wildly change what this looks like. And so the creator of this image has chosen to take those arches that are a little higher on the right side of that structure, and it curves around all the way and brings you right to the subject. And you kind of have to hunt around in that space and find that exact angle that still makes the subject the hero while using this incredible element that's in your area. So it's just really well put together.
Great comment, thank you. Andrew, tell us a bit more about the posing. I know that's about in camera, and we've unpacked that. Tell us a bit about that, where she's placed and so on.
Yeah, I think the composition of where she's posed and how she's positioned to look over the shoulder towards us gives us that intrigue and that mystery, almost like, you know, that kind of come hither or follow me, or, you know, down this magical, you know, arch, you know, this magical tunnel way. I think is fantastic. What I'd like to make a comment on is the technical mastery that's required in knowing your camera and the settings to dial in that that tonality in the color, because you can't just pick a camera setting. You have to intentionally dial in, and I would even argue with the tonality through the image, with the warmth and the coolness, that they've done some adjusting in the RGB and magenta stuff in camera to get that mastered, or looking so masterful.
Great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Great team effort. The Searcher in the Rye. Natalie, first impression.
I mean, there's a lot of emotion here, so I'm going to, like, I don't know, maybe terror, and like I don't want to be involved. It's the emotion that kind of hits me, and I'm everywhere. I feel like my heart is racing in like 5 directions.
Thank you, Gary. This looks like your little tornado son in a grown-up version. Tell us a bit more about how this makes you feel.
Yeah, I really, this is obviously some kind of a multiple exposure put together in camera. So there's a lot of cool technical stuff in it that makes it special being in camera. But what I really love about this image is the use of storytelling in what is otherwise a simple portrait. So you're taking a work of literature that is very controversial, Catcher in the Rye. I mean, there's always a joke like, if you buy that book, buy it with cash, the government's tracking you, kind of thing. And so, like, it's true, it's true. And so everything is done around this book, because if you've ever read it, it's a very disturbing ideas in the book and how you can react to art in that way. So I think this book is important to this kid. I think that's really cool. But the clothing was designed around the color of the book as well. So there's a lot of cool design elements to create that really neat color palette. And what makes it special in camera is it doesn't really, need anything beyond what's been done as multiple exposure. It tells a story of this kid, their connection to the book, and it does it on multiple levels with color, with light, with emotion. Just well done.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment too that if we didn't have the reflection of the lighting in the glasses, it just would have been dead. So even the actual deliberate choice to allow that reflection actually works really well too. Wonderful, guys. Thanks. Great comments. Andrew, you're nodding, mate. Oh, sorry, Andre, and we'll come to you the second, mate.
This is fantastic. It's so soft and elegant, and it has so much movement in it. And just the poise on her face it's amazing. Like, we're getting just so much out of this still image. Awesome capture by the creator.
Great comment, thank you. Yes.
I really appreciate the tension that's in this with the subject almost holding her breath. You can almost just see like there's just that hold, that tension, that struggle, and yet to have such a flowing, free type of expression at the same time. I think that's really, really well done. From a lighting perspective, I would almost hazard it. It was almost like a continuous type of light coming through that water, but getting the pinnacle point of capturing it at the right time is, I think, what creates a successful image like this.
Great comment, mate. Thank you. Gary, you look like an eager beaver here. Go for it.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the technical a lot, and obviously it's firing on all cylinders there. But the conceptual here, it's heart-wrenching. It's death. It's leaving. It's floating away, and it's just, there's an artist at work. This is kind of got a fresco-like painted quality to it that tells us incredible story using fabric. To me, it looks like she's dying, and I think that's intentional. And everything about it is heartbreaking and beautiful. Just the story and the love and heart that was put into it. It's pretty incredible.
Great comments. Thank you so much. Between nerves and glory. Between nerves and glory. Andre, first impression, please.
I love the use of the smoke to add kind of like that texture in the back, like it's dust. And it's really emphasized by the short light on the subject's face, so we get it adds just a little layer of depth and dimension to the overall image.
Great comment. Susan, how do you achieve such a stylized image in camera like this?
It's not easy. You have to be able to think on all different levels, from composition to lens choice to how you're lighting this. Is this natural light that they just threw some atmosphere aerosol in? Is it sand kicked up into it? Like, and I don't care. Like, the technical mastery of it is so high that I don't know what they've done, and it doesn't matter because it's so well done. I'm not looking at how it was done. I'm just living in the photo. The choice of giving it that kind of late in the day warmth, and he looks both excited and tired at the same time. You've given this sense of time and place and anticipation to what could have been a fairly straightforward photo of a kid getting ready to play ball, but instead you get kind of a think piece, and it's just very clever, very, very well thought through.
Great comment. Natalie, tell us a bit about the placement. I mean, obviously it's baseball, but we could have put that bat anywhere, we could have put the glove and the ball anywhere, we could have placed his face anywhere, but tell us about.
Well, I think it's like leading us into the image, into his expression, right back into basically a circle. But just think about, I take this as a senior portrait, and what a stunning work of art. You know, I have a kid that's going off to college next year, and I think about her leaving and an incredible memory of her playing softball. So for me, this really resonates. It's a powerful, powerful moment for him.
Great team effort there, guys. Thank you so much. The weight of unfiltered freedom. Andre, you're looking intrigued there. Grab the mic.
So it's like a crow or a raven attacking this eagle, and even though it may be under duress, under stress, it still just has a calm about it, right? And I think that all of the negative space around it too just adds to that calm, that even though this eagle is under fire, that it's not worried about whatever, you know, this crow or raven has going on.
Thank you for that podcast voice comment. That's amazing. I know. I know. Yeah. Gary, tell us about the degree of difficulty and the timing of all this as well.
Sure, yeah. I mean, again, you know, when it comes to degree of difficulty, it is hard to say, but I imagine that whether this was stalked for a day or just happened, you have to know how to act and how to grab this. And the camera settings are great. I mean, you look at the sharpness end to end on the animal, front to back on both of them. The frozen action, it's impeccable. And the perfectly balanced sort of depth of field, giving you that nice soft background for all of that to live on. There's just a lot really done technically here. However, I think it also gives great story. I think Andre just hit it on the head. It's like, the eagle just looks like he doesn't even notice. Like, there's this little bird just trying his absolute best to take down the big guy, like prison yard rules, and the bald eagle's like, oh, just get it over with. Yeah, like, I love it. Just brilliantly put together.
Great comments. And you sort of mentioned it slightly under your breath there, but the actual fact that the background is bluer behind the eagle and it goes from the top and it sort of frames what's happening there is pretty special as well. Wonderful. All right. Love Nest. Just a reminder too, guys, just for our audience watching at home and those inside the room here as well, in-camera artistry category is the only category that you're allowed to enter the same image twice. Okay, so you can enter it finessed in a different category and you can enter it raw in another category if you wish. All right. All right. Andrew.
I think there's an incredible amount of control in the highlights here, whereas I don't know if everybody would be that mindful to ensure that all the detail is there in the highlights of those feathers. I think that's the first impression to me is how that is just so well done.
Thank you. Natalie, please.
I just love the expression on this one bird. And this is not someone's pet bird, but that expression is extraordinary. I mean, he's just looking right at me. Gosh. I mean, that just, it's incredible. I love the center composition. I love everything about it. I can't wait to see this hopefully hanging later in the week. Incredible.
Susan, you're smiling from ear to ear. Tell us, final comment here.
It's just fun. Like, sometimes I think when we're putting together images, we try to make them really complicated, or we try to like technically impress ourselves, or like how many gels can we put on this, or like how creative can we be? But this is just a straightforward, it looks very like beautiful, romantic, Baroque, and then you've got one of the birds is just like, duh. Like, what is happening? That's how my dogs look at me. And then the other bird looks like it's like flirting over its shoulders. Like, it's just silly. And I think marrying silly and elegant is not done anywhere near enough. Yeah, I want to know, I need to know the story of how this image came to be. Like, are these your birds? What is happening? I have questions.
Great comments. Gary, you're silly and elegant. You make it work. All right. 2036.
This is in camera.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you have a face. Unpack that face. Think out loud for me. Look at this image.
What the This is not in camera. Like, I'm so mad at this because I would never think of it and I didn't shoot it. The amount of forethought that had to go into putting this completely conceptual image together, from the background, like, did you print this? Did you hang out outside just hoping birds would fly by? Is this a person in a costume? What is happening? And then to have it look like this on one raw click, like, I would have just dropped my camera like a mic and just walked off into the sunset. Like, at that point, this is so smart, so smart.
Great comment.
And scary. Thank you so much.
Love your passion. So, well, tell me about the scary. Gary, tell us about the commentary here. It's 2036. That's the title, and we're looking at what we're looking at.
It's phenomenal storytelling. It's got a bit of a kind of a dystopian vibe, you know, the future that fails us, where you have like sort of a machine gestating a human child. There's some really interesting storytelling here. So there's strong technique, which is why the in-camera thing's tripping us out. But it gives me that old Hollywood thing when they used to film in front of paintings and things like that. So it's got that like classic Hollywood sci-fi movie kind of vibe to it. And I think it is maybe an homage to that, both in style and in that sort of mid-century view of the future. And I really, really like that style and the technique that pulls it all together. And ultimately, you know, one of the most impressive things, I think, is the incredible out-of-camera color that has been done here. And that's some really, really clever work beyond just that concept. So just great all the way around, from concept to execution. And I just don't have any notes. I don't know, even if you brought this into an editing software, what you could do to it. So no, I wouldn't mess with it. Yeah, it's good.
Any comments about the gesture and the pose of what we see to be a robot and the birds flying and things like that? Anyone feel strongly about that? Yeah, go again. Go for it.
It's so unsettlingly maternal, right? Like, it's a robot, and yet it's clearly feminine, and it's a maternity pose. Like, it is a very gentle, protective pose, and you have this dystopian background, but the birds are flying. So it's sad and weird and creepy and yet hopeful at the same time. There's just so much that's gone into this. The maker, I would like to hug you if I find you later. Sorry, I know that's weird.
It's all good. Great comments. Wonderful. Another Son of Man. So this is a homage of a painting, The Son of Man by René Magritte, 1964. And arguably one of the most recognizable surrealistic paintings, and there's certainly a homage done their way. Well, you're there, mate.
All right. Yeah, it's almost one of those images because you know it's in camera, right? It's like when you know the rules, it's almost out-clevered itself, you know? Like, it almost looks like a picture of a painting. But it is, if you get up and really look at it, and you can see, or at least start to get an idea a little bit of the cleverness that's gone into making this exactly like it is. So I'll let one of my colleagues unpack some of those incredible technical things, but right off the bat, I think that I want to know more about the subject in this photo. Like, this is the thing that really does it for them, and they want to be represented this way. And an artist that would go through all of these pains to bring this out. This is sort of that the best of us as photographers giving this to someone. I think that's pretty wild.
Great comment, mate. You mentioned someone else unpacking the technical things. Who would like to do that? Everyone's looking at you, Andrew. Okay. Go for it, mate.
I'm actually working out and unpacking this myself in the conceptual execution of this. You know, obviously I'm looking at one major light source coming from above, and trying to work out the way that we've got the other background coming through. I mean, we can do a cutout or a gobo of sorts or something like that. But I think the single direction of light is what makes this interesting, because it gives it almost a museum-esque kind of feel, which is really cool, I guess, in the sense of that it's an homage. I mean, that's all I have to say about that. This is something that makes my brain hurt in such a positive way.
Yeah. I also appreciate the fact that it's perfectly centered composition, which we feel sometimes is too much, too obvious, but then you add the bird that just breaks the monotony of what's the predictable way of doing it. So, yeah, nicely done. Shadow lines. Susan, think out loud. What's that gleeful smile?
This reminds me of the word just went straight out of my head, the art of rope tying around. Thank you very much. It looks like she's been tied in ribbons, but it's not. It's just the lighting. And so for the maker to conceptualize it, pose it, get the shadow on the wall exposed for the highlights on the face, not blow out the background, not lose the shadows, it requires like a 10 out of 10 on technical difficulty on about 6 or 7 levels, and you did it in camera. And the little pop of the red shoe, chef's kiss.
Great comment here. Andrew, can I have your thoughts here, mate?
Yeah, I like the composition in the way that this is coming together. This kind of oval kind of thing, and I almost see half an apple when I turn my head sideways, and then I see something else apple-shaped, kind of tilting my head the other way. So I really enjoy the way that the leading lines in the composition draw me into the subject, and it's really harsh, and it's just like, look here, look here, look here, over and over and over again. So I applaud the maker for giving us that directionality and that intention.
Also appreciate the negative space that's a little bit more on the right-hand side that invites you in, and then you've got that deliberate placement of shadow, which again is normally very difficult, but we've exposed correctly here. Okay. The puzzle of self. Natalie, first comment, first impression.
I am like baffled how this is created, and I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know that I have words. Sorry.
So take away, I mean,
the words?
We're appreciating that it's actually in camera. That's obviously what you're feeling, but look at it objectively now and appreciate what's in front of you. Okay, we'll come back to you. Susan, go for it. We've broken you.
So while Natalie is glitching over here, I am so mad at this image because I woke up this morning thinking I was okay at photography. And then I come and I see something like this, and it hurts my brain. The concept and execution in this is so bananas good. I'm especially drawn into the red puzzle piece elements, which sit over the body in the background like a floral cape. It's so incredibly clever, and then the face has been jigsawed just enough to make it abstract, and yet it's very clearly a face, but as you look at it, you can see the face from the front, but you can kind of see a silhouette if you look at it sort of sideways. It just gives you something for your brain to click through on all levels and stay within it. This is just, it's astonishing.
Gary, a great comment, by the way. Gary, how do you feel when you're seeing this? You've simmered a little bit with it. How do you feel?
Yeah, there's a really great sense of duality, which is very relatable, you know. And I was just having a conversation earlier with somebody today, is how like when we're here and we're doing things and we're public, we're with our friends, you're one person, and then when you're on your own in the quiet, you're someone else. And what I really like that's really selling this idea for me, this relatable, almost haunting idea, is the one clear eye almost right in the center that's looking out from behind, and it's sort of like that's the real person back there hiding underneath the layer. So I'm not sure, you could come up with 5 different theories as to how this was executed, but ultimately to me it doesn't matter as much as that the idea comes across so clearly. And I think that's some really, really great storytelling.
And think about the title, guys, Puzzle of Self. So it could be there's so much going on in your brain, so much going on, like we call it spaghetti brain, but we appreciate the fact that someone, you know, has seen someone else or themselves like this, and this is where we get to.
There could be more to it too, because a puzzle is oftentimes a symbol for autism spectrum disorder, which could, you know, lead you to disconnect from society at large, or neurotypical people. It's got some cool ideas.
Great comments, guys. I love the passion here. It's so sad. Everyone, round of applause for such incredible work in camera. All right, guys, we're going to be back in a moment as we determine the winners. We'll cut to a commercial break right now. See you soon.
My name is Alexander Pospiech and I'm a photographer and filmmaker. When I pick up my camera, I look for a story. How can it change the way we look at the world and help? Documenting nature requires an endless amount of effort, patience, and respect. Nothing is ever guaranteed, not even your safe return. But sometimes it brings rewards like witnessing the lives of wild animals or visiting a stunning scenery that will leave you speechless. Out there, it's different. It is real. When I'm in the wilderness, no matter how exhausting it gets, I'm precisely where I'm supposed to be. But every trip or expedition must come to an end, and then bringing terabytes of data back home, everything becomes digital. We almost drift away into the virtual realm. However, once there is an opportunity to print the art, it becomes tangible again. I have been printing for more than a quarter of a century, but only when I discovered Hahnemühle fine art papers did I truly fall in love with the process. Printing my photos ensures full control over the calibrated process and achieving the desired colors, tones and contrast. Since I'm not outsourcing this part of the work, my art has a personal touch in every part of the process, and I believe my clients can feel and appreciate it. Many of my photos took years in the making. When I can exhibit my prints and customers take them to decorate their homes, it concludes the journey, and I can say it was worth it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to let our judges take a moment to choose who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. Judging from the comments, I think it's going to be a very hard decision for them. So judges, you can now begin making your selections for this category. While they're doing that, I'll fill you in on a little bit of insight into what happens behind the scenes. Although I'm getting a raw file, when we get the images in this category, I still have to vet everything that comes through. So if you guys don't know, when anything is entered into the competition, we ask for a raw file for everything just to make sure that, see what post-production has been done, make sure it's in the correct category, the correct division, all of that. When it comes to in-camera artistry, I'm just getting a raw file. But just like some of these judges, when I got them, I would look at the raw file and I'd be like, but how? How is this possible? And so my mind has to go to the part where that says, did somebody photograph this, do all this post-production, and then photograph the finished result and send me that raw file? Because I just can't comprehend how it would have happened. So thankfully, everyone who's in these categories has always been so patient with me when I say, I promise I'm not trying to get your secrets. I just need to make sure that this is an actual one capture thing. And everyone has been super patient. But that's the kind of thing that we have to check because they've been so incredible. Just wanted to give a little insight into that. All right, we're going to let our judges finish making their decisions. We'll let you know as soon as they're done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they've made their decisions. And I just want to remind you, we talked about this a little bit earlier today, but don't forget that when you go through the print gallery on the trade show floor, a lot of these artists have sent in videos of how these images were created. And some of the ones that you just saw in these categories, a lot of them are there. So you'll get to see the behind the scenes making of it, an explanation, so you can take a look at how a lot of these images that we've seen today were done. It's really amazing. You'll see a QR code. You can download that app if you don't already have it. It's free. And any image that has a teal dot on the gallery card tells you that it's got a video that you can unlock. You just scan the image with your phone and the video automatically starts playing. It's a really cool feature. So I hope you guys go to check that out. But that concludes this category, the open in-camera artistry. I hope you guys enjoyed that. A big thank you to the Studio Takeover for sponsoring this category. And also a big thank you for SanDisk for sponsoring the entire division and also providing all of our first place winners with a 4 terabyte Extreme Pro drive. They're all gonna get that, whoever wins first place, which is very exciting. With that wraps up day 1 of judging, you guys. We are already halfway through. Congratulations. Whether you're here in the room and you've been with us all day or part of the day, thank you, because your energy in the audience is just very contagious, and it's just really awesome to be surrounded by that all day. Thank you to everybody who is joining us online from all over the world. I hope you guys felt like you were in the room with us. We really appreciate it. And thank you to Nikon for making that possible for everyone to be able to join us and watch us. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., bright and early. We're going to start with the creative division tomorrow, which is really fun. I will tell you that the first few categories are some of the most popular categories in the competition. So if you're able to, you're going to want to come nice and early and make it, because you won't want to miss it. So 8 a.m. in this very same room. And just a reminder that everything that you saw today and everything that we see tomorrow will build up to the awards ceremony that is going to happen on Tuesday night. The doors open at 7 p.m. It's just around the corner in the big ballroom, Amazon A, and you'll be able to see for yourself who won in every single category. We have a lot of entertainment planned. It's going to be such a fun night. So it starts at 7 p.m. The ceremony, the doors open, the ceremony starts at 7:30, and we'd love to have you guys there. It's really a fun night. Dress to impress. A lot of people come dressed up. If you don't have anything to get dressed up in, don't worry, still come. Lots of people don't get dressed up. We just want you to be there. It's just a ton of fun. Before we close officially, I just want to say a huge, heartfelt thank you to all of our judges who have been in the room with us all day long. It is hard to be put on the spot and provide feedback constantly. They've come here early, they've come here at their own expense, and they've done that so they can help everyone who's listening get a little bit of insight into what makes a really incredible image. We're so grateful to them, so thankful for our production team who has been working tirelessly in the back. We have our whole crew back there. And most of all, I want to say a big thank you to our volunteers. While we are in this room enjoying all of the images, there is an army of people that are busting their butts, working so hard since 8 a.m. this morning trying to get everything ready. There's so much work behind the scenes getting the prints. They're shuttling them back and forth. We have our print handlers who have been on their feet all day, whole print hanging crew who is preparing the print gallery as we speak. In this room, we have camera persons that are just making sure that every camera angle is correct, that everyone who's watching us online can see it and feel like they're here. We have live stream attendants. We have logistics people that are running from getting deliveries because we've missed something, we're running out of something. They're ordering things, getting it delivered, bringing it back. It's nonstop. And these guys are volunteers. This is not a paid gig. They're here to attend WPPI just like you are. But they've given up all of these hours to make sure that you guys are having an amazing experience. From the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you, and please say thank you to all of our volunteers as well for all the hard work.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to say how brilliant is my wife. I couldn't think of a better person to lead this community. Would you agree?
I was about to thank Jerry and Tony as well for being amazing chairpersons, leading the conversation, directing, asking the right questions, and truly grateful for our little team that has done it. So we're halfway there. We will pick it up tomorrow morning. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to ask everyone to leave the room, but I'll explain to you what's going to happen from here. Today, we are going to be deciding who is going to win the grand award in the portrait division and in the in-camera artistry division. But we're going to empty the room. And the reason why we do that is because the grand awards are chosen by taking the first place winners in each category of that division. The judges look at all of the first place winners in that division and say, which one deserves to win the grand award for that division? So you have to first win first place, and then you got to go up against all of the other first places and who wins the grand award. It's incredibly difficult, very challenging, but the reason why we close the room when the rest of the day is so open and transparent is because we don't want you guys to know who won first place. So we want to keep that secret for everyone. We want the surprise to be there on Tuesday night. So that's why we'll close the room. We'll let the judges make their decision, and then you guys can find all of that out on Tuesday night. Now, if you're looking for something to do, just next door, if you go down the hallway through Amazon F, there is a big sneak peek. You may have heard WPPI talk about it. Some exhibitors are there, great to show what new technology is coming out. It's also an open bar cocktail hour, so if you want to go have a cocktail, have some drinks, see what's new and exciting in the industry, head on over. It has just started, so enjoy yourselves there, but I need you guys all to leave from here. So thank you so much, you guys. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Making someone feel beautiful is the power we have at the camera. That's the power of a good photographer, is what you can give back to your subject, which may be the first time in their life that they view themselves as beautiful. So you want to be a better visual storyteller. This class is about storytelling portraiture, and I'm going to guide you in the facets of doing effective portraits of another human being. how to speak with light. Light is our language. It's how we describe to the rest of the world that which we are seeing in front of us. Light is a very human thing. I use terminology that you could pull right from a bodice-ripping romance novel. I describe light as slashing, as angry, as baroque, as sensual, as voluptuous, as beautiful, as cuddly, as fierce or evil. Light has all of the qualities of written or spoken language. We just use it to speak with a camera. So I'm going to run through all of these facets: getting a location, assessing that location, getting permits, permission. Always remember this: access is everything. You can have the fanciest camera in the world. If they don't let you in, you can't use them. Lessons learned as a young photographer are lessons retained as an older photographer. I got assigned to a job. I did so poorly on this job, he reassigned another photographer to go out and shoot it again while I was in transit back to the office. When I came back to the office, he had taken the 3 rolls that I had shipped in, and he stood up in the middle of the newsroom and he threw it at me, and he hit me in the chest. And he said, "What is this with this garbage?" He goes, "When will you learn how to use a flash?" Big moment for me. I harked back to that and I thought, light. I really have to learn how to use light better. Nowadays, in this amazing digital world that we live in, I revel in it. If you can get somebody to stop, if you can get somebody intrigued, if you can get somebody to tilt their head and say, "What's going on here?" as a photographer, you've done your job. And so, in a world full of rules, cameras give us a potential to break a rule beautifully. And yes, I have done large production work, but what this class will tackle in straightforward terms is how effective you can be with available light, with 1 light, 2 lights, minimum kit, basic approaches, camera, lens, light, at its simplest, most directed aspects. This is what we're about. This is our mission, no matter our equipment big or small, expensive or not. This course will teach you how to make an effective picture of another human being. Photography is not something you do. Photography is who you are. Hi, I'm Nikon ambassador, photographer, author, director, Joe McNally, and I will be your mentor.